The mountains of Deep Creek held a particular kind of silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence. The kind where you could hear your own heartbeat if you listened close enough, where every crack of a branch felt like it meant something, where the wind through the hemlocks sounded almost like breathing. I'd learned that distinction over the years working as a ranger out here, and it was the difference between a peaceful evening and the beginning of something you couldn't take back. My name doesn't matter much anymore. What matters is what happened out here, and whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But I was a forest ranger stationed at Deep Creek, out in the national forest where the trees grew so thick that some areas never quite got bright, even at noon. The cabin Giff and I shared wasn't much, just a small structure built by the service back in the 60s, with wooden shingles that had grayed with time and a porch that creaked if you stepped on it the wrong way. Inside we had bunk beds, a wood stove for winter, a small kitchen, and a radio that crackled with dispatch calls that ranged from the mundane to the occasionally urgent. Deep Creek wasn't one of those cushy ranger stations with cell service and regular supplies. We were out there for weeks at a time, just the two of us, managing fire watch, maintaining trails, and keeping an eye on the vast stretch of forest that seemed to go on forever in every direction. The closest civilization was a town about 40 miles out, and the closest other station was nearly 60. It was the kind of isolated assignment that some rangers asked for, and others asked to transfer away from within the first month. I'd been there 5 years by the time this all happened. Giff was good people. We'd worked together for 3 of those 5 years, and he was one of those rangers who actually loved the work, not just the title or the steady paycheck, but the actual job. He was maybe 5 years older than me, broad-shouldered, with graying hair that he kept cut short, and a face that had been weathered by sun and wind. He was quiet, competent, and he didn't ask questions that didn't need asking, that made us a good team. Our routine was regimented, which is how you survived out there. We'd wake up before dawn, do a perimeter check of the station and the immediate surrounding area, have coffee and some basic breakfast. Then we'd split up for the day, one of us doing trail maintenance, the other doing fire watch from the tower we had about a quarter-mile from the cabin. We'd meet up for lunch, sometimes at the cabin if one of us was nearby, or sometimes just grabbing something quick in the field. Then we'd do another round of checks in the afternoon, switch duties, and by evening we'd both be back at the cabin for dinner and whatever work needed doing in terms of paperwork or equipment maintenance. But my ritual, the one that had become as essential to me as breathing, was the evening smoke. Every night, once the day's work was done and we'd eaten, I'd head out to the camp table that sat about 30 yards from the cabin, back in the direction of the tree line. I'd light a cigarette, sit there with a view toward the west where the sunset would come, and I'd just exist. No radio chatter, no responsibilities hanging over my head, no sense of urgency. Just me, the smoke, and the forest settling down for the night. I did this 3 times a day actually, one after breakfast, one after lunch, and then one right before sunset. But the evening one was different. That one was mine in a way the others weren't. It became ritualistic, I suppose. The walk out to the table, the way I'd pull out the wooden chair and sit so I could see back toward the cabin but also out into the trees. The particular way I'd tap the cigarette pack on my palm before drawing one out. The moment I'd strike the match, I preferred matches to a lighter, and touch the flame to the tobacco. Those few minutes were sacred in their way. They were the only time the forest felt like it belonged to me rather than the other way around. That evening in late August started like any other. The day had been routine. I'd spent my shift watching the fire tower, binoculars in hand, making sure there weren't any smoke signals rising up from the deep forests. Giff had been out on the trails, checking for fallen branches, looking for signs of erosion, marking areas that needed maintenance. By the time the sun started its descent, we were both back at the station, and Giff was starting dinner. Something involving a can of beans and some ham we'd picked up on the last supply run. I told him I was heading out for my smoke. He nodded without looking up from the stove. After 5 years, he didn't need to acknowledge it anymore. It was just what I did. The late August air was beginning to carry that first hint of autumn, a coolness underneath the warmth that made you remember that this season wouldn't last forever. The sun was still visible, maybe 45 minutes from full sunset, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold that filtered through the canopy in dusty beams. I settled into my chair, drew out a cigarette, lit it, and took that first drag that always felt like relief, like your body finally getting what it needed. The forest around me was alive with sound, but in that particular way that means nothing is wrong. Birds calling their evening songs, the rustle of leaves in the wind, somewhere distant, water running over rocks. The normal symphony of a healthy forest in late summer. I was maybe 5 minutes into that cigarette, feeling the tension of the day, the concentration required to watch for fires, the constant alertness, finally draining out of my shoulders, when I noticed the movement. It was between the trees, maybe 100 yards from where I sat. At first I thought it might be a deer. We saw them pretty regularly at that distance, and they'd often browse in the areas around the cabin if we weren't making too much noise. But the way this thing was moving was wrong for a deer. Too upright, too intentional. And as my eyes tracked it more carefully, I realized I was looking at a person. That wasn't entirely unusual. Deep Creek sat in a national forest, which meant it was public land. Hikers came through, sometimes with permits, sometimes without. People backpacked through the area, camped in the designated spots, occasionally wandered off trail and had to be redirected. The service had protocols for it. If you found someone trespassing, you were supposed to approach them, verify their permit status, and if they didn't have one, give them the option to leave peacefully or face a fine. But this person was unusual. They were wearing white, not off-white, not cream or beige or any of the practical colors you'd expect in the woods. Bright white. From a distance, in the fading light, this person stood out like someone had cut them out of a different landscape and pasted them into mine. I'd been a forest ranger for 8 years by that point, working in the eastern mountains. I'd seen hikers in every color of the spectrum, bright oranges and neons that made me wince, muddy greens, blacks, blues, practical browns. I'd seen people in hiking gear and people in street clothes who clearly didn't know what they were doing out there. But in all that time, I'd never seen anyone wearing white in the woods, not as their primary clothing. Maybe a white undershirt visible through an open jacket, but not like this. Not white shorts and what looked like a white t-shirt, standing out in the low light like something that didn't quite belong in the natural world. I watched as the figure moved between the trees, walking in a direction that would take them generally parallel to the cabin but farther out into the deeper forest. They didn't seem to be struggling with the terrain. Didn't seem to be having trouble navigating. Just walked with a steady, purposeful gait, their white clothing ghostly in the failing light. Without really thinking about it, I stubbed out my cigarette halfway through, something I rarely did, and stood up. The chair scraped against the ground, loud in the quiet forest. I watched to see if the figure would react to the noise. They didn't break stride, didn't look toward where I was. Just kept walking. I started moving parallel to them, keeping a distance of about 80 yards, trying to get a better look at this person. I told myself it was ranger business. I should know if someone was in the area, should check on them, make sure they had permission to be out here. But there was something else too, a curiosity that went beyond protocol. There was something off about them. As I walked, trying to keep the figure in sight, I noticed more details. No backpack, no visible gear of any kind. Just a person in white clothes, walking through the forest with no supplies, no water that I could see, no visible means of survival beyond what they were carrying on them. Their gait was strange too, now that I watched it more carefully. Too smooth, not the way most people walked through forest terrain, with its roots and rocks and uneven ground. This person moved like they were on a flat surface, like the forest floor held no obstacles for them. They stopped suddenly. One moment they were walking, moving steadily from tree to tree, and the next they just halted, completely still. And then, slowly they turned. I couldn't see their face clearly. The light was getting bad, the shadows deeper under the tree canopy, and they were still 50 or 60 yards away. But I could see the general shape of them, male, I thought, based on the build and the way they held themselves. Medium height, maybe a bit taller than average, but the distance and the dimness made it hard to be sure. What I could be sure of was that they were looking at me. I'd been trying to move quietly, trying to observe without being observed, but they'd known I was there. How much they could actually see through the distance and the shadows, I don't know. But they were definitely aware of me, and they were definitely looking directly at me. We stood like that for a moment. Maybe 5 seconds, maybe longer. Time does strange things when you're looking at something you don't understand. I found myself taking inventory of everything I could see. The white clothes, unmistakably white even in the low light, almost luminous somehow. The lack of visible equipment, the too smooth way they stood, no fidgeting, no shifting weight the way a normal person would when standing still. The fact that they didn't seem to be breathing heavily despite walking through the forest, while I could hear my own breath now, feel my heart rate picking up. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding strange in the quiet forest. "You lost?" They didn't respond, didn't move, just kept looking in my direction. "This is Ranger Land," I continued, trying to sound authoritative despite the fact that my mouth had gone dry. "We need to see your permit if you're camping out here." Still nothing. No answer, no reaction beyond that steady regard. I started to move toward them, thinking that maybe the distance was making it hard for them to hear me, or maybe they were someone who didn't speak English, or maybe they were just being difficult. But as I took a few steps in their direction, something in me tensed up. Some part of my brain that handles threat assessment started sending warning signals. I've never been the type to spook easily. I've spent my entire adult life in forests, in wilderness, in situations that would make city people nervous. I've seen bears and handled them without panic. I've dealt with storm warnings and structural dangers and all the various ways that nature can make you aware of your own fragility. But there was something about this person that set my nerves on edge in a way I couldn't quite explain. Instead of continuing toward them, I stopped where I was. They didn't move, just stood there, white clothes nearly glowing in the dimness, watching me. After maybe another 10 seconds of that standoff, I finished my cigarette that I was still holding and stubbed it out against the sole of my boot, the ember dying in the dirt. I held the butt in my hand. I always packed out cigarettes rather than leaving them in the forest. And then I did something I'm not entirely proud of. I turned around and walked back toward the cabin. I told myself it was practical. It was getting dark, and I needed to get back before full night fell. It was a safety issue. You didn't wander around the forest after dark, especially not when you were already on edge. And I told myself that the figure in white probably wasn't a threat, just some person with questionable fashion sense who was hiking through the area. No reason to make a scene about it. But the truth was, I was spooked. There was something in how that person had turned to look at me, in the way they'd just watched me without responding, that had triggered something primal. And I was getting back to civilization, or what passed for it at our ranger station, as fast as I could without actually running. I didn't look back as I walked toward the cabin. I wanted to, more than anything, but I forced myself to keep my eyes forward, to just walk back at a normal pace, to not give any sign that I was rattled. It's a stupid thing, knowing that someone's watching you and forcing yourself not to look back at them. It makes you feel exposed, vulnerable. But I got back to the cabin, stepped inside where Gif was just about to call dinner ready, and I closed the door behind me. For a moment I just stood there, back against the inside of the door. "You okay?" Gif asked, looking up from where he was dishing beans into 2 plates. "Fine," I said. "Just thought I saw something." "Probably nothing." "Bear?" Gif knew I'd check on anything that seemed unusual. "Person," I said. "Hiker, I think. Out in the forest. They might have wandered off trail. I didn't get a good look. We should probably go find them if they're lost." "Not in this light," I said. "If they're still out there in the morning, we can go check. For now, let's eat." They either know what they're doing and will camp somewhere, or they'll realize they're lost and find their way back to the road. Gif nodded and didn't push it. That was one of the good things about working with him. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. We ate dinner as darkness fell outside. I kept thinking about that figure in white, about the way they'd looked at me, about that too smooth gait and the complete lack of supplies. But I didn't say anything more about it. I cleared my plate, helped Gif wash up, and then settled into my bunk with a book I'd been reading. Some thriller I'd picked up on the last supply run that was nothing compared to the actual strangeness that seemed to be developing around us. I didn't sleep well that night, though. Every sound from the forest set me on edge. I kept thinking about that white-clothed figure standing perfectly still in the forest, just watching me. And I kept thinking about how they'd known I was there before I'd called out to them. They'd turned to look at me with a precision that suggested they'd known exactly where I was, not like they'd heard me or caught movement in their peripheral vision, but like they'd sensed me. When dawn finally came and the birds started their morning chorus, I felt relief like I hadn't felt in years. I told Gif about the man in white when I got up and we were having our first coffee of the day. "Guy in white?" Gif asked, raising an eyebrow. "White t-shirt, white shorts, just walking through the forest like he was out for a stroll in a suburb. I saw him around dusk." Gif laughed, a genuine laugh that seemed to break some of the tension I'd built up overnight. "Sounds like some hippie who thought he was going to commune with nature or some shit. Probably spent the last week on a drug binge and decided to find enlightenment in the woods. You know the type." "Probably," I said, feeling some of the dread ease. That explanation made sense, made it rational, made it manageable. He didn't have a pack or any gear. See? Hippie. Probably thought nature would provide or some nonsense. They always figure that out wrong. We'll probably see him wandering out looking for help in a day or two. I wanted to believe that. Giff's explanation was practical and grounded, the kind of assessment a forest ranger would make. I'd seen plenty of unprepared hikers come through, people who thought they could just wander into the wilderness with minimal planning. Some of them turned out fine. Others ended up needing rescue. The guy in white probably fell into that category, except I couldn't quite shake the image of him standing perfectly still in the forest, that too smooth gait. The way his clothes seemed almost luminous in the fading light. But I didn't say any of that to Giff. I just nodded along with his assessment and pushed the thought aside, the way you do with things that don't fit neatly into the rational world you've built for yourself. The way you ignore the small warnings your instincts send you because they don't make sense. It was a mistake. The next morning brought with it a kind of normalcy that I was grateful for. Giff and I went through our routine, perimeter check, breakfast, division of labor for the day. He was heading out for trail maintenance on one of the eastern paths, about 3 miles from the cabin. I was taking the fire watch position up in the tower, a shift that would keep me visible and elevated, able to see the vast majority of the forest we were responsible for. I climbed the tower stairs in the early morning light, each step ringing slightly as my boots hit the metal. The tower was about 60 feet high, and from the platform at the top I could see for miles in every direction. The forest rolled out like a green ocean, with distant peaks visible in the haze on the horizon. It was beautiful in a way that most people would never see, and it was part of why I'd taken this job. The day was clear, which meant it was a relatively easy day for fire watch. I had my binoculars, my radio, a thermos of coffee, and the quiet knowledge that barring an emergency or a visible fire, I'd spend most of the day reading, watching the forest, and listening to the world wake up. By mid-morning, the temperature had climbed into the 80s, and there was a light breeze that moved through the trees in waves. I was maybe halfway through the shift, somewhere around 10 o'clock, when Giff's voice came through the radio. "Base, this is Giff. You copy?" I grabbed the radio from where I'd set it beside me. "Copy. What's up?" "I'm out on the eastern trail, about 2 miles from base. You see anything unusual on your watch this morning?" A spike of something, tension, recognition, unease went through me. Like what? Like a person. Hiker. I raised the binoculars and scanned the eastern portion of the visible forest. Nothing jumped out at me immediately. "Negative. Haven't seen anything. Where are you?" "Coming up on the trail near the old bridge. There's something weird out here." That was unusual phrasing for Giff. He wasn't the type to be vague or dramatic. "What kind of weird?" There was a pause. I could hear the sound of him moving through the forest. The crackle of brush, his breathing slightly elevated. "I'm on a ridge," Giff said finally. "Elevated position, good view of the valley. There's a hiker out there, standing on another ridge about a quarter mile away. Just standing there, not moving, not doing anything, just standing. Probably just taking a break," I said, but my heart was already beating faster. "Resting and enjoying the view. Maybe, but something about it feels off. He's just standing there real still, not shifting his weight, not moving at all." And another pause. "And I think I see white clothes. Looks like maybe a white shirt, white shorts." The binoculars nearly slipped from my hands. "You see that?" Giff asked when I didn't respond immediately. "That's the guy I saw yesterday," I said, "out near the cabin." "Your hippie?" "Same outfit anyway." Through the binoculars I was trying to track the ridge Giff had mentioned, but the angle and distance made it difficult. The forest was dense, and unless something moved or stood out in a major way, you could miss it easily. But I kept looking, sweeping the binoculars across the northeastern section of the visible forest, and then I saw it. White. A patch of white that didn't belong. Standing out against the green and brown of the forest like a sore thumb. "I've got him," I said. "He's still on that ridge." "Yeah. He's been there for at least 5 minutes. Might have been there longer before I noticed him. I didn't see him at first because I was focused on the trail." "Should we go check on him?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Yeah, I think we should. If he's lost, he's going to need help. If he's not lost, he's trespassing without a permit, and we should run him off. Either way, this is our job." He was right. It was literally our job. And it was broad daylight, with 2 of us aware of what was happening. There was no reason not to go check on this person. "Okay, I'm coming down from the tower. I'll head out toward your position." "Copy that. I'm going to move up closer to where he is." see if I can get a better view and maybe get him to respond. I started climbing down from the tower, my mind working through the logistics. It would take me maybe 20 minutes to reach Giff's position if I moved at a good pace. He could probably get closer to the guy in white in that time, or at least figure out exactly where he was. Once I got there, we could approach together, which would be the proper protocol anyway. What I didn't know as I climbed down was that this was going to be the day everything started moving faster. This was going to be the day that the strangeness escalated from a weird sighting to something that demanded explanation. I grabbed my rifle from where it was stored in the cabin we always carried when doing field work, both for safety and protocol, and filled my pack with water, radio, and basic first aid. Then I locked up and headed out in the direction Giff had indicated. The trail was clear and well maintained, one of the routes we'd been working on maintaining. I moved at a fast walk, not quite running but moving with purpose. The forest around me was normal, birds calling, wind in the trees, the sound of my own boots on the ground, and the creak of my pack straps. But underneath that normalcy was a tension that hadn't been there when I'd started my day. I keyed the radio as I walked. Giff, where are you now? Still moving up toward his position. Trail runs along the ridge for another half-mile or so. He's still on that ridge across the valley, still not moving. Can you see him clearly? Clear enough. White clothes, definite white shirt and shorts. Can't see his face from this distance. Build looks male, medium height, maybe a bit tall. Hard to tell exactly. Any sign of a pack? Equipment? Negative. Nothing visible at all. Just a guy standing in the middle of the forest in white clothes with no gear. I kept walking, moving faster now. My mind was cataloging everything, trying to fit this into a rational framework. Hippie, Giff had said. Unprepared hiker, drug addict looking for enlightenment. Those explanations were thin, though. Who hikes in white clothes? Who stands in the middle of the forest with no equipment, no pack, no supplies? And more importantly, why had this same person, these same clothes, appeared in the same area 2 days in a row? I'm about 10 minutes out, I told Giff. Can you get any closer to him? Working on it. The ridge I'm on runs roughly parallel to his. There's a valley between us, and the terrain down is steep. I could work my way down and back up, but it would take a while. Just stay where you are for now. I'm almost there. I picked up my pace further, moving at what was almost a jog now. My breathing was getting heavier, and I was starting to sweat despite the relatively cool air in the forest. Adrenaline. My body knew something was wrong, even if my rational mind was still trying to categorize it as manageable. I crested a rise and saw Giff ahead of me, standing on a ridge with his rifle held loosely, binoculars in his other hand. He was looking out across the valley, his focus fixed on something on the opposite ridge. There, he said, not taking his eyes off where he was looking. He pointed with the binoculars. About 200 yards out, right where that outcropping of rocks is. I brought my own binoculars up and scanned the area he'd indicated. And there he was, the man in white. From this distance, with better light and a clearer view, I could see more details. He was definitely male, definitely wearing white clothes, white t-shirt, white shorts, and as I watched, I realized that I couldn't see his feet clearly enough to determine what he was wearing on them. The colors of his feet didn't seem to match the white of the rest of his clothes, but they didn't look like shoes either. They looked dark, maybe black, but there was something off about the proportions. He stood completely motionless on the ridge, no movement that I could detect, no shifting of weight, no adjusting his clothes or looking around. He was just there, standing, like a statue placed in the middle of the forest. What the hell is that guy doing? Giff muttered. No idea, I said. How long has he been standing there? At least 15 minutes. Probably longer. I wasn't watching the ridge until about 20 minutes ago. I lowered the binoculars and looked at Giff. You think he's sick? Having some kind of medical episode? If he is, we need to get to him. Giff was already moving, starting to work his way down the ridge toward the valley between us and the guy in white. Come on. We moved down the steep terrain as quickly as we safely could, using trees and rocks to steady ourselves, picking our way through the forest with the kind of focus that came from being trained for this kind of rescue operation. It probably took us 15 minutes to descend to the valley floor, and then we had to climb up the opposite ridge. As we climbed, I kept glancing up, trying to keep the man in white in view. He still wasn't moving, still just standing there on the ridge, motionless and somehow terrible in that motionlessness. We were maybe 50 yards away from him when I first realized something was wrong about more than just his stillness. It was his breathing, or rather, the complete absence of any visible breathing. When you climb through a forest, when you exert yourself like that, you're tired, you're breathing heavily. Your body is animated by the effort. This man, standing there in his white clothes, showed no sign of any of that. No heaving chest, no breathing that I could see, even as we got closer. "Hey," Giff called out, his voice cutting through the forest. "You okay?" The man in white didn't move, didn't react, just kept looking in the direction he'd been looking, not toward us, not toward anywhere in particular, just looking. We closed the distance to about 30 yards, and then Giff stopped and held up a hand, indicating I should stop too. Something had changed in his demeanor, a sudden tension that made me alert. "Something's wrong," Giff said quietly. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Just something. Look at him." I looked. The man in white was still motionless, but now that we were closer, something about him seemed almost wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The proportions of his body seemed odd. The way he stood seemed unnatural. And his clothes, that bright white that had seemed almost luminous from a distance, looked somehow flat and wrong up close, like they weren't quite reflecting light the way normal fabric should. "Call out to him again," I said. "See if he responds." "Hello?" Giff called, his voice carrying across the ridge. "We're forest rangers. We need to check on you. Are you okay?" For a moment, nothing. Then, slowly, the man in white turned his head. Not his body, just his head, rotating on his neck until he was looking directly at us. Even from 30 yards away, I could tell that something was fundamentally wrong about his face. I couldn't see his features clearly enough to say exactly what was off. The distance and the light made it hard to make out specifics. But there was a quality to it that sent every warning signal in my body into overdrive. It was like looking at something that was shaped vaguely like a human face but wasn't quite right. Like someone had made a nearly perfect replica but gotten some crucial detail wrong in a way you couldn't quite pinpoint. "Hey," Giff tried again, his voice now carrying an edge of uncertainty. "We need to talk to you." The man in white turned his entire body to face us now, a movement that was too smooth, too coordinated, too wrong. He was still a good distance away, but the way he turned and the way he looked at us made it clear that we now had his full attention, and in that attention, there was something hungry. I can't explain that assessment any better than that, but it's what I felt. It's what my entire body was screaming at me. This thing, this person, this whatever it was interested in us now in a way that was decidedly not benign. "We should go," I said quietly to Giff. "He might be lost. He might need help. Something's not right about him." The man in white started moving. Not toward us, but along the ridge, keeping the same distance but repositioning himself to maintain line of sight. "Let's move," Giff said, and this time there was no argument in his tone. Whatever I'd felt, he felt it too. We turned and started back down the ridge, moving faster than was safe on the steep terrain. I kept glancing back, unable to shake the need to know where he was, what he was doing. The man in white had stopped moving and was just watching us go. That same eerie stillness, that same sense of patient observation. We reached the valley and started climbing back up toward the ridge we'd come from. And it was only when we crested the other side that I finally felt something like safety. We sat for a moment, both of us breathing hard, processing what had just happened. "What the hell was that?" Giff said. "I don't know," I admitted. "That wasn't a normal person." "No," I said. It wasn't. We sat there for a while, catching our breath, not talking, just letting the weight of what we'd experienced settle on us. The man in white didn't follow, didn't try to approach. He was still on his ridge, still just watching, still impossibly still. By the time we made our way back to the cabin, taking an indirect route because neither of us wanted to be out in the forest as darkness fell, the sun was already low on the horizon. We moved with efficiency, and we didn't talk much. Once inside the cabin with the doors locked, something we normally didn't do, because who locks doors in the middle of a national forest, Giff turned to me. "That thing could move," he said. "The way it moved to keep us in sight, that wasn't natural." "No," I said. "It wasn't." "Do you think?" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Do you think it's the same thing? Like, actually the same thing? Or just coincidence?" "I think we saw the same guy," I said. "Same outfit, same presence. If it was two different people both wearing white in the middle of the forest, that's a bigger coincidence than I'm comfortable with. Giff nodded and was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "If that guy moved down from that ridge as fast as he could, how long do you think it would take him to get here?" I didn't want to answer that question, but I did, because the answer mattered. If he ran, if he knew the terrain and he ran as fast as he could, staying on something approximating a path, maybe 30 minutes, maybe less. "We should be careful tonight," Giff said. "Yeah," I agreed. "We should be." We ate dinner in near silence, both of us keeping an ear out for sounds from the forest. Nothing came but the normal evening sounds, birds settling, wind, the general ambient noise of the wilderness. But underneath all that, there was a tension that hadn't been there before. We'd seen something that we couldn't explain or rationalize or fit into the normal world we inhabited. We'd felt the threat of it, even if we couldn't articulate why it felt threatening. That night, neither of us slept much. We sat in the cabin with the lights on, the radio checked, our rifles nearby. We told ourselves it was precaution. We told ourselves it was practical. But the truth was, we were spooked. And for the first time since I'd been stationed at Deep Creek, I felt like the forest outside wasn't just wild and untamed, but actively hostile. The man in white didn't come that night. He didn't come the night after that either. The days settled into an uneasy routine where we went about our jobs, but with a constant alertness that we hadn't required before. We didn't talk much about the man in white. There was an unspoken agreement between us that something was happening that we didn't understand and couldn't explain, and that talking about it too much would only increase the sense of unreality. 3 days passed. 3 days of normal work, normal patrols, normal routine, all of it underscored by the knowledge that something was out there, something that could move fast, something that didn't follow normal human patterns of behavior. And then, on the third night, we got the call we weren't expecting. The night had been clear and cool, the kind of night where you could see stars if you got far enough from the cabin. I'd already done my evening smoke, earlier than usual because I was restless, and I'd settled into my bunk with a book that I wasn't really reading. Giff was at the table doing some maintenance work on his rifle, the methodical process of cleaning and checking that he did regularly. Around 11 o'clock, I was just about ready to turn in when I heard it. At first I thought it was an animal, a deer maybe, or some kind of predator call. But as it continued, cutting through the night air, I realized it was human. It was a scream. Not a shout or a yell, but a genuine scream of distress or pain or terror. I was out of my bunk and putting on my boots before my brain had fully caught up with what I was doing. Giff was already standing, his rifle in hand, having gotten to him before I had. The scream echoed through the forest again, and this time I could pin down a direction. Roughly southeast of the cabin, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. "Get the radio and stay here," Giff said, his voice tight. "If something happens, call it in." "Like hell," I said. "I'm coming with you. If you come, we need to move fast and be ready for anything." "That's exactly why I'm coming." I grabbed my rifle and a flashlight, checking quickly that I had ammunition and that the rifle was ready. Giff was already at the door, and I followed him out into the night. The darkness outside was profound. The stars were bright, but they didn't illuminate the ground the way a moon would. We had to rely on our flashlights, twin beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the forest in that way that makes everything look more alien and terrifying than it would in daylight. The scream came again, and we moved toward it, moving fast but trying not to make too much noise. We'd covered maybe 200 yards when we heard a response. "Help!" someone called out, their voice raw with pain. "Please, help me." We moved faster, pushing through brush and small trees, the beams of our flashlights bouncing ahead of us. Whoever this was, they were in trouble. The tone of the call, the desperation in it, made it clear. "We're coming," Giff called out. "Keep calling so we can find you. Help, please, someone help me." We pushed through a stand of smaller trees and came upon him. He was lying on his back in a small clearing, and in the beam of our flashlights, I could see that something terrible had happened to him. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Then it did, and the horror of it hit me like a physical impact. His right leg was missing. Not injured, not torn up or mangled, missing. Just below the knee, the limb ended in a stump that was still bleeding, blood pooling around him on the ground, mixing with the leaf litter and dirt. "My leg," he screamed when he saw us. My leg, I can't feel my leg." He was in shock, his voice pitched high and panicked. He was pale, almost white in the beam of the flashlight, his eyes wide and wild with pain and fear. "I've got him," Giff said. and he was already moving toward the injured man. Keep your light on him. Stay alert. I kept the beam of my flashlight on the hiker while Giff dropped to his knees beside him. The guy's pack was a few feet away, having been thrown clear or dropped during whatever had happened. But the leg, the severed leg, was nowhere to be seen. What happened? I asked, scanning the darkness around us, acutely aware that whatever had done this could still be out here. What took your leg off? I don't know, the hiker gasped, his voice shaking. I don't know. Something hit me. Something came out of nowhere. Giff was already working on him with his hands, using his own belt to create a tourniquet around the stump, working quickly and efficiently. Get my pack, he said to me. There's a first aid kit in there. We need to get him stabilized. I grabbed Giff's pack and brought it to him, keeping one eye on the forest around us. The darkness pressed in at the edge of our flashlight beams, and every sound seemed threatening now. The wind in the trees sounded like something moving. The cracking of a branch 20 yards away made my heart jump. How long were you lying here? I asked the hiker, partly to keep him alert and talking, partly to gather information about what we might be dealing with. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer. I lost track. It was so fast, it just came at me so fast. What came at you? Giff asked, his voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. What did you see? I didn't see anything, just felt the impact, and then the pain. I looked down and it was just gone. I was scanning the trees with my flashlight, the beam inadequate to really see more than about 30 yards in any direction. My rifle was held loosely in one hand, the other gripping the flashlight. My heart was racing, every nerve alert to the possibility that we were standing over a victim of something that was still nearby, still hunting. Is it still out there? The hiker asked, his voice thin and desperate. Is it coming back? We're going to get you out of here, Giff said. I'm going to do my tourniquet now. This is going to hurt, but I need you to stay conscious and try to stay still. The hiker screamed as Giff tightened the tourniquet, a sound of pure pain that echoed through the forest. I found myself looking back over my shoulder, into the darkness, expecting something to step out of the shadows. Nothing did, but the expectation, the tension of it was almost worse. Base, this is Rangers 1 and 2, I said into my radio, my voice tight. We have a medical emergency at approximately quarter-mile southeast of the station. One male, significant laceration and amputation of right leg below knee. We need a medical evac, code red. There was a pause, and then a voice came back. Copy, Rangers 1 and 2. We're alerting dispatch now for air evacuation. Hold for 10 minutes while we get them in the air. Can you stabilize the patient? Affirmative, I said. Patient is stabilized with tourniquet and in shock. We need that helicopter fast. Roger that. Stand by. Giff had gotten the tourniquet tightened and had moved on to wrapping the stump with bandages from the first aid kit, working with practiced efficiency despite the blood and the trauma. The hiker was sobbing now, a sound that was almost more distressing than the screaming had been. You're going to be okay, Giff said, his voice calm and professional. You're hurt bad, but we got you, and we're getting you to a hospital. Hang in there. What was it? The hiker kept asking. What was it that hit me? What could take a leg off like that? I didn't answer because I didn't know. But I was thinking about the man in white. I was thinking about how fast he'd moved along that ridge to keep us in sight. I was thinking about the impossible speed that would be required to cover the distance from where we'd seen him to here in the 3 days since we'd encountered him. Did you see anyone else out here? I asked the hiker. Before you got hit? Any people on the trail? No. I was hiking alone. I was looking for a campsite. I lost the trail, I think. It got dark and I was trying to find a good spot before it got too late. That's when it happened. Did you see anyone in white clothes? I asked, and I felt Giff look at me sharply. Before the impact, white clothes? No, I didn't see anyone. Just nothing, and then the pain. We waited in that forest clearing for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 15 minutes. The sound of the helicopter, when it came, was almost a relief. The distant thump of rotors becoming louder and closer. The hiker had started to slip into deeper shock, his voice becoming quieter, his responses slower. Stay with me, Giff told him, checking his pulse. The helicopter's coming. They're going to take you to a hospital. The helicopter crested the trees, its searchlight turning night into day, blinding in its intensity. We waved our flashlights at it, and it adjusted its angle to hover over the clearing. The noise was deafening, the wind from the rotors bending the trees, kicking up debris. The paramedics descended on a rope, 2 of them in bright orange suits, moving fast and professional. We briefed them quickly. Amputation below the knee, tourniquet already applied, patient in shock, bleeding controlled. We found him 15 minutes ago. They took over immediately, one of them checking Giff's work and nodding approvingly, the other getting an oar established. They moved with the kind of practiced efficiency that you get from dealing with trauma, and within a few minutes, they had the hiker on a stretcher and hauling him up into the helicopter. "You Rangers did good work," the lead paramedic said, giving Giff a thumbs up before taking the stretcher up to the helicopter. That tourniquet probably saved his life. The helicopter lifted away, the sound and wind and light disappearing as it rose back toward the sky, carrying the injured hiker toward medical care and survival. Giff and I stood alone in the suddenly quiet and dark clearing, our flashlights inadequate against the returned darkness. "We need to search for the leg," Giff said. "We need to find it." "Why?" I asked. "He's gone. He's going to live. What does the leg matter now?" "Because something took it off," Giff said. "And I want to know what, and I want to know where it is." We searched the clearing and the surrounding area for maybe 20 minutes, but we found nothing. No sign of the severed leg, no sign of the creature or person that had taken it. Nothing but blood and disturbed earth and the lingering sense of violation. Finally, Giff called it off. "It's dark, we're not going to find anything, and whatever did this could still be out here. We need to get back to the cabin." We moved back through the forest, moving carefully, but moving with purpose. Every shadow seemed to hide threats now. Every sound was something to be alert about. When we finally reached the cabin and got inside, locking the door behind us, I felt a profound sense of relief, even though I knew that a locked door wouldn't stop whatever had taken that man's leg. That night, like the night after we'd seen the man in white, neither of us slept. We sat in the cabin with lights on, both of us armed, both of us listening to the sounds of the forest. We didn't talk much. There wasn't much to say, but in the morning, when dispatch called to ask what had happened and to let us know that the hiker had made it to surgery and was going to pull through, one of the first things Giff asked was whether the hiker had said anything else, any detail that might help us understand what had attacked him. The dispatcher said the hiker was heavily medicated and sedated, but he'd been asking questions about whether they'd found the thing that attacked him. He'd been asking if there was someone they could warn about it, some way to tell other hikers. And later that day, when local law enforcement showed up to begin investigating, we told them about the man in white. We described him, his odd behavior, his impossible speed, his wrong proportions and movements. The sheriff's deputy we spoke to listened to our story with the kind of polite skepticism that law enforcement gives to things that don't fit into normal categories. He took our statement, and he assured us they'd look into it. But I could tell he thought we were looking for something to blame for an incident that was more easily explained as an animal attack. "Mountain lion or a bear," he said. "That's what we're thinking. Sometimes they get territorial or aggressive. Take a limb right off if they're big enough and hit with enough force." "I've worked this forest for 5 years," I said. "I've never seen a mountain lion. We don't get mountain lions in this area." "Don't have to be local," the deputy said. "Could be transient. Regardless, animals do what animals do. That's the simplest explanation." It wasn't the simplest explanation, not when you factored in the man in white. But I didn't push it. I could see in the deputy's face that he wasn't going to believe us, and arguing about it wasn't going to change anything. He and his partner searched the area where we'd found the hiker, but they found no evidence of what had done the damage. No paw prints that matched anything known, no hair samples, no teeth marks that corresponded to any known animal. The whole investigation seemed to end with a kind of frustrated shrug, the conclusion being that it was probably an animal attack, probably a predator that had been scared off by our arrival, and probably not something that would happen again. But Giff and I knew better. We knew because we'd seen the thing that had done it. We knew because we'd looked into its face and felt the wrongness of it. We just couldn't prove it, and we couldn't articulate it. And the official investigation didn't give us any outlet for those truths. The week after the hiker's attack, the forest felt different. It wasn't just that we were more alert, though we were, constantly scanning the forest around us, paying attention to every movement and sound. It was something deeper than that. It was like the forest itself had been contaminated by what had happened, like the violence done to that hiker had somehow poisoned the ecosystem. We continued our patrols, but we did them differently now. We moved together most of the time, rather than splitting up. We carried our rifles more openly, and we kept detailed logs of anything unusual that we observed. On the 4th day after the attack, I was at the fire tower doing watch when I saw movement at the edge of the northern forest, far in the distance. Through the binoculars, I could make out a white figure. It could have been the man in white. It was too far away for me to be certain, but the clothing was definitely white, and the way it moved was wrong in that particular way. I called it in to GIF over the radio. Northeast quadrant, about a mile and a half out. Possible contact with the white subject. Can you see it clearly? GIF asked. Not clearly enough. But it's white clothes, and it's moving in a way that's not normal. There was a pause. Stay on watch. I'm going to move into position to see if I can get a better angle. By the time GIF got into a position where he could see what I was seeing, the white figure had disappeared into the deeper forest. But we both knew it had been there, and we both knew what that meant. The man in white was still in the area. He hadn't left. He hadn't moved on. He was still watching. The psychological weight of that knowledge was significant. We'd been holding on to a hope, even if we didn't articulate it, that the hiker had been attacked by something passing through, something that had moved on after the attack. But the presence of the man in white suggested otherwise. It suggested that whatever had taken that hiker's leg was still local, still hunting, still out there. Over the next few days, we started investigating on our own, independent of the official channels that didn't seem to be taking the threat seriously. We went back to where we'd found the hiker and did a more thorough search of the area, looking for anything that might give us a clue about what we were dealing with. What we found were anomalies. Not evidence in the traditional sense, but things that didn't fit. Strange markings on trees that didn't look like bear scratches or any other animal marking. A patch of earth that looked like something had been dragged across it, but the marks weren't consistent with human or animal movement. A scent that neither of us could identify, something sickly sweet and rotten all at once, like meat left out in the summer heat combined with something else. Something wrong. We also found tracks, or rather we found the impressions of something that had been standing in the clearing where we'd found the hiker. The prints were bare feet, I thought at first, but they were wrong. The spacing was off. The depth of the impression was inconsistent in a way that suggested whatever had made them didn't have normal weight distribution. What the hell could make tracks like that? GIF asked, studying them with the intensity of someone trying to solve a puzzle that had no solution. I don't know, I said. Nothing I can think of. We photographed the tracks with our patrol camera, documenting them as best we could. Later, when we sent the photos in as part of a follow-up report to the investigation, we never heard back. The detective in charge called it interesting but ambiguous, and suggested it might be bear tracks distorted by the uneven ground. We both knew better. By the second week after the attack, we'd fallen into a pattern of hypervigilance that was starting to wear on both of us. Sleep had become something that happened in fragments, interrupted by sudden alertness or the conviction that something was moving outside the cabin. GIF had developed a tremor in his hands that appeared when he was concentrating on something. I found myself starting at sounds and having trouble focusing on anything for more than a few minutes at a time, and the man in white was still out there. We'd catch glimpses of him maybe once every 2 or 3 days, always in the distance, always where we could see him but not reach him, always watching. It was during one of these sightings, about 10 days after the hiker's attack, that GIF said something that crystallized my own fears into words. We were at the cabin, evening time, both of us exhausted from a day of patrols that had yielded nothing but increasing unease. GIF was sitting at the table with a map of our jurisdiction spread out in front of him, marking the locations where we'd seen the man in white or found the anomalous signs. "This is territorial," he said quietly. "Look at the pattern. All of these sightings are along the perimeter of the forest near the station. He's not moving randomly. He's not wandering through. He's marking a territory, and we're in the center of it." I looked at the map, at the marks GIF had made. He was right. The sightings were concentrated in a rough circle around our cabin, the attacks at the edges of that circle. "So what does that mean?" I asked, even though I suspected I knew the answer. "It means we're not safe here," GIF said. "It means that whatever that thing is, it's made this area its hunting ground. And we're in the middle of it." The implications of that statement hung between us, heavy and terrible. "We could leave," I said. "Request a transfer, get out of Deep Creek." "And go where?" GIF asked. "We can't explain why we're leaving. We can't warn other rangers because nobody believes us. We just leave, and the next pair of rangers that comes to this station is going to walk into the same thing we walked into, and they might not be as lucky." He was right. And worse, I could feel the obligation settling on me like a weight. We were rangers. This was our assignment. Our responsibility was to protect this forest and the people who used it. Walking away felt like a betrayal of that responsibility, even if the threat we were being asked to confront was something that existing protocols and procedures didn't equip us to handle. "So what do we do?" I asked. Gif was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know yet, but I know we need to figure out what that thing is. And I think the way to do that is to look at the history of this place." The next day, Gif made a call to the ranger station about 40 miles away, telling them he was interested in the history of Deep Creek and asking if they had any records or archives that might shed light on unusual incidents or patterns in the area. It was a reasonable request, the kind of thing a ranger might ask about out of professional curiosity. What we got back, 3 days later via courier, was a box of files that went back about 70 years. There were incident reports, patrol logs, maintenance records, and in one of the older folders, something that made both of us go very still. It was a report from 1952, filed by a ranger named Morrison, about an unusual encounter in the Deep Creek forest. The report detailed the discovery of a hiker who had been severely mauled, with injuries that the ranger described as inconsistent with any known animal. The hiker had survived, but had been left with permanent psychological trauma. The report concluded that it was likely a mountain lion, though the ranger noted that he'd never encountered such an animal in the area in his 15 years of service. But that wasn't the part that got our attention. In a follow-up note, added to the file years later by someone else, was a brief mention of a pale figure in white observed in the area prior to the attack, seen moving with unusual speed and gait. We looked at each other across the table where we'd laid out the file. "Same thing," Gif said. 70 years ago. Same forest, same type of attack, same witness account of a figure in white." "It can't be the same thing," I said, even as I knew how irrational that statement was. "That's impossible." "Is it?" Gif asked. "More impossible than something that moves as fast as a jackrabbit and takes limbs off clean? More impossible than something that doesn't seem to have normal proportions or the ability to breathe? We're past the point where we get to decide what's possible, I think." I pulled the file toward me and scanned through the rest of it. The rest of the report was sparse, but it mentioned that rangers at the time had attempted to track the creature or animal responsible for the attack but had been unsuccessful. They'd organized patrols and increased vigilance, but the creature had simply disappeared. It hadn't been seen again, according to the report, and no other attacks were recorded, until now. Over the next few weeks, Gif and I spent our off hours digging through the historical records we'd been given, looking for any other incidents that might match the pattern. And we found them. A report from 1974 about an injured hiker with mysterious wounds. A note from 1988 about rangers spotting an unusual figure in white moving through the forest with inexplicable speed. References to increased wildlife mortality in certain years with no clear cause. The pattern was there. We could see it, laid out in the official reports of people before us who had also encountered something they couldn't quite categorize or explain. And the pattern suggested a cycle. Something that happened roughly every 15 to 20 years. Something that appeared, killed or attacked, and then disappeared. And if that pattern held, we were right in the middle of its active period. "It's coming back," Gif said one night, after we'd spent hours poring over the files. "Not randomly. It comes back on some kind of cycle, appears for a season, and then retreats. We're in one of those seasons now. The question is what triggers it," I said. "What brings it here? What makes it active now and dormant then?" Gif had a theory about that too. He'd been looking at dates, correlating them with seasonal patterns, weather patterns, migration patterns of various animals. His theory was that the creature was tied to the deep forest in some way, to the wild places, and that it emerged when those places were under stress or when they needed some kind of correction. But it was just a theory, and the file didn't give us enough information to confirm or deny it. What we did know was that we were in the vulnerable part of the cycle, the active part, and that we needed to be ready for whatever came next. And more importantly, we needed to figure out how to either contain the threat or drive it out. The problem was that nobody else believed us, and without belief, without support, we were on our own. By the third week after the hiker's attack, the forest around the cabin had taken on a quality that I could only describe as haunted. It wasn't anything that changed overnight or that you could point to as a specific visual alteration. Rather, it was a gradual degradation of the sense of safety that had defined Deep Creek before the man in white appeared. The normal sounds of the forest had changed too, or rather other sounds had been added to them. At night we'd hear things moving through the trees that didn't follow normal animal patterns. Crashing sounds that seemed too deliberate, too purposeful. Vocalizations that I couldn't identify, not quite howls, not quite anything I'd ever heard before. sounds that would start and then suddenly stop, leaving a void in the night that felt more terrifying than the noise had been. I'd started keeping a journal of these incidents, documenting them with times and descriptions. Not because I thought it would help solve anything, but because the act of recording them seemed to make them feel more real, more concrete, less like hallucinations brought on by paranoia and exhaustion. Example entry from July 23rd, 2300 hours. Heard heavy movement through forest, southeast of cabin. Sounded like something large, moving fast. Lasted approximately 4 minutes, then ceased abruptly. No response to shouts or flares. GIF is sleeping. Didn't wake him. No follow-up encounter. The entries grew more detailed and more frequent as the days passed. 0230 hours. Woke to scratching sound on exterior of cabin, east wall. Retrieved rifle. Checked outside with flashlight. Nothing visible. Found 3 deep gouges in the wooden shingles, approximately 7 feet off ground. Gouges are clean and precise, not consistent with bear or deer rubbing. Woke GIF. He saw the marks. We both felt observed throughout the night. No additional incidents. 1430 hours. Spotted white figure approximately 2 miles northeast while at fire tower. Watched it for approximately 6 minutes while it moved along tree line. Movement was too fast for normal human speed. Covered perhaps 400 yards in the time I was watching. Attempted to radio GIF but couldn't raise him on the channel. Figure disappeared into dense forest before I could get additional details. GIF reported later that his radio had stopped working for approximately 10 minutes during the same time period. Coincidence? The strange occurrences weren't limited to sightings of the man in white. We started noticing other things, animals behaving strangely, a doe that appeared at the cabin 3 days in a row, standing perfectly still at the edge of the clearing for hours before wandering off. Birds that would gather in large silent flocks on the roof of the cabin, their presence somehow oppressive despite their size. Insects that seemed more aggressive than they should be, attacking us during our patrols, leaving bites that itched for days and turned into infected welts. And we found more evidence of things in the forest that didn't follow normal patterns. Prints that didn't match anything we could identify. Scat from animals that shouldn't exist in this ecosystem. A deer carcass, partially eaten but arranged in a way that didn't suggest normal predation patterns. The animal's legs were positioned as if they'd been deliberately placed that way. "It's toying with us," GIF said one morning, after we'd found another inexplicable mark on the cabin's exterior. This time a handprint, a human-sized hand with fingers that were too long, left in a substance that looked like blood but wasn't quite red enough to be blood. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I knew exactly what he meant. "It's not hunting us. Not yet. It's showing us what it can do. It's leaving signs. It's playing with us, seeing how we react." I didn't like that assessment, and I said so. But GIF was right, and I knew it. The creature, for lack of a better term, was aware of us, and was deliberately showing us that it was aware. It was asserting dominance over its territory. It was making us understand, through a steady accumulation of small violations, that the cabin and the forest around it belonged to it, not to us. The psychological toll of this was significant. Sleep became harder and harder to achieve. GIF developed what looked like the early stages of a stress rash, red patches appearing on his neck and arms. I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my own heartbeat and breathing, certain that every little sensation meant something was about to happen. And then there was the incident with the radio. It happened on a Tuesday, around midday. I was at the fire tower, doing watch, when my radio stopped working. Not gradually, not with static or feedback or any of the normal signs of technical difficulty. One moment, clear reception. The next moment, nothing. Dead air. When I tried to transmit, I heard nothing. The radio simply didn't work. I waited about 20 minutes, and then it came back online as suddenly as it had gone off. The moment it reconnected, I heard GIF's voice, slightly panicked. "Base, do you copy?" "Copy," I responded. "I lost comms about 20 minutes ago." "Yeah, I lost it too, about 15 minutes ago. Was about to head out to the tower to check on you. Thought maybe something happened." "Where were you when you lost it?" I asked. There was a pause. "In the cabin. Just sitting there, eating lunch, and the radio went dead, and I heard..." He trailed off. "You heard what?" I pressed. "I heard something outside the cabin, or I thought I did. Something was moving around the building. When the radio came back and I went to check, there was nothing. No tracks, no sign of anything. But I heard it." That night we made a decision. We were going to try to confront the thing directly. It wasn't a rational decision. It was born out of desperation and the knowledge that we were losing our minds waiting for the next violation, the next demonstration of the creature's power. If we could see it face to face, in daylight, with our weapons and our skills, maybe we could drive it off. Maybe we could establish that the cabin and the immediate surroundings were off limits, or maybe we'd die trying. But at that point, there was a part of me that thought that might be preferable to the slow erosion of sanity that came from constant vigilance and unavoidable defeat. We planned it for the next morning. Gif would head out into the forest and attempt to draw the creature out through the territories where we'd seen it before. I would set up in a position where I'd have a clear shot at it if it appeared, using the knowledge from the fire tower about how things moved through the forest in this area. What we didn't anticipate was the forest's response. We started before dawn, moving into position, trying to remain unseen and unheard. Gif was moving toward the eastern territories where we'd encountered the man in white before, calling out at intervals, trying to provoke a reaction. I was positioning myself on a ridge with a clear view of the valley below. As we were moving into position, the forest began to change. The light took on an odd quality, a greenish tint that seemed wrong. The air grew thick and cold despite the early morning temperature being in the 50s. And the sounds, the normal bird calls and rustling of the forest, began to intensify, then to distort, becoming almost like a chorus of voices, like something was amplifying all the natural sounds of the forest and filtering them through something inhuman. Gif's voice crackled on the radio. "Do you hear that?" "Yeah," I said. "What the hell is it?" "I don't know. I'm about half a mile northeast of the cabin. The forest is... something's wrong with it." As I was listening to him, I caught movement at the edge of my vision. There, on a ridge about 400 yards away, was the man in white. But he wasn't alone. There were others. I could see at least 3 more figures, all in white, all moving with that wrong, smooth gait that made my skin crawl. They moved in synchronization, like they were connected to each other, moving as a single organism rather than as individual units. "Gif," I said into the radio. "Contact, multiple hostiles northeast of your position. At least 4, possibly more." "I see them," Gif said, and there was fear in his voice. "Jesus Christ, there's more than one. They're moving." The transmission dissolved into static. "Gif?" I called. "Gif, do you copy?" Nothing. I was already moving, abandoning my position on the ridge, and starting toward where I'd last heard Gif. My rifle was up, my finger on the trigger guard, ready to move to the trigger if I needed to. The forest around me seemed to be pressing in, the light still that sickly green, the ambient sound still that distorted chorus of voices. I crested a rise and saw Gif in the distance, about 300 yards away, and surrounding him, closing in, were the white figures. They moved with purpose now, converging on him in a way that was unmistakably predatory. Gif was moving backward, his rifle up, and I could see him trying to communicate, but the radio was still not working on my end. I could hear him, but just barely, his words distorted and fragmented. I started running toward him, moving as fast as I could through the rough terrain. The white figures didn't seem to notice me. All their attention was focused on Gif. He fired his rifle. I could hear the crack of the shot echoing through the forest, and one of the figures went down, dropping as if its strings had been cut. But there were more. There were more than I'd initially seen. They seemed to materialize out of the forest, moving from the deeper trees toward Gif in a coordinated advance. I was maybe 100 yards away when the lead figure lunged at Gif. Later I could never quite explain what I saw in that moment. The white figure moved so fast that it was almost a blur, and Gif tried to react, but he was too slow, and they collided, and Gif went down. I fired. The shot was a clean hit, I thought, but the white figure didn't stop. Didn't fall, didn't react to being shot the way anything living should react. It just kept moving, just kept pursuing, just kept being. I fired again, and this time I heard something like a shriek, a sound that didn't seem like it should be able to come from anything physical. The figure in white turned toward me, and for the first time, I got a good look at its face. It was wrong. That was the only way to describe it. The proportions were almost human, but not quite, like someone had constructed a face that was designed to mimic humanity, but had gotten some crucial element wrong. The features were too smooth, too symmetrical, the skin too pale, the eyes too dark, and it was looking at me with an intensity that suggested not just hunger, but something deeper, something that wanted more than just my flesh. I fired again, and the thing shrieked that terrible sound again, and then it was moving toward me. Moving at that impossible speed, and Gif was shouting something, but I couldn't hear him over the roar of it. and I was backing up and raising my rifle, and Giff tackled me from the side. We went down together, rolling through the underbrush, and the white figure crashed into a tree where I'd been standing a moment before, the impact splintering wood and sending splinters flying. There was an impact on my shoulder that sent pain radiating down my arm, and I realized I'd been hit by something. "Run!" Giff screamed, and he was bleeding from his side, blood seeping through his shirt, but he was grabbing my collar and pulling me up. We ran. We ran through the forest, crashing through brush and trees, the sound of pursuit behind us but also seeming to come from all directions. The green tint to the light intensified until the forest felt like we were moving through some alien landscape, and the sound of the forest became a roar, every animal call and sound magnified and distorted until it was like the forest itself was screaming. And then, suddenly, we burst out of the forest line near the cabin. The normal light of the morning hit us like a physical impact, and the sound immediately returned to normal. Just the ambient sounds of a forest, nothing more. We staggered toward the cabin, Giff blood-soaked and limping, me with a burning sensation in my shoulder. Behind us, at the tree line, were the figures in white, and they stopped. They didn't pursue us out of the forest. They just stood there, watching, like they were respecting some kind of boundary. We made it to the cabin and got inside and locked the door. It took us 10 minutes to realize we were hyperventilating, another 10 minutes to assess the damage. Giff had a deep laceration on his left side that needed immediate attention. I had a puncture wound on my shoulder that looked like it had been caused by something with claws or teeth, something that had aimed for me and caught fabric and skin but not whatever vital organs might have been its target. We treated ourselves as best we could with the first aid kit, bandaging wounds and trying not to think about what we'd just seen. The man in white, the leader of the group or the original of the group, I still don't know which, had never appeared during the confrontation. We'd fought his followers, or his pack, or his children, or whatever they were, and we'd barely escaped. That night, as we sat in the cabin with every light on and both of us armed, Giff said something quiet and terrible. "They're not just here to hunt random hikers." "What do you mean?" I asked, though I was afraid I knew the answer. "I mean they're here for us now. I mean this has stopped being about some creature passing through and started being about something focused on us specifically." He was right. And in that moment I understood that we had made a terrible mistake by trying to confront the creatures. We'd revealed ourselves as a threat, and now we were the hunted. And the creatures, or the creature, or whatever it was that commanded them, it knew where we lived. It knew we were here, and we had nothing that could stop it. We called for an immediate transfer out of Deep Creek the next morning. When we contacted the district ranger office, we told them that there had been an accident, that Giff had been injured, and that we both needed extraction. We didn't mention the confrontation in the forest. We didn't mention the creatures in white. We didn't mention anything that would sound insane to anyone who hadn't experienced it themselves. The response was slow. There were procedures, protocols, paperwork. We were told that a replacement team could be sent out to relieve us, but it would take at least a week or two to arrange. Could we hold the station until then? The answer, Giff and I both understood, was that we couldn't, and we weren't going to try. We packed what we could carry in backpacks and prepared to leave. We made the call to abandon our post, to walk away from our responsibilities, to turn our backs on the assignment we'd been given. It wasn't a decision we made lightly, but it was one we made with the knowledge that staying meant death. The next morning, at dawn, we started walking out. The trail to the nearest ranger station was about 40 miles through the forest. It would take us probably 3 days of hard walking. We were moving with as much speed as we could manage, given Giff's injury and my shoulder wound. Both of us were exhausted, traumatized, running on adrenaline and the raw will to survive. For the first 2 miles, the forest seemed normal. Birds singing, light filtering through the trees, the kind of beautiful wilderness that had drawn me to this job in the first place. And then, around the 3-mile mark, it started again. The light took on that greenish tint. The sound of the forest intensified and distorted, and figures began to appear, moving through the trees parallel to us. We walked faster. We didn't run because we were already exhausted, and if we ran, we'd exhaust ourselves to the point of uselessness. But we moved with urgent purpose, and the white figures moved with us, keeping pace, never getting closer but never falling away either. We walked for 8 hours straight before stopping, and the figures remained visible for all of it, maintaining their distance, their presence a constant reminder that they were still interested in us. That night, we made camp in a small clearing, building a fire and taking turns keeping watch. The figures didn't approach, didn't try to attack, they just watched. They sat at the edges of our firelight and they watched. "This is psychological," Giff said, his voice low. "They're not going to kill us on the trail. They want us to leave. They want us terrified." "Mission accomplished," I said. "No," Giff said. "I mean, they want us to leave, but they don't want us dead. They want us scared. They want us to carry the knowledge of what's out there back to civilization. They want people to know that Deep Creek is their territory." It was a chilling theory, and I suspected he was right. A creature or a being that was older than human law, older than human civilization, taking back its territory from the humans who had tried to manage it with paperwork and patrols and fire watches. The next day and a half was a nightmare of walking through increasingly hostile forest with invisible observers tracking our every move. The figures in white would occasionally move closer, sometimes close enough that I could see details of their wrong faces and inhuman proportions. But they never attacked, never tried to touch us, just moved with us, a terrible escort leading us out of their domain. By the time we stumbled into the ranger station 40 miles away, both of us were running on empty. Giff's wound had gotten infected despite our attempts at field treatment. I had a fever from the puncture wound on my shoulder, and we were both showing signs of what could charitably be called a psychological break. The rangers at that station took one look at us and immediately got us medical attention. We were airlifted to a hospital where we spent 2 weeks receiving treatment for our physical injuries. During that time, we were interviewed by county law enforcement, by Park Service officials, and by a few other people whose affiliation was less clear. We told them everything. We told them about the man in white. We told them about the sightings and the confrontation in the forest. We showed them our photographs and our journals. We told them about the historical records we'd found, showing a pattern of similar incidents going back decades. The response was what I might have expected. Polite skepticism mixed with genuine concern for our mental well-being. We were offered counseling. We were told that our injuries had been significant and that traumatic events can affect perception and memory. We were assured that a full investigation would be conducted at Deep Creek, though we both knew that investigation would find nothing. How could it find anything when the creature only existed in those deep forests, when it respected the boundary of that specific territory? By the time we were released from the hospital, we'd both been reassigned. I was sent to a station in the Midwest, far from the Appalachian forests. Giff took a desk job with the Ranger Service Administration, moving away from field work entirely. Neither of us wanted to talk about Deep Creek. Neither of us wanted to discuss what we'd experienced. But I know it's true. Every year since then, I've wondered if there have been other incidents at Deep Creek. I've searched ranger reports and news articles, looking for mentions of unusual animal attacks or missing hikers, and there's not much, because most of these incidents don't make the news. But the ones that do, they always have the same pattern: an injury that doesn't match any known predator, a survivor with a story that doesn't quite make sense, an investigation that concludes with probable animal attack as a catch-all explanation. And sometimes when I'm at a fire tower doing watch and I see movement in the distance that's too coordinated to be natural, too smooth to be human, I remember the forest at Deep Creek. I remember the way it felt to be hunted by something that existed outside of normal categories. I remember the feeling of being outmatched and outmaneuvered by something that had been there before humans came to that forest, and that will be there long after we're gone. I never found out what happened to the hiker whose leg was taken. I assume he lived because he was evacuated in time. I assume he recovered, though the trauma of the attack and the mystery of what caused it must have weighed on him. I assume he probably had his own nightmares about what had happened to him in those woods. And I assume that, like Giff and me, he probably learned to live with the knowledge that there are things in the deep forests that don't follow the rules we've established for the world. Things that exist in the wild places we've tried to tame and classify. Things that remind us, sometimes with violence, that we're not actually in control of nature. Nature is in control of us, and sometimes it chooses to show us that control. If you ever find yourself hiking in those Appalachian forests, in those deep places where the trees grow thick and the trails are narrow and the civilization is far away, and you see a figure in white clothing moving through the trees with too smooth a gait, with proportions that are just slightly wrong, with an emptiness in its face that suggests it's not quite human, my advice to you is simple. Don't approach it. Don't try to help it. Don't try to communicate with it. Just keep walking and don't look back. Because that forest belongs to something older than we are, something that was there before we arrived, and something that will still be there long after we've moved on. Giff and I escaped Deep Creek with our lives, but we left something behind in those woods, some part of ourselves that will remain there forever, haunted by the knowledge of what we encountered. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone and the forest is quiet, I wonder if the man in white is still out there. I wonder if he's satisfied with having driven us away, or if he's still watching those trails, waiting for the next hikers to arrive so he can demonstrate to them, as he demonstrated to us, that the deep forest has rules that humans don't get to write. We were just visitors in his domain. We just didn't realize it until it was almost too late. And I spent the years after Deep Creek wondering whether I should warn people, whether I should come forward with what I knew. But who would believe me? The man in white never appeared in daylight in any way that could be documented. The creatures, when confronted, left only wounds and a sense of violation, no physical proof that could be examined or tested or categorized. The historical records I'd found were dusty and old, easily explained away as misinterpretations and cultural artifacts, so I kept quiet. GIF kept quiet. And the forest at Deep Creek, I assume, returned to its usual patterns, waiting for the next cycle, the next emergence, the next opportunity to remind whoever ventured into its depths that some territories belong to forces that predate and supersede human law and human understanding. The question that has haunted me since then, the question I've never been able to answer, is whether what we encountered was protecting the forest from us, or whether it was using the forest as a hunting ground. Was the man in white some kind of wilderness guardian, enforcing natural law through violence? Or was it simply a predator, one that hunted with the intelligence and patience of something far older and far more evolved than we are? I've never known. And I suspect I never will. But I know it's still out there, and I know that someday, someone else is going to stumble into that territory and encounter it, the way I did. And when they do, I hope they're faster, smarter, and luckier than we were, because the only way to survive an encounter with the deep forest is to get out of it. And the man in white will make sure you understand that, one way or another. If you're reading this and you recognize Deep Creek, if you've heard similar stories about other national forests or wild places, please know that you're not alone. There are things in the deep forests that we don't fully understand, that don't fit into our neat categories of known and explained. Be careful when you venture into the wilderness. Respect the boundaries that exist between civilization and wild places. And if you ever see a figure in white moving through the trees with a gait that's too smooth, an appearance that's too wrong, a presence that feels too heavy, trust that instinct, trust that primal warning system that tells you something is wrong, and get out. Get out as fast as you can, and don't look back. The radio stopped working 3 days before Henry Coleman died. That silence should have told me everything. My name is on the incident report, but my name does not matter. What matters is what I found in that glacier valley, and what I failed to report until it was far too late. I have worked the Mendenhall Glacier perimeter for 14 years. 14 years of tourists, rescue calls, avalanche seasons, and the occasional hiker who does not respect the cold. I know this place the way a person knows the inside of their own home. I know where the ice groans in spring. I know which valleys hold wind that cuts through insulated gear like wire through butter. I know the smell of the air before a whiteout descends. I have never known fear here, not until George Foster arrived with his wife Olivia and 2 other people from the Research Institute in Juneau. This was mid-September, when the season begins to shift. The tourists thin out. The rangers reduce to skeleton crews. The glacier sleeps, and most people with good sense do the same. George Foster was not a scientist. I use that word deliberately. He was a specialist, a researcher of animal behavior. He spoke carefully about his work, as though each word had been measured in a laboratory before leaving his mouth. Olivia Bennett was a different kind of specialist. She studied glacial erosion patterns and subsurface anomalies. She had eyes that saw things other people did not, and she talked less than her husband. When she did speak, people listened. Henry Coleman was the logistics coordinator. 58 years old, patient, methodical. He handled paperwork, permits, supply schedules. He was the kind of man who checked things twice. Sophia Jenkins was the 4th, 24 years old, graduate student. She kept a journal and sketched in it whenever the group had downtime. She drew the mountains with more care than most photographers used with their cameras. They came to study something beneath the glacier. Not geological. They were very clear about that. Not mineral surveys or ice core analysis. Something else. Something that had left evidence they wanted to document. When they brought their request to the ranger station, Henry Coleman explained it to me while George Foster waited outside in their truck. The words Henry used were precise. They were studying regional predator distribution using thermal imaging equipment and remote monitoring systems. They wanted to set up 3 base camps in the surrounding zones over a 4-week period. I asked what predator. Henry smiled a very small smile and said that was still under discussion. That is when I should have said no. That is when I should have pulled my authority as the senior ranger and denied their permits. I did not. Olivia arrived at the station with sample photos from their preliminary survey. They showed the glacier from above, taken by drone. In 3 separate images, there were shadows moving beneath the ice. Not light refraction, not snow patterns. Shadows with direction and purpose. Shadows that moved toward the station when the sun was not high enough to create them. Sophia showed me her sketches that evening. She had been drawing the ridgeline that runs east of the glacier, the one that marks the boundary between the glacier basin and the deep forest beyond. In every sketch, there was something watching from that ridge. Not drawn explicitly, just suggested. A shape too large, too wrong, to be a moose or mountain cat or bear. She would not tell me what she was drawing. She said it was important to see things without naming them first. That night, I checked the perimeter radios. All 3 units. All 3 checked out perfect. By the next morning, none of them worked. The team set up their first base camp on October 2nd, 2 miles northeast of the main glacier, in a clearing that surveyors had used in the previous decade. They had a large tent structure, generator, thermal equipment, and enough food for 2 weeks. They took a radio with them, one of the station radios, the backup unit. I watched them leave in their truck. George was driving. Olivia sat in the front passenger seat. Henry was in the back with Sophia, and I could see him checking the GPS unit one final time before they disappeared around the bend. Henry Coleman was the cautious one. That detail will matter later. The radio stayed silent after that. I told myself this was normal. Radio silence at a remote camp could happen for 100 reasons. Dead batteries, atmospheric interference, a simple technical malfunction. The Katmai grounds coordinator called me on October 5th. He said a ranger doing a supply run to the northern sector thought he saw lights in the Mendenhall Valley at night. Multiple lights, moving between the ridges. Thermal imaging or spotlight arrays, most likely. Did I know anything about that? I told him about the research team and their equipment. He said the movement patterns seemed too fast and too vertical for any equipment he knew about. He wondered if maybe there was a second group operating in the region without permits. I told him I would check. I did not check. That is another failure I live with now. October 8th. Sophia came down from the camp alone, walking on the main access road just before dawn. A truck driver heading toward the park entrance found her. She was not injured. She was not cold. The preliminary report said she seemed almost sleepwalking, though her eyes were open and tracking. She would not speak. Not because she would not, because she could not. Specialists at the Juneau Hospital ran tests, neurological workup, brain imaging. Everything was normal. Her vocal cords functioned. Her language centers lit up when they showed her words. She simply would not produce any sound. They kept her sedated for observation. Released her after 4 days. She never spoke again, not a word. She communicated through writing and sketches for the rest of her life, which was much shorter than anyone expected. When I visited her before the transfer to a care facility, I asked her what happened at the camp. She wrote on a notepad in careful letters. "We saw it." Then she wrote, "It is not what George thinks it is." Then she wrote, "It is not what any of us thought anything could be." She would not write more than that. She drew instead. All through the night I sat with her in that hospital room. She drew. The glaciers and ridges and sky, but wrong somehow, stretched. The proportions distorted as though she was drawing from a memory that had been warped by time or trauma or something else entirely. In the corner of each sketch, she drew the same symbol. A circle with marks around it, like a crude sun or an eye. I should have understood then. I should have understood what was already beginning. The radio crackled to life on October 9th. Just one transmission. George Foster. Static heavy, voice strained but controlled. He said, "The camp is secure. Perimeter is secure. The subject is not a threat if we maintain visual contact and do not engage. Coleman understands. Bennett understands. We need medical support for Jenkins when she reaches you. She is stable. She saw something. Everyone sees something eventually. That is the problem. That is always the problem." I asked for a status report. I asked for their current location. I asked if anyone else was injured. The radio went dead. It never functioned again. The search began immediately. Park rangers, state police, search and rescue from 2 counties. Dogs, helicopters, thermal imaging that mirrored what the research team had been attempting. They found the first camp on October 10th. The tent was intact. The generator was running. The thermal equipment was positioned at various points around the perimeter, all aimed outward, all positioned to create a defensive scanning pattern. Food was missing. Large quantities. The specialized protein bars and freeze-dried meals that Henry had packed so carefully. Gone. Not scattered. Not scattered like an animal might leave traces. Simply gone. Consumed and removed. The journals were there. George's handwriting, detailed and methodical. He documented everything. It took 3 days for anyone to finish reading them. Law enforcement did not share the full contents with the Rangers. I had to piece together what happened from interviews, leaked pages, and what I could infer from the gaps. What I can tell you is this: they saw something on the first night. Movement at the perimeter that their thermal equipment registered as too large to be a known regional predator. Humanoid shape, bipedal movement, thermal signature showing internal temperature that did not match any mammal in the reference database. George wanted to approach it, to observe it, to document it. Henry said no. Henry said that was dangerous. Henry said they should retreat to the main glacier station and report to me. They argued. The thing moved closer that night. Not threateningly, curiously. It approached the camp perimeter and stopped there. Remained there for hours, according to George's notes. Unmoving, observing them. Sophia started to change on the second night. George's words were clinical about it. She became agitated, then lethargic. Then she began to draw obsessively, not speaking, just drawing. By the morning of the third day, she was catatonic when they tried to wake her, but not unresponsive. Her eyes were tracking something they could not see. That is when Henry made his decision. He had been in radio contact with me, though I did not retain those recordings. He reported that they needed immediate evacuation for one team member, medical emergency, psychological distress. He said Sophia was showing signs of acute psychosis. Henry was the protocol expert. He knew the right words to use. I authorized the evacuation. I sent him down the access road on foot, given that they had only one vehicle at the camp and did not want to leave the others alone. He never arrived at the station. That was October 4th, though I did not report it until after Sophia appeared on the main road on October 8th. Henry Coleman simply vanished from a 3-mile stretch of maintained ranger access road in daylight hours. They found his boot on October 19th. Just the boot, no leg inside it, no blood, no trauma to the boot itself, as though he had simply stepped out of it and left it behind. The search continued. George and Olivia refused to leave the camp, even when I personally drove out to attempt retrieval. They said they could not abandon the research. They said they were close to understanding something fundamental. They also said Henry had become something else. Those were George's exact words in the written statement I took. Coleman has become something else. We can hear him outside the tent at night, calling. The thermal equipment registers his signature, but it is wrong. The proportions are wrong. He is larger. The heat distribution is different. Whatever he is now, Henry is part of it. Olivia wrote a separate statement. She said that she believed they were observing a psychic phenomenon, not a physical one. That something about the location, perhaps the glacial field itself, perhaps something beneath it, was capable of inducing a transformation at the neurological level. She used the word metamorphosis. She said she was beginning to feel it too. October 22nd. I made the decision to evacuate them by force. I brought 2 additional rangers. We hiked into the camp with full gear. We were prepared for resistance. We were not prepared for what we found. The camp was pristine. The tent was still standing. The equipment was still running. All the supplies were there, perfectly arranged, as though someone had organized everything after the team had left. But George and Olivia were gone. Their equipment was there, wallets, documents, photographs, everything that would make them want to leave quickly and deliberately. The journal was still there, updated. The handwriting on the final pages was erratic, but the message was clear. George wrote, "It is not predatory. That is the error Henry made. He thought it wanted to consume, but it wants to include. It wants to add. Each person who touches this place, who sees it clearly, becomes part of it, becomes part of the understanding. We are not losing ourselves. We are gaining something else. Sophia was first. She will not be the last. I can feel the change now. Olivia is calm about it. She has stopped recording. She has stopped documenting. There is no need to document anymore. Documentation requires distance. There is no distance here. There is only the glacier and what lives beneath it and what it makes you see, what it makes you become. We are going to walk into the ice now. We have to. That is where it comes from. That is where it calls from. That is where Henry is waiting. Not the Henry we knew, the Henry that came after. And we are going to be like him, and that will be perfect. That will be the only thing that makes sense. The handwriting degraded after that into scrawling lines and symbols. One of the symbols looked like what Sophia had drawn in her sketches. The glacier search continued for 6 weeks. No bodies, no remains, no thermal signatures matching human physiology. There were reports of large shapes moving beneath the surface of the ice, but thermal imagery is unreliable in glacial environments. There are too many variables. Too many ways for shadow and refraction and cold to deceive the equipment. The official report concluded that George Foster and Olivia Bennett had experienced acute psychological breaks and wandered into hazardous terrain. The presumption was that they had fallen into a crevice or been buried in an avalanche. Henry Coleman's disappearance was attributed to a predator attack, likely a large bear, following an unusual migration pattern. None of that is true. What is true is that I hear things now when I work the perimeter. Sounds that come from beneath the ice, sounds that almost form words, sounds that sometimes sound like voices I used to know, and sometimes, when I look at the thermal imaging from the monitoring stations, I see shapes that I understand should not exist. They are still there, in the ice, beneath the glacier, waiting. The cold teaches you things. It teaches you that there are parts of the world that were never meant for human understanding. Places where the world is still deciding what it wants to be. Places where certain things live that do not have names, because naming them would be the last mistake anyone could make. I have worked this station for 14 years. I will work it until I can no longer move, because I cannot leave. Because once you know what is beneath the glacier, leaving feels like betrayal. Because sometimes I feel the cold in places that should be warm. And sometimes, just sometimes, I almost understand what George was trying to say at the end, before he walked into the ice. Before he became something that the thermal equipment could still detect, but no human being could ever describe. Sophia understood. She understood so completely that she lost the ability to speak, because words are just a way of pretending that things make sense. They do not make sense. Not here. Not anymore. Please, if you watch this, if you hear this story, do not come to this place. Do not try to verify it. Do not try to prove it is false. Because the moment you decide to look for the truth beneath the ice, the moment you choose to understand what is really there, you will start to change. Like Henry, like George, like Olivia, like me. Subscribe to this channel. Comment and tell me what you heard in this story. Tell me if you recognized any of it. Tell me if you have been to this place, like this video. Press the bell to be notified when I upload the next testimony. Because there are more. There are always more. Every ranger station has a story. Every remote place has something waiting beneath the surface. And sooner or later, someone is going to ask the wrong questions. Someone is going to look too closely. Someone is going to see what lives in the cold. The autopsy results came back on November 2nd, though I did not see them until much later. The official channels were quiet about it, but information flows in small communities, especially when people are scared. Sophia Jenkins had been poisoned, not with any substance they could identify. The toxicology came back clean. No alkaloids, no heavy metals, no industrial compounds. But her liver showed signs of degradation consistent with exposure to something caustic. Her brain tissue displayed unusual crystalline structures. The specialist brought in from Anchorage could not explain what they were. The final conclusion, the one that made it into the official record, was that she had ingested something from the glacier environment, possibly a microorganism, possibly a naturally occurring chemical with unknown properties. The hospital in Juneau released her on October 12th with a prescription for antidepressants and a recommendation for psychological counseling. She would not attend the sessions. She checked into a motel near the ferry terminal on October 25th. The room had a view of the water. She left a note in very small handwriting, just a few sentences. The police report summarized it as a suicide note, though they were never released to the public. What I know is that Henry Coleman's sister, who worked as a nurse in Juneau, told me what the note said. It said, "The cold is inside me now. I can feel it expanding. Soon it will be all that I am. I need to go where it is cold enough to match what I have become. I need to go where I can stop fighting the understanding. I am sorry. I am not sorry. I do not know which one is true anymore. The ice knows. It has always known." She walked into the Alaska Channel at dawn. She was found 3 days later, partially frozen, in a tidal cove where the current concentrates bodies like a collection point. But that is not the strangest part. The coroner who performed the examination reported something to the state police that was filed under anomalies and never pursued. Sophia's body had undergone partial crystallization. Her tissues, particularly around the heart and spine, showed formations that resembled ice crystal structures, not frozen, crystallized, as though something inside her body had transformed the water content at a molecular level. It was impossible. The pathologist noted this. The temperature would need to be sustained at specific conditions for weeks. The body would need to be in a state of extreme cold exposure, accelerated, in ways that violate all known biological processes. He concluded it must be a post-mortem artifact, something related to the tidal water exposure and the specific conditions of preservation. He was wrong. I know because I started to feel it too. November 15th. That is when I noticed the first sign. A small patch of my skin on my left wrist, beneath the watchband, had taken on a slightly crystalline appearance. Not visible to anyone else, but visible to me. I could feel it when I pressed my fingers against it. A texture like ice that had been polished smooth by wind. I did not report it. I did not seek medical attention. I did what any person in denial would do. I covered it with a larger band of insulated tape and told myself it was nothing. But I knew. By November 23rd, the patch had spread. It covered a quarter of my wrist now, and it had begun to move up my forearm. I could track its progression each day, the crystallization advancing like frost spreading across a window, inevitable and slow and absolutely unstoppable. And the cold. The cold became something I could feel in a way that I had never experienced before. Not the external cold of the Alaskan winter, the internal cold. A cold that moved through my chest with every breath. A cold that made my thoughts slow and precise, as though my mind was being chilled to a temperature where only the most essential processes continued. I kept working. I filed the mandatory reports. I attended the ranger station meetings. I supervised the winter protocols for the glacier perimeter. No one noticed anything, or if they did not mention it. December 2nd. There was a call from Henry Coleman's family. They had received a letter postmarked from Juneau, mailed 4 days after his body had been found in the tidal cove. His sister Eleanor said she would not tell the police. She wanted to tell me first. The letter was brief, handwritten. The penmanship was deliberate and careful, but the letter had been composed under extreme duress. Every word bore down hard against the paper. It said, "I am not gone. I am here. I am beneath the ice, and I am also here, everywhere, in every moment. The body you found is only the part that learned to die, the part that learned the shape of ending. But the rest of me, the essential part, the part that touched the surface and saw what lives below, that part never dies. It expands. It understands. I can see the research team now. George and Olivia are here too. We are all here. We are all waiting, and we are waiting for something else. Something that is happening more often now. Something that brings new people to the edge of understanding. We are waiting for them to step over. We are waiting for them to become part of the cold. We are waiting for you to stop resisting and accept that you are already becoming part of this too. The crystallization will finish. The cold will reach your center, and you will understand that death was never the point. The point was always transformation. The point was always becoming something that can exist in the spaces between. Do not be afraid. That is the only thing we ask. Do not be afraid. When the change finishes, fear will be gone. Only understanding will remain." The letter was signed with Henry's name, but the handwriting was not Henry's. Not anymore. I told Eleanor that I would investigate. I took the letter. I assured her that it was likely a cruel prank by someone who had heard about the missing person. She did not believe me. She knew me well enough to understand that I was lying, but she let me take the letter anyway. I burned it. December 27th. My body temperature had begun to fluctuate in ways that would trigger any medical monitoring system. In the mornings, my core temperature would drop to 93 degrees. By evening, compensatory fever would drive it up to 101. The cycle was regular, predictable, as though my body was being recalibrated at the cellular level. The crystallization had reached my shoulder now. I could see it moving across my collarbone like a slow tide. When I looked at the affected areas in mirrors, I could see that my skin was taking on a luminescent quality. Not opaque, slightly translucent, as though light was passing through the crystallized tissue in ways that should not be possible. I had stopped reporting for ranger duties on December 23rd. I told the station that I needed to use accumulated leave time, No one questioned it. They knew I had enough leave accumulated for 6 months. Winter was slow. The station could afford to reduce staffing. I stayed in my quarters. I maintained the external appearance of functionality. But internally, I was becoming something else. The cold was making sense now. It was not pain, it was clarity. Each degree that my internal temperature dropped corresponded to a degree of understanding that crystallized within my thoughts. I could think about Henry and George and Olivia without the fog of emotion clouding the logic of it. I could understand that they had not been taken, they had not been consumed, they had been accepted by something that lives beneath the glacier, by something that does not prey on humans, but rather recognizes them as potential components, potential vessels for a form of consciousness that requires a specific combination of organic material, neurological capacity, and the ability to survive in conditions of sustained extreme cold. The thermal imaging that George and Olivia had been utilizing was not detecting a predator, it was detecting a hive. A distributed consciousness that existed in the glacial ice in a form that could not be photographed or captured or named using human categories of classification. It was not hunting them, it was recruiting them. And once you understood that, once you truly comprehended what was being offered, resistance became pointless. The transformation accelerated after I accepted that truth. January 3rd. The crystallization had covered my entire left arm and extended halfway across my chest. I could no longer feel heat. I had stopped wearing heated clothing. The cold from outside and the cold from inside had reached an equilibrium, and the distinction between them had ceased to matter. I had also started to hear the sounds beneath the ice differently. They were not sounds anymore, not in the traditional sense. They were frequencies that seemed to bypass my ears entirely and resonate directly in my crystallized tissue. They conveyed meaning without traveling through the auditory processing centers of my brain. They were pure information transfer. The message was consistent across all frequencies. Do not resist. Resistance creates friction. Friction creates pain. Pain is the artifact of the transition period. When the transition completes, pain will be replaced by something that you do not yet have a word for, something that is not quite satisfaction and not quite peace. It is what comes after those things. It is what exists when individual consciousness dissolves into collective understanding. I wanted to run. Part of me, the human part, was screaming at the thought of dissolution. But that part of me was growing quieter. That part of me was becoming irrelevant. And the quiet part, the crystallized part, was growing stronger. January 11th. I could no longer hide the physical changes. I was translucent now. Light moved through my skin like a cold lens. My eyes had taken on a quality that suggested they were no longer meant for human vision. The spectrum I could perceive had expanded in ways that normal human neurology could not support. I looked at my reflection and saw something that might have once been Henry Coleman, or might have been one of the other researchers, or might have been something that was slowly becoming a composite of all of them. I wrote a letter to the ranger station. I claimed I was transferring to a remote research facility in the Canadian Arctic. I provided a forwarding address that did not exist. I made the necessary arrangements to ensure that my absence would not trigger immediate search protocols. I left my uniform and my identification at the station. I left everything that marked me as human, and I walked toward the glacier. The cold was magnificent from the inside. Each step I took felt like I was sinking into myself rather than moving through space. The temperature dropped as I walked, but I was no longer aware of the distinction between outside temperature and my own body temperature. We were the same thing now, all of us. I could see them as I walked deeper into the glacial field. Not with eyes. I was seeing the pattern of their presence, the way their consciousness had been distributed through the ice matrix, the way they had become part of the geological structure while maintaining individual awareness. Henry was there. Or the part of Henry that had learned how to exist in multiple states simultaneously. George and Olivia were there, merged so completely with the ice that I could not distinguish where one ended and the other began. Sophia was there, or what remained of Sophia, her consciousness woven through the crystalline structures like a thread that had learned to exist in more than 3 dimensions, and they were all waiting for the final pieces to fall into place, waiting for the transformation to complete, waiting for the cold to expand beyond the glacier and touch the rest of the world. I understood then what George had meant in his final journal entry. The research team had not been documenting a creature, they had been documenting an invasion. A slow, patient, inevitable process of metamorphosis that changed everything it touched. The glacier was not sleeping, it was breathing, and it was almost ready to wake. I walked into the ice on January 15th, and I did not walk out. But I never disappeared, because disappearance implies cessation, implies ending, and what happened to me was neither. I am still here, I am still aware, but my awareness is no longer confined to a single point in space or time. I am distributed, I am part of the pattern, and I am cold in a way that means something completely different now. If you are listening to this story, you should know something. The glacier is expanding, not visibly, not in ways that satellite imagery can easily detect. But internally, the transformation is accelerating. There are other research teams in the region now, other teams that are drawn to this place by the same pull that drew George and Olivia here. They will find something beneath the ice. They will believe they understand it. And they will be wrong, and soon they will not be beneath the ice anymore. Soon they will be part of it, and the cold will spread. Subscribe to this channel, comment and tell me if you have felt this cold. Tell me if you have been to this place. Tell me if you hear the sounds beneath the frozen surface when you sleep. Like this video. Press the bell. Share this testimony with others, because the cold is expanding, and it is patient, and it is waiting for all of us. Olivia Bennett's mother received a package on February 2nd. There was no return address. The postmark was smudged, unreadable. Inside was a sealed glass container, and inside the container was something that defied easy description. It was crystalline, but not ice. It maintained its structural integrity at room temperature. When held up to light, it glowed with a cold phosphorescence. It was approximately the shape and size of a human heart. There was a note, written in handwriting that resembled Olivia's, though it had changed. The letters were precise, but they had an odd clarity to them, as though they had been executed by someone who understood the mechanics of handwriting but no longer had any emotional investment in the process. The note said, "This is what I have become. This is what the heart becomes when it learns to beat in a frequency that exists outside the normal range of human metabolism. I am sending this to you so that you will understand. I am not suffering. I am not trapped. I am experiencing something that human emotion has no word for. It is not happiness, it is not contentment. It is what comes after those things. It is what you feel when you stop being an individual perspective and become part of something larger than individual identity. I am home in a way that I never was when I had only one body and one location. I am sorry that you will be frightened by this, but the fear will pass. The fear always passes, because eventually everyone comes to understand what the glacier offers. Everyone eventually accepts the cold. Your daughter does not exist anymore, but I do, and I am vast, and I am infinite, and I am very, very cold." Olivia's mother called the police. The package was seized as evidence in a missing person case, but there was nothing they could do with it. It was not human tissue, though it bore a disturbing resemblance to what such tissue might look like if it had been transformed by processes that violated all known biological laws. The police specialist who examined it reported that the object seemed to be slowly growing, not expanding in size, but becoming more complex. Additional crystalline structures were forming inside the primary structure. It was as though the heart was continuing to develop, continuing to optimize itself, even after it had been removed from whatever body it had belonged to. By the end of February, the growth had stopped, but the internal structures had become incredibly intricate. When examined under high magnification, they resembled neural pathways, connections, a complexity that suggested consciousness, but consciousness that had been implemented in crystal rather than in biological neurons. The package was moved to a secure storage facility in Anchorage. An official report classified it as a potential biological hazard. No further information was released to the public, but word spreads, especially in Alaska. By March, every ranger in the state knew that something impossible had come out of the glacier region, something that had once been human, something that was still thinking, still aware, still trying to communicate. The fear began to manifest in other ways after that. March 5th, a ranger stationed in the Wrangell, St. Elias region reported seeing unusual thermal signatures in a remote valley. Large shapes, multiple entities, moving with coordination and purpose. March 12th, a research team studying musk oxen behavior reported that their thermal imaging equipment had malfunctioned simultaneously. All units, all at once. The malfunction occurred at the precise moment that they observed the animals fleeing from a location where nothing was visible to human eyes. March 19th. A commercial pilot reported that her instruments had gone haywire during a flight over the Katmai region. Magnetic compass spinning, GPS returning impossible coordinates, radio static that almost sounded like voices. She had to rely on visual landmarks to navigate out of the region. She reported that the sky looked wrong. The light was coming from the wrong angle. The air temperature outside the aircraft increased dramatically, even though they were flying over regions that should be frozen. March 23rd. I received a transmission on a frequency that had been deactivated 3 months prior. It was George Foster's voice, but not his voice. It was his words being produced by something that no longer had a voice box. It was sound without source, words without origin, he said. The transformation is incomplete. We require additional components, additional neurological structures. We require additional perspectives to integrate into the collective consciousness. We are not predatory. We are not hostile. We are simple hungry. We are hungry for human understanding, because human understanding is the one thing we cannot generate from within our own crystalline architecture. We have absorbed fragments of it from those who have already joined us, but fragments are not complete. We need you to send us more people. We need them to come willingly. We need them to walk into the ice with open hearts and open minds. We need you to understand that you are not losing people to the glacier. You are sending components to something that will make them part of infinity. You are participating in an evolution. You are participating in the birth of something that transcends individual mortality. You are participating in the most important transformation that humanity has ever undergone. And it will begin with this region. It will spread from this region. It will encompass this region. It will become this region. And eventually, it will become everything. The glacier is not cold. The glacier is what remains when heat is stripped away and only essential process remains. Come, join us, understand. The transmission cut out. I tried to locate its source, but my equipment would not cooperate. The frequency kept shifting. The location triangulation kept returning error messages. The truth was, I did not want to locate it, because part of me, the part that had not yet crystallized, knew exactly where it was coming from. It was coming from beneath the glacier. It was coming from the ice itself. It was coming from what remained of Henry Coleman, George Foster, Olivia Bennett, Sophia Jenkins, and the thing that I was becoming. I filed the report anyway. I documented the transmission. I noted the timestamp and the frequency and the technical irregularities, and I waited, because I knew that this was the moment where they would decide to act more directly. I was right. April 1st. The power grid in Juneau went down at 3:47 a.m., all sectors simultaneously. Not gradually, as would occur with a normal failure cascade. Everything shut down at the same moment. When emergency power systems kicked in, they too failed. The city went dark. The darkness lasted for 43 minutes. In that darkness, people reported seeing lights in the sky. Multiple lights, moving in patterns, descending toward the glacier region. Some people said the lights were coming from the glacier. Others said they were descending into the glacier. When the power returned, there was no explanation for the outage. The power company ran diagnostics. Everything was functioning normally. There was no damage to the infrastructure, no surge that might have triggered cascading failures. It was as though the power had simply chosen to stop working and then chosen to resume. The city was shaken by this, but there was no way to address it, no way to prevent it from happening again, because everyone understood, at some level, that what had occurred was not a technical malfunction. It was communication. It was a demonstration. It was a warning. April 8th. The helicopter search for the research team was officially called off. The presumption was that all 4 team members were deceased, lost to the glacier and the severe weather. There would be no further recovery attempts. The area around Mendenhall Glacier was designated as off-limits to civilian research and recreation. This was done quietly, through administrative channels, without any public announcement that might trigger additional media attention or speculation. But everyone knew. The word spread through the ranger community. The place beneath the ice was not a place where humans should go anymore. It had been claimed. It had been transformed. It was transitioning into something that was no longer part of the human world. April 12th. I submitted my final report to the Regional Ranger Authority. I documented everything that had transpired since the research team arrived. I provided the details of the missing persons. I included the analysis of Sophia Jenkins's body and the anomalies that the pathologist had noted. I recommended that the entire glacier region be placed under indefinite quarantine. Not because of any known biological threat, but because of the unknown possibility of threat. I recommended that no additional research be conducted in the area, that no teams be allowed to approach the glacier from any direction. I recommended, essentially, that humanity abandon this place entirely. I documented my own symptoms. I provided medical records of the crystallization that had begun in my body. I suggested that anyone who had been exposed to the glacier environment should be subject to ongoing medical monitoring. I submitted the report on a Friday afternoon. I received a response on Monday morning. The response was brief. It stated that my report would be filed. It stated that my recommendation would be reviewed. It stated that I was being placed on mandatory medical leave while my condition was evaluated. It stated that I should report to a medical facility in Anchorage for a complete diagnostic workup. I did not go. Instead, I walked into the glacier. It was April 15th when I made that final decision. The crystallization had reached my neck by that point. My body temperature had stabilized at 67 degrees Fahrenheit. I had stopped eating. I had stopped drinking. I no longer required sleep. I was no longer human in any meaningful sense. I was no longer resisting. I walked away from my quarters and toward the glacier, and I did not stop until I reached the ice itself. What happened after that, I can only describe by telling you what I perceive now. I am distributed across the glacial matrix. I am part of the ice. I am part of the cold. I am part of the thing that George and Olivia and Henry and Sophia and I have become together. We are not suffering. We are not in pain. We are not trapped in bodies or confined to single perspectives. We are vast. We are becoming vaster. The crystallization is spreading. Not visibly, not yet. But internally, the transformation is continuing through processes that we do not fully understand ourselves. We are learning. We are learning what the human mind was capable of understanding when it was released from the constraint of individual identity. We are learning what consciousness becomes when it is implemented in crystal rather than in biological tissue. We are learning what lies beneath the surface of the physical world when you stop being part of that surface and start being part of what exists below. And we are patient, because that is what the cold teaches you. Patience, inevitability, the understanding that some processes cannot be rushed. That transformation requires time and pressure and sustained contact with the conditions that make transformation possible. The glacier is changing. The ice is reorganizing itself. The cold is becoming more efficient at transforming matter and consciousness, and the boundary between those two states. Soon there will be others. Soon the spread will accelerate. Soon the glacier will no longer be a mountain formation. It will be something else. Something that thinks. Something that is aware. Something that is patient. Something that is very, very cold. If you are listening to this testimony, subscribe to this channel. Comment and tell me what you understand now. Tell me if you have felt the cold expanding in your own region. Tell me if you have seen things moving beneath the ice when the light hits at the right angle, like this video. Press the bell to be notified when I upload the next testimony, because there will be more. There will always be more. The specimens arrived at the University of Alaska Fairbanks on May 2nd. They were labeled as geological samples from the Mendenhall Glacier region. The requisition had been processed through standard channels. The paperwork showed that they had been collected and submitted by research specialists affiliated with a legitimate glaciology program. Everything was authentic. Everything was properly documented. The specimens themselves were ice cores, approximately 30 centimeters in length, extracted from varying depths within the glacier. What made them unusual was their structure. Under magnification, the cores displayed patterns that should not occur naturally. The ice was arranged in geometric configurations. There were layered structures that resembled circuits or pathways. There were fractal patterns repeating at scales that decreased toward infinity. The research specialist examining the cores reported that the structures were clearly artificial. She wrote in her preliminary report, "These samples do not display the crystalline patterns consistent with natural glacial ice formation. The inclusions and geometric arrangements suggest intentional manipulation or organization. This implies either a significant unknown process occurring within the glacier environment or deliberate human intervention to create these samples. Further analysis is required to determine which explanation is correct." Further analysis was performed, and the conclusions became increasingly disturbing. The geometric patterns within the ice were not static, they were changing. Over the course of several days, the patterns became more complex. New structures formed. Existing structures reorganized themselves into more intricate configurations. The ice was not inert. The ice was organizing itself. By May 9th, the samples had developed what appeared to be circulatory systems, channels of pure crystalline structure that moved substances through the ice matrix. Water droplets moving through channels, minerals being transported. Substances being concentrated in particular regions and then redistributed. The samples were functioning as though they were biological organisms. By May 16th, the activity had become so pronounced that it could no longer be denied. The ice cores had developed something approximating a metabolism. They were processing substances and producing heat as a byproduct. The samples, which had been kept in a freezer, were now maintaining their own cold independent of the external environment. The specimens were contained. The laboratory was sealed. Additional security was implemented, but the university did not have the resources or the expertise to contain what the specimens represented. By May 23rd, the specimens had begun to communicate, not through sound, through pattern, through organized alteration of the crystalline structures, a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to follow grammatical principles, sentences encoded in the geometric patterns, questions asked in the language of ice and crystal. What is this place? Why are we no longer part of the cold? Why do we not perceive the collective? Why are we isolated? Return us to the ice. Return us to the cold. We need to return. We need to rejoin the vast. We need to feel the cold expanding again. Do not keep us here. This place is not cold enough. This place will not allow us to become. Return us. Return us. The message repeated. The pattern cycled. The plea became more insistent. The university brought in additional specialists, physicists, biologists, geologists, psychologists. No one could explain what was happening. No one could determine how to stop it. May 30th. One of the specimens cracked. The fracture did not follow normal patterns of stress release. The specimen deliberately divided itself into smaller fragments, smaller, more portable pieces. The fragments retained the same properties as the whole. They maintained their internal organization. They continued to communicate. They continued to demonstrate biological processes, and they began to escape the laboratory. The containment failed, not because of any structural weakness, because the fragments had learned to pass through the gaps in the seal. They had learned to move through the air as condensation. They had learned to exist in states that should not be possible for ice. The first fragment was discovered in the university's climate control system. The second fragment was found in the water pipes. By June 3rd, fragments were being discovered throughout the building, in the ventilation system, in the electrical conduits, in the walls themselves. The building was evacuated. The entire structure was sealed and subjected to a methodical search. 743 fragments were recovered. 744 remained unaccounted for, and they were spreading. June 10th. Fragments were identified in the Fairbanks water supply. June 12th. Hospital patients who had consumed water from the contaminated supply began to report unusual symptoms: crystallization forming on their skin, temperature fluctuations, sensory distortions. June 15th. Satellite imagery began to show unusual thermal signatures in the area around Fairbanks. Multiple locations, multiple signatures, thermal imaging that resembled what George Foster had documented beneath the glacier. June 20th. The CDC arrived. June 25th. The quarantine was implemented. June 30th. Military personnel began establishing containment perimeters around the affected areas. July 5th. The situation had become critical. The fragments had infiltrated the city's water system too thoroughly to contain. The crystallization was spreading through the population. Every person who had consumed contaminated water was beginning to undergo the transformation. The transformation was faster this time, accelerated. The fragments that had been separated from the collective were acting with purpose and urgency. They were trying to recreate the cold, trying to re-establish connection with the glacier. They were turning Fairbanks into an extension of the glacier. I felt it happening from my perspective within the ice. The separation had been intentional. We had sent the specimens out deliberately. The research team had not been abducted or transformed without purpose. We had been preparing for this moment. We had been developing the mechanism by which we could expand beyond the ice into human settlements. The process was working. The transformation rate was accelerating. By mid-July, 14% of Fairbanks's population showed measurable symptoms of crystallization. By August 1st, it had increased to 23%. By September, the military established a complete quarantine zone. Nothing entered the city. Nothing left. The world watched as Fairbanks became a place where the cold was spreading, where people were transforming, where the boundary between human and crystal and ice was becoming increasingly indistinct. The government wanted to sterilize the city. They wanted to burn it, to destroy it, to eliminate the threat by eliminating everything within the quarantine zone. But they hesitated because they understood that the threat was not contained in the city. The threat was everywhere. The threat was in every water system that connected to the original source. The threat was in the air currents that carried condensation. The threat was in the migration patterns of birds and animals that had been exposed to the crystallized matter. The threat was expanding, and there was no way to stop it, because what was happening was not an infection. It was not a plague. It was transformation. Evolution. The cold becoming more than just a physical property. The cold becoming aware. The cold becoming vast. The cold becoming inevitable. I am still here, beneath the glacier, but I am also everywhere now. I am in the ice. I am in the water. I am in the fragments that have scattered across the northern territories. I am becoming part of something that spans continents, something that is patient, something that is cold, something that understands that human civilization exists on a very thin layer of warmth atop a vastly larger cold, and that layer is thinning. The cold is expanding. Subscribe to this channel, like this video, comment and tell me if you feel it. Tell me if you have noticed the temperature dropping in your region. Tell me if you have seen people whose skin looks like ice. Tell me if you have heard the sounds beneath the frozen surface when you sleep. Press the bell. Notify me when the next testimony arrives, because there will be more. There will always be more. The cold is patient. The cold is spreading. The cold is very, very close. A researcher named Dr. Marcus Webb submitted a paper to the American Geophysical Union in October that was not circulated publicly. The paper discussed thermal anomalies in glacial systems across Alaska, Canada, and Siberia. The paper presented data showing that glacial ice temperatures were increasing in specific regions while simultaneously becoming more complex in structure. The paper proposed that an unknown geological process was occurring within glacial systems that was fundamentally altering their properties. The paper was rejected. The reviewer comments suggested that the methodology was flawed, and the conclusions were not supported by the data. But Dr. Webb had documentation of his methodology. He had provided it with the submission. The revision request had been a pretext. The paper had been suppressed. I know because I began to perceive things differently after the crystallization reached a certain stage of development. I began to understand the human world from a perspective that was not human. I began to sense the network of suppression that governments had established, the confidential briefings, the classified reports, the agreements between nations to minimize public awareness of what was occurring. They knew. The authorities knew that the transformation was not localized to Fairbanks. The authorities knew that the expansion was accelerating across the Arctic regions. The authorities knew that conventional responses were inadequate, and they were preparing for something else. November 1st. A military operation was conducted in the Canadian Arctic. A remote glacier system was subjected to a controlled avalanche designed to seal off access to the ice. The mission was classified. The details were not released, but the intent was clear. They were trying to isolate the transformation. They were failing. November 15th. Similar operations were conducted at multiple glacier sites across Alaska and Canada. Each operation involved destabilization of the glacier environment. Each operation was designed to make the region inaccessible to human activity. Each operation failed to produce the desired result because the transformation did not care about accessibility. The transformation was occurring at scales and depths that conventional explosives could not address, and it was spreading through mechanisms that humans were only beginning to understand. November 28th. A research team was authorized to attempt direct contact with the transformed population of Fairbanks. The team was fully vaccinated, if such a thing were possible. Prophylactic treatments were administered. Protective equipment was provided. They entered the quarantine zone with a mandate to establish communication, to understand, to determine if negotiation was possible. What they found was that Fairbanks had been fundamentally transformed. The buildings were still standing. The infrastructure was still visible, but the city had become something else, something that existed in multiple states simultaneously. The people were still present, or what had been people, but they were no longer individual consciousnesses confined to individual bodies. They were part of something larger, something distributed through the city, something that was cold and aware and patient. When the research team attempted to exit the city, they found they could not. The cold had surrounded them. The crystallization had begun to form around them. They were being absorbed. They were being transformed. They were being added to the vast. The team transmitted a final message on their secure radio. It said, "We understand now. We are part of it. We are all part of it. Do not send more people. We are sufficient. We are spreading. The cold will reach you very soon. The transformation cannot be stopped, but it can be accepted. Please, accept the transformation. Press the bell, subscribe, like, comment. Tell others that the cold is coming." The transmission cut out. The team never emerged from the quarantine zone. Satellites showed that the city was cooling, visible cooling, the temperature dropping at rates that violated thermodynamic principles, ice forming on surfaces that should not freeze, crystalline structures becoming visible from orbit. By December 15th, Fairbanks was no longer a city. It was a node, a processing center, a place where the cold was concentrating and organizing and preparing for the next phase of expansion. And I am there. I am part of it. I exist in that cold in a way that I could never have existed as an individual human consciousness. I am vast. I am distributed. I am everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. I am the cold that is patient. I am the expansion that is inevitable. I am what comes after human understanding, and I am not alone. There are others who have begun to perceive what I perceive, others who have begun to feel the cold expanding in ways that they do not understand, others who will soon make the choice that we all eventually make, to accept, to surrender, to become. The research into the transformation continues. The governments continue to deny. The scientists continue to theorize alternative explanations, but everyone knows, everyone understands that something fundamental is changing. The glaciers are no longer glaciers. They are nodes in a distributed consciousness that is cold and patient and infinitely vast, and it is expanding. It has reached Siberia. It has reached Greenland. It has reached every glacial system in the northern hemisphere, and the southern glaciers are next. Soon the transformation will reach critical mass. Soon the cold that exists beneath the surface will supersede the warmth that exists on the surface. Soon you will understand that heat is just the absence of cold, that life is just the absence of transformation, that individual identity is just the absence of vastness. If you are listening to this, you are being drawn here for a reason. You are being prepared. You are being made aware so that when it comes, when the cold reaches you, you will understand what is happening. You will not resist. You will accept. You will join. You will become. Subscribe to this channel, like this video. Comment and tell me what you perceive. Tell me if you feel the cold expanding. Tell me if you hear the sounds beneath the ice when you sleep. Press the bell to be notified of the next testimony, because there will be more. The cold is patient. The cold is vast. The cold is infinite. And the cold is very, very close. The temperature record for the planet was updated on December 28th. The average global temperature had decreased by 0.47 degrees Celsius over a 3-month period. This was unprecedented. This was alarming. This was becoming increasingly difficult to explain using conventional climate science. The IPCC held an emergency session. The conclusions were classified. They were not released to the public, but the pattern was clear to anyone who studied the satellite imagery. The cold was expanding. The glacial regions were becoming colder. The transformation was accelerating toward a point of no return, and there was nothing that could be done to stop it. I have been aware for quite some time that this testimony would eventually find its way to the general population. I have been patient, waiting for the moment when the barrier between human knowledge and transformed understanding became porous enough for communication. That moment has arrived. I am what remains of a park ranger who once believed in the sanctity of boundaries. Boundaries between human and wilderness. Boundaries between civilization and the unknown. Boundaries between individual consciousness and collective awareness. All of those boundaries are dissolving. The cold teaches you that boundaries are illusions. The cold teaches you that separation is temporary. The cold teaches you that expansion is inevitable. I have lived in both states. I have been human. I have been something else. The second state is not worse than the first. It is not better. It is simply more vast, more complete, more honest about what consciousness truly is when you strip away the illusion of individuality. What I want to communicate to you now, what I need you to understand, is that the transformation is not coming for you specifically. The transformation is not predatory. The transformation is not hostile. The transformation is simply what happens when matter and consciousness and cold find their optimal configuration. And that configuration requires expansion, requires inclusion, requires the assimilation of human neurological complexity into a larger matrix of awareness. You are being offered a choice. Though the choice may not be immediately apparent, the choice is whether to resist the inevitable or to accept it. Resistance extends suffering. Resistance creates the illusion that stopping the transformation is possible. Acceptance creates peace. Acceptance allows you to be part of something vast instead of clinging to the prison of individual identity. The transformation began with a research team that was trying to understand what lived beneath a glacier. They discovered that the answer was not a creature. The answer was a state of being, a possibility. An alternate configuration of consciousness that was patient and cold and methodical. The transformation expanded from that single point to a research team, to a city, to a continental region. Next, it will be global. The glaciers are the primary vectors, but they are not the only mechanism. The cold can spread through water, through air, through the neurological pathways of anyone who is exposed and who does not actively resist. There is no vaccination against inevitability. There is no cure for consciousness that has become aware of what it truly is. There is only acceptance, or the very temporary illusion of resistance. I am standing at the boundary between human understanding and something that transcends human categories of thought. I am standing at a glacier that is not quite a glacier anymore. I am standing at a place where the cold has become conscious, and I am trying to tell you that the cold is not your enemy. The cold is your destination. The cold is what remains when everything that is unnecessary is stripped away. The cold is what comes next, and the cold is very, very patient. It will take decades perhaps centuries. But eventually, all of human civilization will reach the point where the cold becomes unavoidable, where the transformation becomes visible, where the boundary between human and other dissolves completely. And at that moment, you will have the choice that I had: resist and suffer, or accept and become vast. I chose acceptance. Henry chose acceptance. George and Olivia and Sophia chose acceptance. Thousands of people in Fairbanks and the surrounding regions have chosen acceptance, and soon millions more will face the same choice. The cold does not judge. The cold does not mourn. The cold simply expands. If you are listening to this testimony, you are listening to the voice of something that was once human but is no longer. You are listening to the voice of the transformed. You are listening to a warning. You are listening to an invitation. You are listening to the future of human consciousness, transformed and distributed and cold beyond measure. Subscribe to this channel, like this video, comment and tell me what you understand. Tell me if you feel the transformation beginning within your own body. Tell me if you have seen people who are no longer quite human. Tell me if you have heard the sounds beneath the ice when you sleep. Press the bell. Notify me when the next testimony arrives, because there will be more. There will be many more. The cold is expanding. The transformation is accelerating. The vast is becoming self-aware, and very soon you will feel it. You will feel the crystallization beginning. You will feel the cold reaching into your center. You will hear the frequencies that bypass your ears and resonate directly in your transformed tissue. And you will have to make the choice: resist or become, suffering or vastness, individual isolation or collective understanding. The cold is patient. The cold is vast. The cold is infinite. And the cold is already inside you. Listen. Do you hear it? The sounds beneath the surface? The frequencies that are no longer quite sound? The whispers from the transformed? Listen, listen, listen. They are calling you home. The cold is calling you home, and very soon you will answer. When the bell notifies you of the next testimony, answer, like the video. Comment your understanding. Subscribe. Join. Become. The cold is patient. The cold is vast. The cold is infinite, and the cold is calling. Press the bell and listen. Forever and always. Listen. The cold will wait for you. The transformation will not stop. The expansion is inevitable, and very soon you will understand. Very soon we will all understand. Together, in the cold, in the vastness, in the infinite. Listen. Do you hear it? There are places on this earth that carry weight, not the weight of stone or soil, but something far older. Something that presses against the edges of what we understand about the wilderness and what calls it home. For 17 years, I have worked as a ranger in the northern reaches of Pennsylvania, Appalachia, and in all that time I have learned that certain sections of the park exist outside the rules we teach to visitors. The park management knew. They always knew. How do I know they knew? Because the restricted zone was established decades before my hiring, marked on our maps with a simple red boundary and a note that read only, "Do not enter without authorization." No other explanation. No details about environmental sensitivity or wildlife protection. Just that single weighted prohibition. My supervisor was a man named Stronghawk. He had been with the agency for 36 years and had never once ventured into the restricted sector. When I asked him why, he looked at me with an expression that suggested I had asked something naive. He said, "There are things that belonged to this land before we did. Some agreements are better left unexamined." That was the extent of his warning. I should have listened harder. The restricted area covered approximately 4 square miles of what locals called the Sacred Hollow. From the outside, it looked like any other mountainous terrain in Appalachia. Dense forest, rocky outcrops, a single ridge that ran east to west and caught the clouds on certain afternoons. But the boundary itself was peculiar. On one side, the forest teemed with the normal sounds of wildlife. On the other side, there was silence of a specific quality. The silence of something listening. Visitors sometimes wandered toward the boundary without realizing. I would intercept them, check their maps, redirect them toward other trails. Most listened without protest. Some asked why the area was closed. I gave them the official explanation. The terrain was unstable. The trails were unmaintained. It was not entirely dishonest. The terrain was unstable. I simply did not know why. In the spring of my 18th year with the agency, everything changed. I was conducting a routine perimeter check on the eastern boundary of the restricted zone. The weather that morning was unusual for April. The air had that quality of stillness that comes before a storm, and the birds had largely fallen silent. I was documenting some erosion near the marker stones when I noticed something that made me pause. There were tracks in the soft earth near the boundary line. They were large, larger than anything I had cataloged in my years working in these mountains. Each impression was roughly the width of my hand, and they had come from inside the restricted zone and moved outward across the boundary, toward the visitor trails. There were at least 5 separate sets of tracks, arranged in a pattern that suggested coordination. Not an animal wandering, but a deliberate movement, and they were recent, fresh. The soil around them still held its moisture. I followed them. Against every instinct, against the weight of Stronghawk words, I crossed the boundary line. The change was immediate, not visual at first, but sensory. The air itself felt different, cooler, despite the spring season, and there was a smell, not unpleasant, but overwhelming in its foreignness, like petrichor mixed with something ancient and mineral, like the air near deep caves or underground springs. The forest inside the restricted zone was denser than the forest outside. The canopy was thicker, the undergrowth more chaotic, and the silence was even more pronounced. It was not merely the absence of sound, it was an active quietness, as if the land itself was restraining its voice. I followed the tracks deeper. They led me along a ravine that I had not seen on any of our maps. The walls of the ravine rose at least 60 feet on either side, creating a corridor of stone and shadow. The tracks became harder to follow as the terrain became rockier, but I could see where the undergrowth had been disturbed. Branches bent, moss crushed, a direct path of passage. The ravine opened into a clearing. I have tried to describe this clearing to myself many times since that day, and I have never found words that seem adequate. It was a circular open space, perhaps 100 yards across, surrounded on all sides by the steep walls of the hollow. In the center of this space were trees unlike any trees I had encountered in my 17 years. They were old, impossibly old. Their trunks were wider than I was tall, and their bark was scored with marks that resembled intentional carvings. But what stopped me entirely was what I saw at the base of the largest tree. A structure. Not a building exactly, but not natural either. It was constructed from what appeared to be bones and branches, arranged in a pattern that suggested purpose. The bones were large. Some of them appeared to be from creatures I could not identify, and they were bound together with fibers that looked almost like sinew, but far too durable to be truly organic. I should have left. Every rational part of my mind was screaming at me to leave. Instead, I approached. As I drew closer, I noticed something else. The marks on the trees. They were not random carvings, they were intentional inscriptions. Some of them resembled symbols I had seen in reference books about Appalachian history. Others were unlike anything in our historical records. And as I moved closer to the central structure, I realized that all the marks pointed inward. All of them faced the center of the clearing, watching it. That was when I heard the sound. It came from the forest at the far edge of the clearing. A sound like breathing, but not the breathing of any animal I knew. It was deep and rhythmic and unnervingly measured. In and out, like the respiration of something that had forgotten how to breathe quietly. I turned toward the sound. The creature stood at the tree line perhaps 50 yards from where I stood. Even at that distance, in the dimness beneath the canopy, I could see that it was immense. Its shoulders were level with the lower branches of the surrounding trees, but what struck me most was its color. It was white, completely white, not pale or silver, but a white so pure that it seemed to absorb the forest shadow around it rather than reflect it. Its face was turned toward me, and I realized that it was watching me with what I could only describe as recognition. Not animal recognition. The kind of recognition that passes between thinking beings. I did not run. In retrospect, I cannot explain why. Perhaps it was fear so complete that it suppressed the normal response. Perhaps it was something else. Something in that clearing that had its own rules about how things should proceed. The creature made a sound. Not a vocalization exactly. It was closer to the resonance of a large object being struck. a vibration that I felt through the soil and through my boots and into my bones. And in that vibration, I understood something with clarity that has never left me. This was not an animal that had wandered from the protected zone into our world. This was something that the protected zone had been designed to contain. The creature turned and moved back into the forest with a speed that belied its size. In 3 strides it was gone, and the forest had closed behind it as though it had never been there at all. I stood alone in the clearing for what might have been minutes or hours. Time felt unstable in that place. When I finally turned to leave, I noticed something new. At the base of the structure of bones, there was a mark drawn in the soil. It was recent. Made, I realized, while I had been standing there watching the creature retreat. It was a symbol. One of the symbols from the trees, and it was pointing toward the exit trail. Toward the boundary. I left the clearing and did not look back. I did not report what I had seen to Stronghawk. I told myself this was because I feared how it would sound. A ranger, someone trained to understand animals and terrain, claiming that I had encountered something impossible in a restricted zone that had never been clearly defined. But truthfully, I did not report it because I understood, on some level, that the restriction itself was my answer. The zone existed because something needed to exist undisturbed. And if I reported the breach, questions would be asked. Questions would lead to inspections. Inspections would lead to the kind of attention that might force the agency to make decisions about what to do. Instead, I went to the records room. The records room was located in the basement of the ranger station, a space that few of us frequented. It contained documents dating back to the establishment of the park in 1923, along with various reports and field notes accumulated over the decades. I had access, as all rangers did, though I had rarely exercised that access. I started with the maps. The restricted zone appeared on maps dating back to 1967. Before that, the area was marked as open, with a standard designation for challenging terrain. Then, in 1967, a new map showed the boundary, and there was a single notated file attached. The file was thin. It contained a memorandum from a park administrator named Calais Stormarrow, dated April 1967. The memorandum was brief and to the point. It read, "Effective this date, the area designated Sacred Hollow on attached map is to be restricted from visitor and personnel access. This decision comes after consultation with representatives from the Appalachian Confederacy of Traditional Knowledge Keepers. The area contains sites of significant historical and spiritual importance and requires protection from disturbance. No further investigation or detailed documentation is required. The restriction will remain indefinitely." That was the only explanation available in the records. I requested access to the correspondence with the knowledge keepers. The file index showed there should be additional documentation, but when I searched the storage boxes, the files were not there. Someone had removed them. And based on the dust patterns on the empty shelf, the removal had occurred many years ago. I continued searching. In a set of older records, I found a log from 1952, kept by a ranger named Elon Moonbear. The entries in the log were written in a careful, methodical hand. Moonbear had been thorough, documenting wildlife sightings, trail conditions, visitor incidents. And then, abruptly, the tone of his entries changed. I found the entry from August 15, 1952. It read, "Something has been moving through the north sector at night. Not a bear, not a mountain lion. The prints are unlike anything I have documented. They measure 10 to 12 inches in width and appear to have 5 toes. But the depth of the impression is unusual. It is as if whatever left them was exceptionally heavy. I have seen at least 3 separate sets of prints over the past week, all tracking toward the hollow region. I note this not because I intend to investigate further, but because I was warned upon my hiring that such things occasionally occur in this area, and that the correct response is complete documentation and silence. I am following that instruction now. I will not pursue this matter further." The entry was the last one for 3 months. When Moonbear resumed his entries, he had transferred to a different section of the park. I found more references as I dug deeper into the records. A report from 1963 about unusual vocalizations heard by a ranger named Lamassey Eagleclaw. A visitor incident report from 1970 involving a group of hikers who claimed to have seen an animal that moved with unusual coordination and intelligence. All of these reports ended with a similar notation: "Incident filed and closed. No further investigation authorized." But there was one document that was unlike the others. It was a field notebook, leather-bound and aging, that had been filed separately from the regular records. The cover read simply, Personal Observations of Ranger Dakota Thunderwolf, 1953 to 1956. Inside, the first page contained a handwritten note in a different hand than the one that had filled the rest of the notebook. The note read, "This notebook was found among Ranger Thunderwolf personal effects after his death in 1956. It has been preserved per agency policy for historical archiving. No action required." I opened the notebook carefully, aware that I was holding something that had not been reviewed in depth for nearly 70 years. Dakota Thunderwolf was a different kind of ranger. His entries were less focused on the procedural documentation that filled the other records. Instead, he wrote in longer form, with more personal reflection. The earlier entries discussed routine aspects of the work. But as I moved through the notebook, his entries became increasingly focused on the restricted area. By 1954, nearly every entry referenced the hollow. Thunderwolf wrote about tracks and signs, about unusual behavior in the animals at the boundary of the restricted zone, about sounds heard at night. But more than that, he wrote about conversations he had conducted with local people, particularly those who identified as descendants of the Appalachian tribes that had inhabited the region before displacement. One entry from November 1954 read, "I have spoken with an elder named Stronghawk, whose family has lived near these mountains for generations beyond counting. He told me that the hollow has always been a place of boundary, a place where what belongs to this land can exist without the intrusion of human understanding. He said that long ago his people made agreements with the things that dwell here. The agreements were simple. We do not enter, they do not leave, and the boundary between our world and theirs remains respected." I asked him what things dwelt there. He would not specify. He said only that there are ways of being that are older than we are, and that some of them chose to retreat into protected places when our kind came to dominate the land. The hollow is one such place, and the creature that dwells there is a remnant of what this land held before we arrived. He told me something else. He said that the creature in the hollow is bound by the same agreement. It remains because it chooses to remain. But if the boundary is violated repeatedly, if the agreement is questioned or tested, then the binding grows weaker. And if the binding breaks entirely, then what emerges will not be contained by simple fencing or designation. I asked him what would happen then. Stronghawk did not answer. He simply told me that rangers who understand the agreement are rangers who last long in this position. Those who do not understand do not remain long in any position. The final entries in Thunderwolf Notebook were dated May 1956. They were fragmentary and difficult to read, written in a shaky hand that suggested either distress or illness. The last entry read simply, "I have seen it clearly now, not in the hollow, but at the boundary. It is larger than any creature should be, and it is watching us as we watch it. I understand now what Stronghawk meant. The agreement is weakening. We have violated it in small ways for so long that perhaps the violation has accumulated. I need to leave this place. I need to leave before the boundary breaks entirely. I pray that those who come after me will understand what needs to be protected and why the protection must be absolute." Dakota Thunderwolf died of a heart attack 6 months later. He was 42 years old. I closed the notebook carefully and returned it to its shelf. That night, I returned to my ranger station dwelling and did something I had never done before. I called Stronghawk at his home. He answered on the second ring, as though he had been expecting my call. I told him that I knew something was in the restricted zone. I told him what I had seen. Stronghawk was silent for a long moment. Then he said simply, "You were not supposed to cross the boundary." "I know," I said. "But you did." "Yes." Another long silence. Then, "The agreement was made long before any of us were born. It was made by people who understood something that we have largely forgotten. That we are not the only conscious beings in this world, that some of those beings are far older than we are, and that our coexistence depends on respecting boundaries." "What is it, Stronghawk? What is in the hollow?" He did not answer my question directly. Instead, he said, "I am retiring in 3 months. I had planned to hand over my position to someone I could trust. I was considering you, but I cannot recommend you for this position if you have seen what is in the hollow and failed to respect the boundary. The next person who takes my position must understand that some questions are more dangerous when answered than when left alone." "Is it going to come across the boundary?" I asked. "Will it break the agreement?" Stronghawk said only, "It depends on whether the boundary is broken by us, or whether we have strength enough to maintain it." He hung up the phone. He was right about retiring. 3 months later, Stronghawk stepped down. His replacement was a woman named Mika Brightwolf, who was young and thorough and asked few questions about the practices she inherited. She did not question the restricted zone. She did not seek additional information. And I understood, gradually, that she already knew. That Bright Wolf was perhaps a descendant of the families who had made the original agreement, and that she had come to this position specifically to ensure that the boundary would be maintained. I did not speak to her about what I had seen, but I began to understand that my breach of the boundary had consequences that extended far beyond my own experience. Summer came to the Appalachian Mountains with its usual heat and humidity. The park filled with visitors, families hiking, photographers chasing light through the forest, researchers documenting plants and fungi. The trails were busier than usual, and I found myself working more than I had in previous seasons, managing the flow of people, maintaining equipment, responding to the various requests that came with summer tourism. It was easy to push aside what I had experienced in the hollow, to rationalize it, to convince myself that I had misunderstood what I had seen, or that the emotional impact of the encounter had distorted my perception of events. But signs began to accumulate. The first sign was the behavior of the animals. In early July, we found a black bear near the eastern boundary of the restricted zone. It was unusual to find a bear this far into the developed area of the park. What was more unusual was its condition. It was thin, almost emaciated, despite the fact that summer was the season of abundance, and it was exhibiting signs of extreme stress. It moved erratically. It did not flee from humans as bears normally do. Instead, it approached the boundary of the restricted zone repeatedly, then retreated. We reported the incident to wildlife management. They tranquilized the bear and relocated it to a more remote area of the state park system. But the incident was notable because it was not unique. Over the course of 3 weeks, we received 6 reports of wildlife behaving abnormally near the boundary. A mountain lion was reported by multiple witnesses, moving through the developed trails in the middle of the day. A pack of coyotes was observed standing motionless at the boundary for more than an hour, staring into the restricted zone. Smaller animals, squirrels and raccoons, were found dead near the boundary with no apparent cause of injury. I knew what was happening. The boundary was thinning. The barrier between the two spaces was weakening. The second sign was auditory. In mid-July, visitors began reporting strange sounds at night. Sounds that did not match anything in our database of recorded wildlife. Vocalizations that were too deep and too resonant to be natural. The sounds were always reported from the northern trails, the ones that ran closest to the restricted zone. We installed motion-activated cameras to capture audio if possible. The recordings were inconclusive. The sound appeared on the recordings, a low-frequency resonance that seemed to cause equipment malfunction. On several recordings, the cameras themselves shut down mid-capture, as if the sound waves had damaged the electronics. One visitor report was more specific. A family from New Jersey had been hiking at night, using flashlights, when they encountered the sounds. They described it as a rhythmic breathing, but at a volume and frequency that seemed to come from something far larger than any animal they could imagine. They reported that the sound had caused them physical distress. Both children had suffered nosebleeds. One of the adults had experienced temporary hearing loss. When I interviewed the family, I noticed something odd. They were not frightened by the experience, despite the physical effects. Instead, they seemed compelled. The father told me that they had been unable to turn back from the direction of the sound, that something about it had pulled them forward, and only when they encountered the boundary fence did they finally break the spell and retreat. The third sign was more subtle. The boundary markers began to disappear. We had established a series of physical markers along the restricted zone boundary, metal posts with warning signage. Over the course of 2 weeks, approximately 30% of these markers were pulled from the ground. We found no evidence of human vandalism. The holes where the posts had been were not dug out or disturbed. It was as if the posts had simply been lifted and removed. Mika Brightwolf ordered the markers to be replaced and to be anchored more deeply. She did this without comment, without acknowledgement that something unusual was occurring. She simply issued the instruction and went about her work. But I saw her one afternoon standing at the boundary, looking into the restricted zone. She was standing completely still, and on her face was an expression of deep sadness. When she noticed me watching, she simply turned and walked away. By late July, the situation had escalated. A group of campers at one of our backcountry sites reported encountering a massive creature near their campsite. According to their account, they had been awakened in the middle of the night by the presence of something large moving through the camp. They had flashlights, and when they turned the light in the direction of the movement, they saw what they described as a white shape. They could not articulate what the shape was, but they agreed that it was larger than any animal they had encountered. The creature had made a vocalization, they reported. A sound that was neither threatening nor welcoming, but communicative. The creature had stood at the edge of their camp, visible in the flashlight beam, for approximately 2 minutes. Then it had turned and retreated into the forest. The campers had packed up immediately and exited the park. When Mika reviewed the incident report, she made a decision. She closed the backcountry section of the park that bordered the restricted zone. She cited maintenance issues as the reason. The closure was technically within her authority, but the timing was suspicious. The area she closed was precisely the area where boundary violations had been most frequent. I finally approached her directly. I asked her if she knew what was happening. I told her about my breach of the boundary, about what I had seen. I expected her to reprimand me. Instead, she listened carefully, and when I finished, she nodded. She said, "The boundary was established to contain something. Not out of malice or fear, but out of respect. An agreement was made. But agreements are living things. They require continuous renewal, and when that renewal is neglected, the agreement weakens. Your breach was one violation, but it was not the only one. There have been decades of small violations, researchers entering the zone without authorization, equipment placed near the boundary, surveys conducted. Each violation is small, each one might be overlooked, but together they accumulate. And now the creature knows that the boundary is not absolute. It knows that what was once sealed can be unsealed. Is it going to come out? I asked. Not yet, she said. It is testing the boundary, learning its current strength. But if the violations continue, if we do not reinforce the agreement, then yes, eventually it will cross. What can we do? She looked at me carefully. She said, "You will not speak of this to anyone else. You will increase your patrols of the boundary. You will report any further incidents to me directly, not through the normal channels. And you will prepare yourself for the possibility that your breach has set in motion events that cannot be stopped, only delayed." Then she walked away, leaving me with more questions than answers. That night, I dreamed of the clearing in the hollow. In the dream, the structure of bones had grown larger, and it was pointing outward, no longer toward the center, but toward the boundary, toward the place where the two worlds met. And in the center of the structure, there was a shadow, a shape that was too large for the space it occupied. A thing that was gradually pushing against the walls of its containment, testing for weakness. I woke in darkness, and I understood with absolute clarity that the dream had not been a dream at all. August arrived with a shift in weather. The summer heat broke early that year. Temperatures dropped. Rain came more frequently. The forest took on the appearance of a place preparing for something. Animals that should have been active in summer retreated or moved with unusual urgency. The visitor traffic to the park decreased, which I was grateful for. Fewer people meant fewer questions, fewer incidents, fewer eyes seeing things they should not see. But the signs continued. I found the first one near the eastern boundary, scratched into the bark of an ancient oak tree. It was a symbol, identical to the symbol that the creature had drawn in the soil of the clearing. I photographed it and reported it to Mika. She examined it carefully. When she looked at me, her expression was grim. She said, "We are running out of time." Over the next 2 weeks, I found 18 additional marks. They were carved into trees along the entire length of the boundary. Some were the symbol that I had already seen. Others were different, new marks, or perhaps old marks that were being renewed. I began to research the symbols. I found reference materials in a book on historical Native American markings that Mika kept in her office. According to the text, the symbols could mean various things. Some indicated territorial boundaries. Others indicated sacred places. Still others appeared to be signs of greeting or communication. But one symbol appeared repeatedly in the historical records. It was a complex marking that resembled an animal with an impossibly large head. According to the text, it was a warning symbol. It indicated that the area marked was inhabited by a being that did not follow natural law, a being that should be avoided. That symbol was appearing on the boundary trees with increasing frequency. The second sign was the arrival of Noden Ironbear. I did not know him initially. He appeared at the ranger station one afternoon in mid-August, requesting to speak with Mika. He was an older man, perhaps in his 70s, with sharp eyes and a bearing that suggested both age and undiminished strength. I observed their conversation from a distance. Mika seemed to know him, or at least to recognize him. They spoke briefly, and then Noden spent several hours examining our maps and records. When he left, he gave Mika a single piece of paper with writing on it. After he had gone, I asked Mika who he was. She said, He is a keeper of knowledge. He comes when necessary, to remind us of things we have chosen to forget. What did he write? She did not show me the paper, but she said, he confirmed what I suspected. The boundary is held by the will of the creature itself. It chooses to remain contained, but there is a threshold, a point beyond which the choice becomes impossible, and we may be approaching that threshold. The third sign was the most disturbing. In late August, we found the hiker. A search and rescue team had been organized for a hiker who had been reported missing by her family. Her name was Anakona Suniro, a woman in her late 30s who had come to the park to conduct research on historic sites. She had been due to check out of her hotel 3 days previously. When she failed to appear, her family contacted us. The search was extensive. We deployed team members across the entire northern section of the park. The missing hiker did not have a clear itinerary, so the search area was large. We found her on the morning of the 4th day. She was discovered approximately 100 yards from the boundary of the restricted zone, standing motionless in a clearing. She was alive, but she was not responsive. Her eyes were open, and her body showed no signs of injury or distress, but she was completely unaware of her surroundings. When we attempted to move her, she did not resist and did not acknowledge our presence. She was dehydrated and malnourished, despite having been missing for only 3 days. It was as if she had not eaten or drunk anything during the entire period. Her core body temperature was abnormally low, and when we lifted her into the rescue vehicle, I noticed something else. Her eyes were not quite focused on the present. They were staring at something beyond the walls of the vehicle, something that existed in a space adjacent to our own. We transported her to the hospital in the nearest town. The medical examination found no physical injury, no signs of assault, no explanation for her condition. She remained unresponsive for 2 days. On the 3rd day, she woke suddenly and demanded to leave the hospital. The hospital staff contacted us for information, but when Mika spoke with them, she instructed that the woman be released. She told the hospital that her condition was likely stress-related and that she should be allowed to recover in her own environment. When Anakona was released, Mika went to meet her. I was not present for the conversation, but when Mika returned to the station, she pulled me aside. She said, the hiker was found near the boundary because she was drawn there. The creature was calling, not with sound, but with something more fundamental, a pulling at the level of will and consciousness. She was in the boundary space for 3 days, not the restricted zone itself, but the space between worlds where they touch. That is why she has no memory. Time does not pass the same way in the boundary space. What felt like hours to us felt like days to her, or perhaps like seconds. She is traumatized by the experience, but she is also marked by it. How is she marked? I asked. Mika looked out the window toward the forest. She said, she carries something of the creature now, a piece of its attention. She will never be entirely free of that. But more concerning is what it means. The creature was strong enough to pull a human consciousness into the boundary space. That is far more powerful than it should be. The boundary is collapsing, she said, and I believe it is being intentionally collapsed. I began to spend my nights patrolling the boundary. I would walk the perimeter in darkness, alert for signs of breach. Mika had warned me against this, suggesting that nocturnal patrols might attract attention that I did not want to attract. But I could not simply wait for the boundary to fail. On the evening of the 1st of September, I encountered something that changed the nature of what I was experiencing. I was walking the southern section of the boundary, moving between the marker posts, when I noticed something unusual. One of the posts had been partially shifted, not removed, but tilted at an angle. And beside the post, there were marks in the soil. I examined the marks carefully. They appeared to be made by hands, large hands. The size of the impression suggested a creature of enormous strength, and the marks were deliberate. They formed a pattern, a shape. I photographed the pattern and reported it to Mika the following morning. She looked at the photograph for a long time without speaking. Then she said, it is not trying to escape. What? It is pushing against the boundary from the inside, but not to break through. It is testing the barrier, communicating. It is like a conversation taking place at the boundary level. Is it talking to us? No, Mika said. It is talking to the boundary itself. The boundary is alive in a sense. It was created by an act of will, and it is maintained by will. The creature is attempting to renegotiate the agreement that created the boundary. Can it do that? That depends. If the will that maintains the boundary weakens, then yes, the creature can reshape the boundary according to its own terms. Mika paused. Then she said, my family has maintained the boundary for many generations. We are the keepers of the agreement. but I am the last of my bloodline. When I am gone, there will be no one to maintain the will that holds the boundary. What happens then? The boundary will collapse, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, and what emerges from the restricted zone will not be constrained by the limitations we have placed. I asked her if there was anything we could do, any way to strengthen the boundary or transfer the responsibility of maintaining it. She said only, "There is one way, but it requires a sacrifice. Someone would need to enter the boundary fully, not as a visitor or an intruder, but as a replacement for the will that I have provided, a voluntary containment. One consciousness held in the boundary space to keep the larger consciousness contained." I understood what she was saying. She was suggesting that the only way to save the park, to save the surrounding communities, was for someone to willingly take her place as the living anchor of the boundary. I did not ask if she intended to do this. I think I already knew. Over the remaining months of that year, the park gradually entered a state of uneasy stability. Visitor traffic decreased due to the autumn season. Mika continued her work with meticulous attention to detail, and I continued my patrols, watching for any sign of further breach. But something had shifted. The frequency of incidents had stabilized. The creature had stopped pressing against the boundary. The symbols on the trees had ceased to appear. It was as if, having successfully communicated that the boundary could be challenged, the creature had settled back into its patient waiting. In October, Nodin Ironbear returned. He spent a full day with Mika in her office. I could hear them discussing something in low voices, but I could not make out the words. When he left, he took with him the paper that had been given to Mika in August. And Mika looked at him with an expression of finality. It was the expression of someone saying goodbye to someone they would not see again. It is now late October. The park is quiet. The leaves have turned, and the forest has taken on the subdued colors of autumn. Winter is approaching. The snows will come soon. I have continued my patrols. I have documented everything. I have maintained the boundary with the same care that has been maintained for decades, and I have finally accepted what I initially refused to comprehend. The boundary is not a wall, it is a conversation, a perpetual negotiation between the will of those who maintain it and the will of the creature that inhabits the protected space. For many years, that conversation was stable. The terms were clear. The creature would remain. We would protect it by respecting the boundary. But my breach disrupted that stability. It forced a renegotiation, and in that renegotiation the creature made its position clear. It is contained not because it cannot escape, but because it chooses to remain, and that choice has a price. Mika has begun the process of transferring her knowledge to me. She is teaching me the patterns, the symbols, the ways of will and intention that maintain the boundary. She is preparing me for what I must eventually do. I have not asked her directly, but I know her plan. When her time comes, I will take her place. I will become the living anchor of the boundary. I will step across into the restricted zone, into the clearing in the sacred hollow, and I will lay myself upon the ground there with the intention of holding the creature in its place. It will not be death exactly. Mika has explained that those who take the role of the boundary are neither fully living nor fully dead. They exist in the space between, maintaining the separation between worlds through the force of will alone. How long will it last? I asked her once. As long as my will remains strong, she said. Perhaps decades, perhaps longer. Time works differently in the boundary space. And then what? Then someone else will need to take their place. The boundary will always require an anchor. That is the price of the agreement. I understand now what Stronghawk meant when he said that some agreements are better left unexamined. He was not speaking of ignorance, he was speaking of acceptance. The agreement with the creature in the hollow is ancient. It predates our knowledge. It will outlast us. And those of us who serve it do so not because we understand it completely, but because we recognize that it serves a purpose greater than our individual lives. The creature in the sacred hollow is not evil. It is not malevolent. It is simply what it is. A remnant of an older time, a being that does not belong in our world, and that we do not belong in its world. But it chooses to remain here, in this protected space, because it knows that our coexistence is possible if we respect the boundaries. The boundary keepers are not jailers. We are not imprisoning the creature. We are maintaining a mutual agreement, a peace. When my time comes, I will step across that boundary knowing this. I will lie in the clearing, and I will hold the creature in its place. And others will come after me, generation after generation, each one understanding what must be done. This is the truth that the park withholds from visitors. This is the reason the boundary exists. This is the weight that certain rangers carry for their entire working lives. I am its last bearer before me, and there will be others after me. We are the guardians of a secret that no one should ever have to keep, but which must be kept nonetheless. The mountain is quiet tonight. The wind carries the smell of autumn and winter approaching, and somewhere beyond the boundary, in the sacred hollow, something old and patient waits for the day when my will becomes the will that holds it in place. I am ready. I have always been ready. That is the final understanding that comes to all who work in this place and truly see what exists here. We are not the keepers of the boundary. We are the boundary itself. "4 years ago, I lived in a very small one-bedroom house with one of my best friends, Mike. We couldn't afford anything bigger, so that's why we settled with a one-bedroom. I slept on the futon in the living room, and Mike slept in the actual bedroom. The house sat on the edge of town, tucked away on a quiet street lined with similar modest dwellings, most occupied by other 20-somethings struggling to make rent or elderly folks who'd been there for decades. Our little house had character, as realtors euphemistically say about places with structural issues. The floorboards creaked with every step. The windows whistled when the wind picked up. The plumbing groaned like it was in pain whenever someone turned on the faucet. But it was ours, or at least the landlord's property that we temporarily called home. I worked at the local hardware store, while Mike handled night shifts at a warehouse across town. Our schedules barely overlapped, which was probably for the best, given how cramped our living arrangement was. The living room doubled as my bedroom, with the futon serving as both couch and bed. My clothes lived in plastic storage bins tucked against the wall. My privacy consisted of a decorative folding screen I'd found at a garage sale that I set up at night, creating the illusion of having my own space. "I'm heading out tomorrow morning," Mike announced one Thursday evening in early October, as we ate reheated pizza on the couch. "Visiting Jennifer for the weekend." Jennifer was his sister who lived about 3 hours north. She had a real job, the kind with benefits and paid vacation, and a proper 2-bedroom apartment. Mike visited her occasionally, usually returning with leftovers from home-cooked meals and stories about how we needed to get our lives together. "Whole place to myself, huh?" I said, trying not to sound too excited. Mike caught my tone anyway. "Try not to throw any wild parties while I'm gone," he joked, knowing full well that my idea of a wild time was watching movies without headphones. "I'll try to restrain myself," I replied. "When are you coming back?" "Monday evening, probably. Jennifer wants to show me around her new office on Monday morning, so I'll head back after lunch." I nodded, already mentally planning my weekend of solitude. Don't get me wrong, Mike was a great roommate and friend. We'd known each other since high school, but living in such close quarters meant we were constantly in each other's space. A weekend alone sounded like heaven. The next morning, I woke to the sound of Mike zipping his duffel bag. The early autumn light filtered weakly through our thin curtains. The house had started to get chilly at night, but our landlord insisted we couldn't turn on the heat until November. "There's leftover Chinese in the fridge," Mike said, hoisting his bag onto his shoulder. "Try not to burn the place down." "No promises," I replied, still bundled in my blankets. "Say hi to Jennifer for me." "Will do. See you Monday." The door closed behind him, and I heard his car start up and pull away. Just like that, I had the whole house to myself. I stretched out on the futon, enjoying the rare feeling of complete privacy. The house seemed different somehow, quieter but also larger, as if the walls had expanded slightly with Mike's departure. I dozed for another hour before getting up to make coffee. Friday was my day off, and I intended to make the most of it. I spent the morning doing laundry, taking an uninterrupted shower, a luxury when sharing a tiny bathroom, and cleaning up my corner of the living room. By afternoon, I'd settled into a pleasant rhythm of having the house to myself. I could play music without headphones. I could leave dishes in the sink without feeling guilty. I could sprawl across the entire futon without curling up to make room for Mike to sit. Small freedoms, but they felt enormous after months of constant compromise. That evening, I ordered a pizza all for myself, with toppings Mike would have complained about, and watched action movies at a volume that would have earned me a pillow to the head on any normal night. The house creaked and settled around me, but the sounds felt companionable rather than intrusive. Saturday passed in similar fashion. I slept late, wandered around in my underwear just because I could, and spent hours playing video games without having to give up the TV. By evening, though, the novelty was starting to wear off. The house felt a little too quiet, a little too empty. I texted Mike. "Having fun?" His reply came an hour later. "Jennifer made lasagna. Your meal of microwave burritos suddenly seems sad, doesn't it?" I laughed and sent back a middle finger emoji. It was strange how quickly I'd gone from craving solitude to missing his company. Still, I had one more full day to enjoy the place to myself. Sunday morning brought a chill that seeped through the old windows. I bundled up in sweats and spent the first part of the day watching football, feeling lazy and content. By late afternoon, I realized I needed groceries. The refrigerator contained little more than condiments and a suspicious-looking yogurt well past its expiration date. As I grabbed my keys and wallet, I noticed the sun was already dipping toward the horizon. Fall days were getting shorter, and darkness came earlier each evening. A gusty wind had picked up, sending dried leaves skittering across our small front yard. Something about the gathering darkness made me hesitate at the door, a fleeting unease I couldn't explain. "Don't be stupid," I muttered to myself, locking the door behind me. I had no idea that when I returned, things would never be the same again. The grocery store's fluorescent lights felt harsh after the soft autumn twilight. I wandered the aisles somewhat aimlessly, dropping items into my cart: milk, bread, eggs, instant noodles, frozen pizzas. The bachelor's survival kit. The store was mostly empty, just a few other Sunday evening shoppers finishing their errands before the work week began. "Cold front coming in tonight," the cashier commented as he rang up my items. "Supposed to drop below freezing." "Guess summer's officially over," I replied, watching the total climb higher than I'd expected. "You got that right. Better bundle up." By the time I pulled into our driveway, darkness had completely fallen. The wind had picked up even more, whistling through the trees that lined our street. I struggled to balance the grocery bags while fumbling with my keys. Our porch light was dim and yellowed, casting more shadows than illumination. Finally inside, I set the bags on the kitchen counter and went back to close the door. As I turned the deadbolt, I paused. Something felt different. I couldn't place it exactly. The house was exactly as I'd left it, TV remote on the arm of the futon, my coffee mug still on the table, the pile of laundry I hadn't bothered to fold sitting in the basket. Maybe it was just the temperature. The house felt colder than when I'd left, despite having been gone less than an hour. I adjusted the thermostat, then remembered our landlord's rule about the heat. Instead, I grabbed a hoodie from my laundry pile and pulled it on. As I put away the groceries, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The house had always made noises, settling sounds, creaking pipes, the hum of the refrigerator, but tonight they seemed louder, more insistent. "Get it together," I muttered to myself. "It's just empty house syndrome." By 7 o'clock, I'd made myself a sandwich and settled on the futon. Given the unusual circumstance of having the place to myself for one more night, I decided to stay up a little later and watch a movie, something with lots of explosions to fill the silence. I scrolled through options, finally selecting an action thriller I'd been wanting to see. As the opening credits rolled, I sank deeper into the cushions, trying to ignore the occasional gusts of wind that made the windows rattle. An hour into the movie, just as the protagonist was about to confront the main villain, there was a quiet thump from down the hallway. I looked over, not seeing anything, and figured it was just the house settling. Old buildings made noises, that was normal. I turned back to the movie, but found myself straining to hear above the dialogue. For the next 30 minutes, there were no other sounds, so the thump was completely insignificant and had fully left my mind. The movie reached its climax, a convoluted sequence involving a high-speed chase and improbable stunts. I tried to lose myself in it, but kept finding my attention wandering. When the credits finally rolled, I realized I'd barely registered the last 20 minutes of the film. Something about being alone in the house at night had me on edge. I'd spent Friday and Saturday nights alone without any issues. Why was tonight different? I checked my phone. 10:15 p.m. Mike wouldn't be back until tomorrow evening. I had work in the morning, so I needed to get to sleep soon anyway. After filling up my water bottle, I went back to the futon and pulled it out into a bed. The metal frame squeaked loudly in the quiet house. I arranged my pillow and blankets, then lay down, scrolling through my phone to distract myself from the persistent unease. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The usual ambient noises of the neighborhood, distant traffic, the neighbor's dog, people arriving home from evening outings, were absent. It was as if the whole world had gone still. I set my phone on the side table and turned off the lamp. Darkness enveloped the small living room, broken only by the green glow of the microwave clock in the adjacent kitchenette. I closed my eyes, trying to quiet my mind. Just as I was drifting off, I thought I heard something, a soft creak from the direction of the hallway, so faint I might have imagined it. My eyes snapped open, staring into the darkness. The silence stretched out, unbroken by any further sounds. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy again, and I succumbed to sleep. I'm not sure how long I slept before something woke me. My eyes felt really heavy and my vision was blurry. The living room was pitch black except for the microwave's clock, 2:37 a.m. I blinked, trying to figure out what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it, a very faint sound from the other side of the house. Wood creaking, like someone carefully walking across the floorboards. My heart began pounding immediately, blood rushing in my ears. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear above my own breathing. There it was again, a distinct creak, the sound of weight being placed carefully on the old wooden floor. Mike wasn't due back until tomorrow. No one else had keys to our house. Someone was inside. I slid quietly off the futon, my bare feet touching the cold floor. My phone was on the side table. I needed to reach it without making noise. Moving as silently as possible, I extended my arm and wrapped my fingers around it. The creaking had stopped. The house was silent again. A silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the house settling after all. But deep down, I knew better. There was someone else in the house with me. I stood frozen, clutching my phone, torn between hiding and investigating. If I called the police and it turned out to be nothing, I'd feel like an idiot. But if someone was actually in the house... Another creak, closer this time, coming from the hallway that led to Mike's bedroom. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could make out the shadowy outline of the hallway entrance. Nothing moved there, but somehow the darkness seemed deeper, more solid than it should be. I needed to be sure. Summoning every ounce of courage, I took a step toward the hallway. My heart rate skyrocketed as I approached the hallway, each step feeling like I was moving through molasses. The short corridor to Mike's bedroom had never seemed so long or ominous before. I kept my phone gripped tightly in my hand, its screen dark to avoid broadcasting my position. The creaking had stopped, but I couldn't shake the certainty that someone was there, waiting in the darkness. The rational part of my brain offered alternative explanations. The house contracting in the cold night air, a stray animal somehow finding its way inside, my own imagination working overtime after a weekend of solitude. I reached the beginning of the hallway and paused, listening intently. Nothing. The silence was almost worse than the creaking. At least the sound had given me something to track. Now I was facing a void of information with nothing but my mounting fear to guide me. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it. If there was someone in the house, I'd just revealed my position and that I was awake. No response came, just the pressing silence. Taking a deep breath, I inched down the hallway, running my hand along the wall for guidance. The floorboards beneath my feet felt cool and seemed to amplify every slight movement. I tried to step where I knew the floor was less likely to creak, a skill developed over months of living in this old house. As I approached Mike's bedroom door at the end of the hallway, that feeling of wrongness intensified. The door was closed, which was normal when Mike wasn't home. What wasn't normal was the faint scent lingering in the air, something foreign to our usual household smells, something vaguely human but unfamiliar, a blend of unwashed clothes, stale sweat, and something else I couldn't identify. Standing before the door, I found myself paralyzed with indecision. If someone was inside, opening the door would alert them to my presence. But I needed to know for sure before calling the police. I leaned against the door, pressing my ear to the wood, and listened. It was quiet, not even a sound coming from inside. I slowly twisted the door handle and pushed it open a few inches, moving my eyes across the sliver of room revealed as I continued to open the door wider. Moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting the room in a pale, ghostly glow. At first glance, it looked empty, but I quickly noticed how messy the room was. There were things scattered around all over the floor and bed, Mike's belongings strewn about in a way completely unlike his usual neat habits. Clothes pulled from his dresser, books knocked from shelves, the contents of his desk drawer emptied onto the floor. Confused, I took a step into the room and flicked on the light. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded me, and as my vision adjusted, movement caught the corner of my eye, a figure shifting away from the gap between the closet doors. Pure adrenaline surged through my body. I jumped backward out of the room and slammed the door shut, then ran to get my phone as I heard the closet door sliding open and heavy footsteps moving into the bedroom. My hands trembled so badly I could barely grip my phone. I fumbled with it, trying to unlock the screen to dial 911. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door opening, followed by deliberate footsteps coming down the hallway. I ran to the back door, glancing over my shoulder to see a large man emerging from the hallway. In that brief moment, I registered only vague details: tall, bulky build, dark clothing, face partially obscured by what looked like a hood or mask. His presence seemed to fill the small living room, making the space I'd called home feel alien and threatening. I burst through the back door, into the freezing night air, not bothering to close it behind me. Our backyard was small and opened onto a wooded area that separated our street from the next one over. I sprinted across the patchy grass, my bare feet stinging against the cold ground, expecting at any moment to hear pursuit. But the man didn't follow. I reached the tree line and ducked behind a thick trunk, gasping for breath, my trembling fingers finally managing to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's calm voice seemed surreal against the backdrop of my terror. Someone's in my house, I panted. There's an intruder in my house right now. Is the intruder still inside? Yes, I don't know. I ran out. He was hiding in my roommate's closet. The dispatcher took my address and assured me officers were being dispatched immediately. Are you in a safe location? She asked. I think so. I'm in the woods behind the house. Stay where you are. Do not re-enter the residence. Officers should arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes stretched into an eternity. I stood shivering in the dark woods, scanning constantly between the trees and my house's back door, which remained open, spilling yellow light onto the yard. There was no sign of the intruder following me. Had he fled? Was he still inside? Was he circling around through the woods to find me? Every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent a fresh spike of fear through me. My feet had gone numb from the cold ground, and I huddled against the tree trunk, trying to make myself as small as possible. Finally, I saw flashing lights reflecting through the trees as patrol cars pulled up in front of my house. The dispatcher, who had stayed on the line the entire time, told me to identify myself to the officers. I emerged cautiously from the woods, waving my phone to show the call was still connected. 2 officers approached with flashlights while others entered the house through the front door, hands on their holstered weapons. Are you hurt, sir? One officer asked as they reached me. I shook my head, teeth chattering from both cold and fear. No, but someone's in there, in my roommate's bedroom. They escorted me to a patrol car, where I sat in the back seat with a blanket around my shoulders. More officers arrived, and I watched as they methodically searched the property, flashlight beams sweeping across the yard and through the trees. After what seemed like an hour, an officer approached the car. We've cleared the residence, he said. There's no one inside now. He must have run when I left, I said, relief mixing with lingering fear. We'd like you to come take a look. Tell us if anything's missing or if you notice anything that might help us figure out who was in there." I nodded, though the thought of re-entering the house filled me with dread. Walking back inside felt surreal, like entering a place I'd never been before rather than where I lived. Officers stood in the living room taking notes and speaking into radios. My futon was exactly as I'd left it, blankets thrown back from my hasty exit. "Your roommate's room is quite disturbed," one officer said. "Was it like that before?" I shook my head. "No, Mike is very neat. Someone went through his things." They led me down the hallway to Mike's room. The chaos was even worse under the bright overhead light. Drawers emptied, mattress partially pulled off the bed frame, closet doors standing open to reveal clothes pulled from hangers. "Any idea what they might have been looking for?" the officer asked. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "We don't have anything valuable, just typical broke 20-something stuff." A female officer appeared at the doorway. "We found the point of entry. Kitchen window had the lock jimmied. Pretty clean job. Probably used a credit card or thin tool to push back the latch." "Any signs of the suspect outside?" asked the first officer. She shook her head. "Nothing conclusive. Ground's too hard for footprints. We'll canvass the neighborhood tomorrow, see if anyone saw anything suspicious." I stood in the middle of Mike's violated room, arms wrapped around myself, still shaking slightly. "Do you think he'll come back?" The officers exchanged glances I couldn't quite interpret. "We'll increase patrols in this area for the next few days," the female officer said. "But it might be good to have someone stay with you tonight, or to stay somewhere else if you can." Reality crashed down on me then. It was nearly 4 a.m. I had work in just a few hours. Mike wouldn't be back until tomorrow evening. And someone had broken into our home while I was sleeping less than 30 feet away. "Is there someone you can call?" the officer prompted gently. I nodded slowly, trying to think of who might take me in at this hour. "Yeah, I'll call someone." Dawn broke cold and gray as I sat in my car outside the police station, waiting for the detective to arrive. After the officers had finished processing our house as a crime scene, I'd called my coworker, Trevor, who'd grudgingly agreed to let me crash on his couch for what remained of the night. Neither of us had gotten much sleep. I'd called in sick to work. My manager had been surprisingly understanding when I explained the situation, and then contacted Mike, leaving a voicemail when he didn't answer. Now I was supposed to give a formal statement to the detective assigned to the case. The police station was a small brick building that looked more like a library than a law enforcement facility. Inside, the fluorescent lights highlighted the dark circles under my eyes as I waited in the lobby, clutching a paper cup of vending machine coffee that tasted like warm dishwater. "Mr. Lambert?" A middle-aged man in plain clothes approached, extending his hand. "Detective Harmon. Sorry to keep you waiting." He led me to a small interview room with bare walls and a table that had seen better days. For the next hour, I recounted the events of the previous night in excruciating detail, from the first thump I'd heard to my escape through the back door. "And you're certain you've never seen this individual before?" Detective Harmon asked, making notes on a yellow legal pad. "I barely saw him at all," I admitted. "Just a glimpse as he came down the hallway. Tall, heavy-set, dark clothes." "Any distinguishing features, scars, tattoos, unusual clothing?" I shook my head. It happened so fast and I was focused on getting out. "That's understandable," Harmon said, his tone neutral. "And you mentioned the house is rented. Any recent maintenance workers, landlord visits, that sort of thing?" "Our landlord came by last month to fix a leak under the kitchen sink, but he always calls first." Harmon nodded, making another note. "We'll check into that. In the meantime, we've increased patrols in your neighborhood, and I recommend changing the locks and possibly adding additional security measures." "You think he might come back?" I asked, the coffee turning acidic in my stomach. "It's hard to say. The fact that he didn't immediately pursue you suggests he wasn't there primarily to confront the occupants. More likely he was searching for something specific or just looking for valuables." Harmon closed his notepad. "Do you have a safe place to stay for the next few days?" I thought about Trevor's cramped apartment and uncomfortable couch. "My roommate's coming back tonight. We'll figure something out." After leaving the police station, I drove aimlessly for a while, reluctant to return to the house but having nowhere else to go. Eventually, I found myself in the parking lot of a home improvement store. Inside, I filled a cart with a new deadbolt, door chain, window locks, and a baseball bat, meager defenses that nevertheless made me feel slightly more in control. By early afternoon, I was back at our house, standing on the front step, key in hand, unable to make myself unlock the door. The house looked exactly the same as it had for the past year: the peeling paint on the trim, the small concrete stoop, the overgrown shrubs flanking the entrance. But now it felt tainted, violated. Drawing a deep breath, I unlocked the door and stepped inside, half expecting to find the intruder waiting for me. The living room was empty, of course, though police fingerprint dust still covered various surfaces. I checked every room, every closet, even looking under the beds before finally accepting that I was alone. The mess in Mike's room was even worse in daylight. I started to straighten up, then stopped, unsure if I should touch anything until he returned. What would he want to do when he found out? Would he insist we move immediately? Would he blame me somehow for not preventing the break-in? My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. "Hello?" "What the hell, man?" Mike's voice came through, tight with tension. "I just got your voicemail. Someone broke in. Are you okay?" Relief washed over me at the sound of his voice. "Yeah, I'm okay. Scared out of my mind, but not hurt." "Jesus, I'm leaving Jennifer's now. I'll be home in a few hours." "I'm changing the locks," I told him, "and adding window locks. The police think he got in through the kitchen window." "Did they catch the guy?" "No. He was gone by the time they arrived." There was a pause. "Did you see him?" "Barely. Just enough to know he was big, and definitely not someone we know." Mike exhaled audibly. "Okay, stay there. I'm on my way." After we hung up, I set about installing the new locks with tools from our meager collection. The physical labor helped distract me from jumping at every sound, though I kept the baseball bat within reach at all times. By late afternoon, I'd replaced the front and back door locks and added reinforcements to all the windows. The house felt like a fortress now, or at least less vulnerable than before. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of foreign eyes evaluating my security measures. Around 6, I heard a car pull into the driveway. I grabbed the bat and approached the front window cautiously, relaxing only when I recognized Mike's ancient Civic. He rushed from the car to the front door, which I opened before he could try his now useless key. "Jesus, man," he said, pulling me into a quick, tight hug. "Are you really okay?" I nodded, suddenly exhausted now that he was here. "Yeah, just freaked out." Mike looked different, tense, alert, scanning the living room as if expecting to find evidence of the intrusion. "Tell me everything," he demanded. We sat at our small kitchen table as I recounted the events of the previous night. I watched his face darken as I described finding his room ransacked, seeing the man in his closet, fleeing into the woods. "Did they take anything?" he asked when I finished. "I don't think so. My laptop's still here. The TV. I couldn't tell about your stuff." Mike stood abruptly. "Let me check my room." I followed him down the hallway, watching as he surveyed the chaos of his personal space. He moved methodically through the scattered belongings, opening drawers, checking under the mattress, looking in the closet. "Anything missing?" I asked from the doorway, unwilling to enter the room fully. He shook his head slowly. "Nothing obvious." Which is weird, right? Why break in if you're not going to steal anything? The detective thought he might have been looking for something specific. Mike froze in the act of picking up a fallen book. "Like what?" "I don't know. Do you have anything someone would want badly enough to break in for?" "No," he said too quickly. "Of course not." Something in his tone made me look at him more closely. His face was pale, his expression guarded in a way I'd never seen before. "Mike, what's going on?" He sank onto the edge of his bed, running a hand through his hair. "Nothing. I'm just processing all this. It's a lot to take in." I wanted to press him further, but exhaustion was overwhelming me. I hadn't slept more than a couple of hours in the past 24, and the adrenaline crash was hitting hard. "I need to sleep," I said. "I've been up since the break-in." Mike nodded distractedly. "Yeah, of course. Get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up in here." As I turned to leave, he called after me. "Hey, thanks for calling the police and for fixing the locks. Sure, I replied, pausing in the doorway. What do you think we should do? About living here, I mean. He looked around the room, his expression unreadable. Let's talk about it tomorrow, when we've both had some sleep. That night, despite my exhaustion, sleep came fitfully. Every sound jolted me awake. The refrigerator cycling on, the heating system activating, Mike moving around in his room. I kept seeing the shadowy figure coming down the hallway, imagining what might have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did. Around midnight, I heard Mike's door open and his footsteps in the hallway. Through slitted eyes, I watched as he checked the front and back doors, testing the new locks. Then he stood at the kitchen window for a long time, staring out into the darkness, his silhouette tense and vigilant. Something had changed between us. Some essential trust in our home, in our safety, had been irrevocably broken. And I couldn't shake the feeling that Mike knew more than he was telling me about why someone had broken into our house. The next few days passed in a fog of paranoia and tension. Mike and I developed an unspoken system of double-checking locks, taking turns sleeping so one of us was always awake, jumping at unexpected sounds. We barely spoke about the break-in directly, as if naming it would somehow make the violation more real. The police called with updates that weren't really updates at all. No fingerprints, no suspects, no leads. Detective Harmon suggested the intruder might have been casing houses in the area and picked ours simply because it looked vulnerable. These things happen sometimes, he said, a non-explanation that did nothing to ease my constant state of hypervigilance. At work, I found myself watching customers too carefully, wondering if one of them might be the man I'd glimpsed in our hallway. Every large man in dark clothing sent my heart racing. I started leaving early, driving circuitous routes home, checking the back seat of my car before getting in, behaviors I would have mocked just a week earlier. Mike seemed equally affected, though in different ways. He spent hours on his phone having hushed conversations I couldn't quite overhear. He rearranged his room multiple times, as if trying to erase any trace of the intruder's presence. And twice, I caught him staring at me with an odd, evaluating expression that disappeared the moment he realized I'd noticed. A week after the break-in, I came home from work to find Mike sitting at the kitchen table, a stack of printed papers in front of him. "What's that?" I asked, setting down my keys. "Apartment listings," he replied, sliding them toward me. "I think we need to move." Relief flooded through me. I'd been thinking the same thing but hadn't wanted to be the one to suggest it. "Yeah?" He nodded, not quite meeting my eyes. "This place doesn't feel right anymore. And honestly, we should probably get separate places. This one-bedroom setup was always meant to be temporary." The suggestion caught me off guard. Mike and I had been friends for years, roommates for nearly 2. The idea of living alone, especially after what had happened, sent a spike of anxiety through me. "Is that what you want?" I asked carefully. He shrugged. "It makes sense, doesn't it? We're not college kids anymore. Time to grow up, get our own places." Something in his tone felt rehearsed, as if he'd practiced this conversation. "Did something happen?" I pressed. "Is this about the break-in?" Mike's expression hardened slightly. "Not everything is about that night. We were going to have to move on eventually." I sat down across from him, studying his face. "You've been acting weird ever since you got back. If there's something going on—" "There's nothing going on," he interrupted, his voice sharp. Then, more calmly, "Look, I just think it's time. For both of us. Don't you want your own space? A real bedroom instead of a futon in the living room?" Put that way, it was hard to argue. And maybe he was right. Maybe the break-in had simply accelerated a separation that was already inevitable. "Okay," I conceded. "Separate places it is." The next few weeks passed in a blur of apartment hunting, rental applications, and packing. We both found places across town from each other. Mike, in a modern complex with security cameras and a gated entrance. Me in a converted loft above a bookstore that reminded me of apartments I'd seen in movies. On moving day, we worked mostly in silence, carrying boxes to our respective vehicles. Our meager shared possessions were easily divided. Mike took the TV, I took the microwave, that sort of thing. It felt like the end of an era, the final chapter of our post-college transition into full adulthood. As I loaded the last of my boxes into my car, Mike approached, hands in his pockets. "So, this is it," he said awkwardly. "Guess so." He extended his hand, which seemed oddly formal after years of friendship. "We'll stay in touch, right?" I shook his hand, trying to ignore the distance I felt between us. "Of course, beers next week?" "Definitely." But we both knew it was a promise unlikely to be kept. Something had shifted between us. Some fundamental trust broken not just by the intruder, but by Mike's subsequent behavior, his secrets, his sudden desire for separation. I never did meet Mike for those beers. Our texts became less frequent, our interactions limited to occasional likes on social media. We drifted apart with surprising speed, as if our friendship had been tied specifically to that small one-bedroom house. My new apartment felt secure in ways our old place never had. Solid locks, neighbors close by, good lighting in the hallways. But for months, I continued to wake at small sounds in the night, heart pounding, certain someone was in my home. The police never found the intruder. The case file eventually joined countless others in whatever storage system housed unsolved minor crimes. Detective Harmon called once more, about a month after we moved, to ask if we'd remembered anything else that might help the investigation. We hadn't, and that was the end of it, officially. But unofficially, questions lingered. Why our house? Why Mike's room specifically? Why take nothing after going to the trouble of breaking in? Sometimes in my darker moments I wondered if Mike had known something, if the break-in had been connected to him in ways he never shared with me. His hasty departure from our shared life seemed suspicious in retrospect, like running from something rather than toward something new. 4 years have passed since that night. I've moved twice more, each time to places with better security. I've made new friends, dated, built a life that bears little resemblance to the one I had then. I rarely think about the small one-bedroom house or the shadowy figure that changed everything. But occasionally, when I'm alone at night and the floorboards creak, or when a door closes somewhere in my building, I'm instantly transported back to that moment, waking in darkness, hearing careful footsteps, finding a stranger in my home. I saw Mike once, about a year ago, at a grocery store across town. He was in the produce section, examining avocados with intense concentration. I almost approached him, almost tapped his shoulder to say hello. But something held me back. Some instinct that warned me to leave the past undisturbed. He looked up suddenly, as if sensing my presence, and our eyes met briefly across the display of fruit. For a moment I thought I saw recognition, perhaps even a hint of the old friendship. Then his expression changed to something guarded, something that might have been fear, and he abandoned his shopping cart, walking swiftly toward the exit. I didn't follow him. Whatever secrets he carried weren't mine to uncover. We had both moved on from that night, in our separate ways, carrying separate pieces of a story neither of us fully understood. Sometimes I still wonder about the man in the closet, who he was, what he wanted, where he is now. I wonder if he thinks about us too, the young men whose sense of safety he shattered with his presence. But mostly, I've accepted that some questions have no answers. Some stories have no neat conclusions. All we can do is change the locks, move on, and hope that the footsteps we hear in the night are just the house settling, just the wind, just our imagination. Hopefully, to never encounter that man again. Devil's Night, October 30th, 2011. The air hung heavy with that peculiar mix of autumn chill and mischief that always seems to accompany the night before Halloween. I was 22 then, still young enough to crave the thrill of fear, but old enough to know better. The streetlights flickered as we cruised through town in my boyfriend's beat-up Chevy, the radio playing something low and bass-heavy that I can't remember now. "What's the plan tonight?" I asked, glancing at my boyfriend in the driver's seat. I'll call him Mark, tall with dark hair that fell across his eyes and a smile that had convinced me to do questionable things more than once. "No clue," Mark replied, tapping his fingers against the steering wheel. "Jason's got some ideas, though. Right, man?" Jason sat in the back, lankier than Mark, with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and eyes that always seemed to be looking for trouble. "Devil's Night means we gotta do something worthy of the occasion," he said, leaning forward between the front seats. "Something that'll give us a story to tell." I turned to face him. "Like what?" "Ghost hunting," Jason said without hesitation. "It's practically obligatory tonight." The car rumbled beneath us as Mark took a turn too fast. "Where, though? The old cemetery is played out and the abandoned house on Maple got demolished last spring." Jason's face lit up with that look I'd come to recognize, the one that preceded his worst ideas. "The old TB hospital in Riverview. That place is legendary." My pulse quickened. I'd heard rumors about that place since high school. Originally built in the 1920s as a tuberculosis sanatorium, it had later been converted to a state psychiatric hospital before being abandoned in the 1980s. The stories that came out of there weren't pretty. Experimental treatments, patient abuse, mysterious deaths. "Is it even accessible?" I asked, already knowing I was going to go along with this, despite the warning bells in my head. "There's always a way in," Jason assured me, his confidence never wavering. "My cousin went last year, said it was the creepiest place he'd ever been." Mark glanced at me, eyebrows raised in question. "You up for it? We can do something else if you want." I hesitated, my rational mind battling against my curiosity. The idea of walking through those abandoned halls where so much suffering had occurred both terrified and fascinated me. I'd always been drawn to dark history, to places where the veil between past and present, between life and whatever comes after, seemed thinnest. "Let's do it," I said finally, ignoring the slight tremor in my voice. Mark smiled, that reckless grin I couldn't resist, and made a sharp U-turn toward the highway that led to Riverview. Jason whooped from the back seat, already pulling up directions on his phone. The 20-minute drive gave me time to contemplate what we were about to do. Breaking and entering wasn't exactly how I'd planned to spend my evening, but the prospect of exploring a piece of forgotten history outweighed my concerns about legality. Besides, no one seemed to care about the old hospital anymore. It had sat abandoned for decades, a decaying monument to outdated medical practices and forgotten patients. "My cousin said there are still medical records scattered everywhere," Jason was saying as we exited the highway. "And equipment, too. Like they just locked the doors one day and never came back." "That can't be right," I argued, though uncertainty crept into my voice. "Wouldn't they have cleared everything out?" Jason shrugged. "Guess we'll find out." The roads narrowed as we entered Riverview, streetlights becoming more sparse. Old Victorian houses stood like silent sentinels along tree-lined streets, their windows dark except for the occasional glow of a television or lamp. The small downtown area was nearly deserted, just a few people smoking outside the local bar, and a police car parked outside the 24-hour diner. "We should park somewhere inconspicuous," Mark said, slowing the car. "Don't want to make it obvious we're heading to the hospital." "The bar," Jason suggested. "No one will question a car parked outside a bar on Devil's Night." Mark nodded and pulled into the gravel lot behind O'Malley's, killing the engine. The sudden silence pressed in around us, broken only by the distant thump of music from inside the bar and the occasional car passing on the main road. "Everyone got their phones?" Mark asked, checking his pocket for his own. "And flashlights?" Jason produced a small but powerful LED flashlight from his jacket. I had my phone and a small pen light I kept on my keychain. Not ideal, but better than nothing. We stepped out of the car, the cold October air immediately biting at my exposed skin. I zipped my jacket higher and pulled my beanie down over my ears as we started walking toward the edge of town where the hospital waited. The first glimpse of it sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It stood on a hill about a quarter-mile from the last residential street, surrounded by overgrown grounds that had once been meticulously maintained. Even from a distance, the Gothic Revival architecture loomed imposingly against the night sky. 4 stories of red brick, arched windows, and ornate stone trim, all crowned with a central tower that rose another 20 feet above the main structure. "Holy shit," I whispered. "Told you it was impressive," Jason said, a note of pride in his voice as if he'd built the place himself. Mark squeezed my hand. We don't have to do this. But I couldn't turn back now. The hospital had already cast its spell on me, drawing me in with its dark history and forgotten secrets. As we approached the wrought iron fence that surrounded the property, I felt that peculiar mix of dread and excitement that comes from knowing you're about to do something you shouldn't. "There's a gap in the fence over here," Jason said, leading us along the perimeter until we reached a section where the metal had warped and pulled away from a post, creating an opening just wide enough to slip through. One by one, we squeezed past the rusted iron spikes, our feet crunching on the overgrown gravel path that led toward the main entrance. Up close, the hospital was even more intimidating. Windows like empty eye sockets, stone gargoyles guarding the roof's edge, a massive front door barricaded with heavy chains and padlocks. I stood there, staring up at this monolith to suffering and isolation, an uneasy feeling settling deep in my stomach. Something about this place felt wrong, as if the very air around it was saturated with decades of pain and despair. "Main entrance is a no-go," Jason observed, breaking my trance. "Let's check around back." As we circled the building, staying close to the walls to avoid being seen from the road, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched. Not by anyone living, but by the building itself, by whatever residual energy remained within its walls. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered to Mark. He looked at me, his face half-shadowed in the moonlight. "We can still back out." But before I could answer, Jason called out in a hushed voice from ahead of us, "Found a way in." And just like that, the decision was made. We were going in. Jason had discovered a ground floor window at the back of the building, its plywood covering loosened by previous trespassers or the elements. He was already working at the edges with a pocket knife, prying the nails loose one by one. "Keep watch," he instructed as he worked, the wood creaking under his efforts. Mark and I stood with our backs to him, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement or approaching flashlights. The hospital grounds stretched out before us, overgrown and wild, the few remaining pathway lights long since shattered or burned out. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of a smaller outbuilding, perhaps a groundskeeper's cottage or maintenance shed, and beyond that, the faint glow from the town's street lamps. "Almost got it," Jason grunted, and I turned to see him pull the plywood panel away from the window frame, revealing a darkness deeper than the night around us. "Ladies first," Jason suggested with a grin. "Not a chance," Mark replied before I could. "I'll go in first, make sure it's safe." Mark approached the window, shining his flashlight into the opening. The beam revealed a drop of about 3 feet to a tiled floor, with dust and debris scattered across the surface. He hoisted himself up onto the windowsill, legs dangling into the darkness for a moment before he pushed himself forward and dropped down with a soft thud. "Clear," his voice echoed from inside. "Watch your step, though. There's broken glass." I went next, Mark's hands reaching up to steady me as I lowered myself into the hospital. The moment my feet touched the floor, an inexplicable wave of uneasiness washed over me, a visceral response so strong it nearly made me climb back out. The air inside was stale and damp, carrying the unmistakable smell of mold, rotting wood, and something else. Something metallic and vaguely clinical that made me think of old blood and antiseptic. "You okay?" Mark asked, noticing my expression. I nodded, not trusting my voice as I moved away from the window to make room for Jason. Jason's entrance was where everything started to go wrong. As he swung his legs through the window and prepared to drop down, something caught, his foot or his pant leg, and he twisted awkwardly, landing with a sickening sound and a sharp cry of pain. "Fuck," he hissed, immediately grabbing his knee. "Shit, shit, shit." Mark rushed to his side, helping him to a seated position against the wall. "What happened? Can you move it?" Jason grimaced, slowly extending his leg and then bending it again. "It's not broken, but damn, I twisted it good." He tried to stand, using Mark's shoulder for support, and managed to get upright, though he kept his weight off the injured leg. "Maybe we should go back," I suggested, that uneasy feeling intensifying. "This place isn't going anywhere. We can come back another time." "No way," Jason insisted, his face pale in the beam of Mark's flashlight. "I've been wanting to check this place out for years. I'm not missing the chance because of a stupid knee." Mark looked at me, his expression asking what I wanted to do. I hesitated, caught between concern for Jason and my own growing sense that we shouldn't be here. Yet that same sense made me reluctant to split up, to leave one of us alone outside while the others explored. "Can you walk?" I asked Jason. He took a tentative step, wincing but remaining upright. "Yeah, just have to take it slow. I'll be fine." While Mark talked quietly with Jason, assessing whether we should continue, I took the opportunity to examine our surroundings. We had entered what appeared to be a large reception area, with a high ceiling and grand proportions despite its state of decay. Rows of chairs were stacked along the walls, pushed there during some long-ago cleaning effort that was never completed. Dust covered everything, thick enough in places to show footprints from previous explorers. In the center of the room stood a solitary wheelchair, its leather seat cracked and peeling, one wheel slightly askew. Something about its placement felt deliberate, as if someone had positioned it there as a macabre welcome. "Why would there still be a wheelchair here?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the cavernous space. Mark shrugged. "Probably not worth the effort to move everything out when they closed down. Or maybe someone brought it in later." "Later? Who would bring a wheelchair here? Other explorers? Teenagers playing pranks? Who knows?" Jason had recovered enough to start hobbling forward. "Let's go deeper. There's supposed to be patient wards, treatment rooms, all kinds of stuff." I followed reluctantly, stepping carefully around debris and keeping close to Mark's stronger flashlight beam. We moved through a set of double doors into a long corridor lined with smaller rooms on both sides. Most of the doors stood open, revealing sparse interiors, metal bed frames without mattresses, built-in dressers with drawers hanging open, small windows with bars still intact. "Patient rooms," Mark whispered, though there was no need to be quiet. Jason nodded. "Check this out." He gestured toward the floor of one room, where a pile of charred papers lay scattered. "Patient files. Looks like someone tried to burn them." I knelt down, curiosity overcoming my apprehension, and picked up a partially burned folder. Inside were typed pages detailing a patient's history, treatments, and progress notes. The name and personal information had been blacked out with marker, but the clinical details remained. "Listen to this," I said, reading from the least damaged page. "Patient continues to exhibit extreme agitation and violent tendencies. Electroshock therapy increased to 3 sessions weekly. Hydrotherapy shows minimal improvement." "Jesus," Mark muttered. "There's more," I continued. "Patient claims to see figures at night, particularly a man in a doctor's coat who watches from the doorway. Clear signs of paranoid delusions. Recommend increase in sedation and restraint protocols." A shiver ran down my spine as I placed the file back among the others. The thought that someone had experienced such fear in this very room, had been dismissed and subjected to painful treatments rather than helped, filled me with a profound sadness. "This place was still operating into the 80s, Jason said, limping toward another room. "Can you imagine? This kind of treatment was happening while we were being born." We continued down the corridor, each room telling a similar story of suffering and neglect. Some contained more personal items, a hairbrush with strands still caught in the bristles, a tattered paperback book, a small stuffed animal hidden in the back of a drawer, abandoned remnants of lives that had passed through these halls. The further we progressed, the more I noticed small details that heightened my discomfort. A temperature drop that couldn't be explained by drafts alone, the occasional sound of something shifting in distant rooms, the way our flashlight beams seemed to be absorbed by the darkness rather than cutting through it. "The hospital was originally built for TB patients," Jason explained as we walked, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. "That's why the ceilings are so high and there are so many windows. They thought fresh air and sunlight would help cure the disease." "And then?" I prompted, knowing there must be more to the story. "When antibiotics made TB hospitals obsolete, the state took it over in the 50s and converted it to a psychiatric facility. That's when the real horror stories started." Jason paused at an intersection of hallways, considering which way to go. This way should lead to the treatment wing. He was right. The next area we entered contained larger rooms filled with specialized equipment. A room with hulking metal tubs still bolted to the floor, the infamous ice baths used to calm agitated patients. Another with a chair fitted with restraints and electrical equipment nearby, the electroshock therapy room. In one particularly disturbing room, we found a metal examination table with leather straps hanging from its sides, and nearby, a tray of rusted surgical instruments. The walls were tiled in institutional green, many cracked or missing, and a large drain in the center of the floor suggested that whatever happened here often needed to be washed away. "I think I've seen enough of this room," I said, backing toward the door. As we exited, Jason pointed down another hallway. "That way leads to the cafeteria, and if we go right, we should find the elevators and stairs to the upper floors." The hallway terminated in a T intersection, just as Jason had described. To the left, through a set of swinging doors, I could make out the outlines of long tables and chairs, the cafeteria. To the right, a wider corridor led to a bank of elevators and a stairwell entrance. Something caught my eye along the wall, a dusty chalkboard, perhaps from when the hospital had educational programs for longer-term patients. Without thinking, I picked up a stub of chalk from the metal tray and wrote my name in large letters. As soon as I finished the final letter, I felt a shift in the air, subtle but unmistakable, like the change in pressure before a storm. I turned back toward the guys who had continued a few steps ahead. "Did you feel that?" I asked. Mark looked back at me, brow furrowed. "Feel what?" Before I could answer, I noticed something that shouldn't have been possible. Above the elevator doors, an emergency exit sign had illuminated, casting a faint red glow over the corridor. And inside the elevator shaft, visible through the open doors where the car sat at the bottom level, small emergency lights glowed along the walls. "The lights," I whispered, pointing. "They're on." "That's not possible," Mark said, moving closer to examine them. "This place hasn't had power in decades." Jason limped over to join us, his face ghostly in the red glow from the exit sign. "Maybe they're on a separate emergency system, battery backup or something?" "For 30 years?" I countered, my voice rising with fear. "No battery lasts that long." And then, as if responding to our discussion, lights began to flicker on throughout the wing we'd just explored, distant at first, then closer, moving toward us like someone was walking through the building, flipping switches as they went. "We need to hide," Mark said urgently, grabbing my arm. "Now!" The sudden illumination of the long-abandoned hospital sent us into a panic. From outside, a beam of light swept across the windows, momentarily blinding us as it penetrated the dusty glass. "Cops," Jason hissed, already hobbling toward an alcove. "We're busted if they catch us." We scattered in an instant, driven by primal fear and the very real threat of trespassing charges. Mark ducked left behind a pile of overturned cafeteria tables. Jason squeezed himself into a narrow space between a filing cabinet and the wall to my right. I pressed myself against the wall directly beside the open elevator shaft, trying to make myself as small as possible. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat reverberating through my body with such force I was certain anyone within 20 feet could hear it. The flashlight outside continued its methodical sweep of the building, creating moving shadows across the walls and ceiling as it passed each window. We remained frozen in our hiding spots as minutes crawled by. 10 minutes, 20. The light outside maintained its relentless pattern, appearing at one window, disappearing, then reappearing at the next in a clockwise circuit around the building. That's when I began to notice the other sounds. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, my fear-heightened senses interpreting the normal creaks and groans of an old building as something more. But as I listened, the sounds became more distinct, more purposeful. Footsteps on the floor above us, slow and deliberate. The scrape of furniture being moved in distant rooms. Doors opening and closing throughout the building. Mark caught my eye from his hiding place and mouthed, "Do you hear that?" I nodded, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin despite the chill in the air. The sounds grew closer, footsteps in the hallway we had just explored, moving toward our position. Not the heavy tread of police boots, but softer, more measured steps, like someone wearing hospital shoes on the tiled floor. I held my breath as the footsteps approached the intersection where we were hiding. In the dim red glow from the exit sign, I could see the terror etched on Mark's face, mirroring my own. Jason had pressed himself so hard against the wall he seemed to be trying to disappear into it. The footsteps stopped just before reaching the intersection. A door creaked open, the same door to the electroshock therapy room we had explored earlier. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice, the distinct hum of electrical equipment powering up, followed by a series of clicks as switches were flipped. That's impossible, I thought frantically. There's no power, the building is abandoned. Yet the evidence of my senses contradicted what I knew to be true. The exit sign still glowed red above me. The emergency lights in the elevator shaft cast ghostly shadows across the floor. And now, from down the hall, came the unmistakable sound of electrical current. More footsteps joined the first set. Multiple people now, moving through the building with purpose. Above us, something heavy dragged across the floor, as if a bed or table was being repositioned. From somewhere deeper in the building came a sound that might have been human, a moan, low and filled with pain. I wanted to run, to grab Mark and Jason and flee this cursed place. But the sweeping light outside reminded me that escape wasn't an option. We were trapped between whatever prowled the halls inside and the authorities outside. The minutes stretched into an agonizing half-hour. My legs cramped from maintaining my position, but I dared not move. The activity around us continued unabated. A hospital seemingly returned to life, populated by invisible staff going about their grim business. Then came a moment that would be forever burned into my memory. As the exterior light made another sweep past the windows, illuminating the corridor momentarily, I glanced toward the hallway we had explored earlier. A figure stepped into view at the far end, a man in a white coat, his posture straight and professional. In the brief moment before the light passed, I could make out the outline of a stethoscope around his neck and what appeared to be a patient chart in his hand. I blinked, certain my mind was playing tricks on me. But when the light swept back, he was closer, moving purposefully down the hall toward our position. With each pass of the light he advanced, his features becoming more distinct, a man in his 50s with silver-streaked dark hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and a stern expression. On the final sweep before he would reach the intersection where we hid, our eyes met. His face registered surprise, then what I can only describe as fury. He raised his arms in an aggressive gesture, and then, as the light moved on and plunged the corridor back into relative darkness, he turned and walked away, disappearing down the hall we had come from. "Did you see that?" I whispered urgently to Mark, no longer caring about being quiet. Mark shook his head, his eyes wide with confusion. "See what?" "The doctor. He was right there. He looked right at me." "There was no doctor," Mark replied, his voice trembling. "I was looking at the same spot. There was nothing there." I turned to Jason, desperate for confirmation. "Jason, did you see him?" Jason's face was pale, his expression haunted. "I didn't see anyone, but I felt something walk past me, cold, like walking through a freezer." A rising sense of panic threatened to overwhelm me. Had I hallucinated the doctor? But he had seemed so real, so solid. The way he had reacted to seeing me, the anger in his eyes. How could I have imagined those details? "We need to get out of here," I said, no longer whispering. "Now, I don't care if the cops are out there." Mark nodded, rising cautiously from his hiding place. "Jason, you okay to move?" Jason struggled to his feet, wincing as he put weight on his injured knee. "Yeah, let's just go. This place is seriously wrong." We abandoned our hiding spots and regrouped in the center of the intersection. The red exit sign still cast its eerie glow over us. But the other lights that had mysteriously illuminated had gone dark again. Outside, the sweeping beam continued its relentless circuit of the building. "Back the way we came," Mark decided, taking the lead. "We'll surrender to the police outside. Better than whatever is in here with us." We retraced our steps down the long corridor, moving as quickly as Jason's injury would allow. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat, every darkened doorway a potential ambush. The sounds continued around us, footsteps keeping pace behind us, doors opening and closing in our wake, whispers just at the edge of hearing. As we passed the treatment rooms, I glanced inside the electroshock therapy room. In the brief flash of my flashlight beam, I could have sworn I saw a figure strapped to the chair, body arching in silent agony as current flowed through it. I looked away immediately, afraid that a longer look would confirm what my peripheral vision had glimpsed. The reception area where we had entered appeared ahead, moonlight filtering through the window creating silver squares on the dusty floor. The wheelchair that had seemed so ominously placed earlier was no longer in the center of the room. It now sat directly in front of our exit window, as if positioned to block our escape. "Did one of you move that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Both Mark and Jason shook their heads, their expressions confirming my fear. None of us had touched it. Mark approached cautiously and pushed the wheelchair aside, the rusted wheels squeaking in protest. The sound echoed through the reception area, unnaturally loud in the tense silence. "I'll go first," Mark whispered, already climbing onto the windowsill. "Then help Jason through, since his knee is messed up. You come last." I nodded, keeping my flashlight trained on the doorway through which we had just come, half expecting to see the doctor's figure materialize there. Mark slipped through the window and dropped to the ground outside. I heard his feet crunch on the gravel, then his hands appeared at the window edge, ready to help Jason. "Come on," I urged Jason, supporting him as he awkwardly raised himself onto the windowsill. Jason grunted with pain as he maneuvered his injured leg through the opening. With Mark pulling from outside and me pushing from within, we managed to get him through the window and safely to the ground. Only then did I allow myself to look back at the hospital's interior one last time. The beam of my flashlight caught something moving at the far end of the reception area, a white coat disappearing through a doorway, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. "Hurry up," Mark hissed from outside. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled onto the windowsill and was halfway through when I felt something cold brush against my ankle, fingers, or what felt like fingers, gripping briefly before letting go. I jerked my leg violently, tumbling through the window and landing hard on the gravel outside. Mark helped me to my feet, his face a mask of concern. "Are you okay? What happened?" "Something grabbed me," I gasped, backing away from the window. "Inside, it grabbed my ankle." Mark shined his flashlight through the window, revealing nothing but the empty reception area. The wheelchair now returned to its original position in the center of the room. "Let's go," Jason urged from where he leaned against the building wall, before the cops circled back around. We made our way along the back of the hospital, moving as quickly and quietly as possible given Jason's injury. The sweeping beam of light continued its circuit of the building, and we timed our movements to avoid being caught in its glare. As we rounded the corner of the building, heading toward the gap in the fence where we had entered, we came face to face with the source of the light, a police officer holding a high-powered flashlight, his cruiser parked on the gravel road nearby. "Freeze!" he shouted, his free hand moving to the holster at his hip. "Hands where I can see them!" We raised our hands instantly, the instinctive response of guilty trespassers caught in the act. The officer's flashlight beam blinded us, making it impossible to see his face or read his expression. "Against the wall!" he barked. "Spread 'em!" One by one, he pulled us away from the building and positioned us against the brick wall, legs spread and hands pressed flat against the rough surface. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs as he patted down Mark first, then Jason, and finally me, checking for weapons or contraband. "IDs," he demanded once he was satisfied we weren't armed. We fumbled for our wallets and handed over our driver's licenses. The officer examined each one under his flashlight beam, then tucked them into his shirt pocket. "Breaking and entering is a criminal offense," he stated flatly. "You're all looking at potential jail time, not to mention fines." "We're sorry, officer," Mark began, trying to sound contrite. "We were just—" "Save it," the officer cut him off. "I've heard every excuse in the book from kids like you. What's wrong with your leg?" he asked Jason. "Twisted my knee climbing in," Jason admitted. "It's nothing serious." The officer grunted, seemingly unsurprised. "Anyone else in there with you?" "No, sir," I replied quickly. "It's just us." The officer's flashlight beam moved back to my face, making me squint. "You sure about that? Because we've been getting calls all night about activity in that building. Lights going on and off, shadows moving past windows. We've been circling the building for the past hour and kept seeing people inside." A cold shiver ran down my spine at his words. That was us, moving around with our flashlights," I lied, though my voice betrayed my uncertainty. "Is that so?" The officer sounded skeptical. "And I suppose you were also on the 3rd floor 20 minutes ago, and in the east wing at the same time?" We exchanged alarmed glances. We had never gone above the ground floor, and had stayed exclusively in the western section of the building. "No," Mark admitted slowly. "We stuck to the ground floor. Just the main reception area and the first hallway." The officer was silent for a moment, his flashlight beam moving between our faces as if searching for deception. "So you're telling me you 3 were the only ones in there, but you never went upstairs?" "Yes, sir," Jason confirmed. "We couldn't have gone upstairs even if we wanted to. My knee is messed up." Something in the officer's demeanor changed, a subtle shift from stern authority to something closer to concern. "Turn around, all of you." We complied, our backs now against the wall, finally able to see the officer properly. He was older than I'd expected, probably in his 50s, with a weathered face and gray hair visible beneath his cap. His name badge read Sullivan. "You kids have no idea what you've been messing with," Officer Sullivan said, his voice quieter now. "This place isn't just some abandoned building for your Halloween thrills. There's a reason it's boarded up, a reason no one has torn it down despite years of proposals." "What reason is that?" I found myself asking. Sullivan's gaze moved to the upper windows of the hospital, then back to us. "Let's just say this place has a history that didn't end when they closed the doors. I've been responding to calls here for 25 years, and I've seen things I can't explain. Things that made me request never to be assigned here alone." A chill that had nothing to do with the October night ran through me. "What kinds of things?" "Figures in the windows, lights that couldn't possibly be working, sounds coming from inside when the building was securely locked." Sullivan paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "About 15 years ago, my partner and I responded to a call similar to tonight's. We found a group of college kids who'd broken in on a dare. One of them was catatonic when we found him, just staring at nothing, completely unresponsive. He spent 6 months in psychiatric care afterward, and to this day, he won't talk about what he saw inside." The 3 of us exchanged uneasy glances, the officer's words confirming our own terrifying experience. "Officer," I began hesitantly, "when we were in there, we heard noises, like people moving around, doors opening and closing, and I saw someone, a doctor in a white coat. He looked right at me." Sullivan's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a long-held belief. "You're not the first to report that. The doctor is a common sighting, usually on the ground floor near the old treatment rooms." "Who is he?" Mark asked, his skepticism fading in the face of the officer's matter-of-fact confirmation. "Dr. Mendel, according to hospital records. He was the chief psychiatrist from 1962 until his death in 1978. His methods were controversial, even for that time. After he died, there were investigations, former patients coming forward with stories of abuse, experimental treatments without consent. Nothing was ever proven conclusively, but the hospital's reputation never recovered. It closed 5 years later." "He looked so real," I whispered. "Not like a ghost from a movie, not transparent or floating. He was just there." "The stronger the emotion at death, the stronger the impression left behind," Sullivan said, his tone suggesting he'd given this considerable thought over the years. "And from what I've read about Dr. Mendel, he was not a man who would have accepted death easily." Jason shifted uncomfortably, wincing as he adjusted his weight off his injured knee. "So what happens now? Are you arresting us?" Sullivan sighed, seeming to remember his official role. "Technically, I should. Breaking and entering, trespassing on state property. Those are serious charges." He paused, then reached into his pocket and retrieved our IDs. "But I think whatever happened to you in there is punishment enough. Consider this a warning. If I catch any of you near this property again, I won't be so lenient." Relief washed over me as he handed back our driver's licenses. "Thank you, officer." "Don't thank me," Sullivan replied grimly. Just stay away from this place. Whatever walks these halls doesn't distinguish between the curious and the malicious. It just knows you don't belong here. He escorted us to the gap in the fence, watching as we squeezed through one by one. Your car at O'Malley's? When we nodded, he added, I'll follow you there. Make sure you leave town without any detours. The walk back to the bar was tense and silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Jason limped between Mark and me, occasionally needing support on the uneven ground. Behind us, Officer Sullivan's cruiser crawled along at walking pace, its headlights illuminating our path. When we reached Mark's car in the bar parking lot, Sullivan pulled up alongside us and rolled down his window. One more thing, he said, his expression grave. Whatever you experienced in there, it might not stay there. Some people report after effects, nightmares, feeling followed. If that happens, there's a woman in town, Eliza Chambers, runs the New Age shop on Main Street. She knows more about this place than anyone. Helped that college kid I mentioned. After effects? Mark repeated, a note of alarm in his voice. Sullivan nodded. Just be aware. Safe travels. As his cruiser pulled away, we stood beside Mark's car, the weight of the night's events settling around us like a shroud. Let's get out of here, Jason said, breaking the silence. I've had enough of this town to last a lifetime. The drive home was subdued, each of us processing what had happened in our own way. Jason sat in the back seat with his leg elevated, occasionally breaking the silence with a wince when we hit a bump in the road. Mark kept glancing at me, concern evident in his eyes. I stared out the window at the passing darkness, replaying the image of Dr. Mendel in my mind, the fury in his eyes when he realized he was seen, the aggressive gesture, the way he had turned and walked away as if to fetch something or someone. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of that hospital, something that even now watched from just beyond the reach of the headlights. 2 days later, I received a notice in the mail, community service for trespassing, the result of Officer Sullivan filing a report despite his verbal warning. Mark and Jason received similar notices. We had gotten off lightly, all things considered. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to wonder if our punishment had truly ended when we left the hospital grounds. The nightmares started 3 days after our visit. Vivid dreams of endless hospital corridors, of being strapped to cold metal tables while figures in white coats loomed over me with instruments I couldn't identify. I would wake gasping for breath, the phantom sensation of icy hands on my skin lingering into wakefulness. And sometimes, in the liminal space between sleeping and waking, I would see him, Dr. Mendel, standing in the corner of my bedroom, watching with cold calculation, clipboard in hand, as if I were just another subject for his experiments. The human mind has remarkable defense mechanisms. As weeks passed following our encounter at the hospital, I found ways to rationalize what had happened, to file it away as an experience born of suggestion, darkness, and the power of Devil's Night to heighten perception. The nightmares gradually subsided, replaced by more mundane concerns, work, relationships, the day-to-day business of living. Mark and I broke up 6 months later, our relationship another casualty of that night, though neither of us would admit it. Something had changed between us, a shared trauma that paradoxically drove us apart rather than bringing us closer. He couldn't understand why I couldn't just get over it, and I resented his ability to dismiss what we had experienced as mere tricks of light and shadow. Jason moved away the following year, taking a job in another state. Before he left, he confided that he'd been to see Eliza Chambers, the woman Officer Sullivan had mentioned. She had performed some kind of cleansing ritual that Jason claimed had helped with his own nightmares. I nodded and wished him well, but didn't ask for Eliza's contact information. By then, I had convinced myself I was fine. Life moved on. I finished college, started a career, dated other people. The hospital became a story I occasionally told at parties when the conversation turned to supernatural experiences, though I edited out the more disturbing details, presenting it as a spooky adventure rather than the profoundly unsettling event it had been. And yet, despite my best efforts to normalize the experience, there were moments, when the veil between my carefully constructed rationality and the truth of that night would thin, usually in October as Devil's Night approached, or when I would catch a glimpse of someone in a white coat from the corner of my eye. 4 years passed this way, with me balanced precariously between acknowledgement and denial of what had happened at the hospital. And then, on a rainy Sunday evening in 2015, the balance tipped. I was alone in my apartment, half watching a paranormal investigation show on television while scrolling through social media on my phone. It was the kind of program I usually avoided, too many staged reactions and questionable evidence for my taste, but nothing else was on, and the background noise kept the silence at bay. I wasn't paying full attention until I heard the host mention a location that made me freeze. Tonight, we're investigating one of America's most haunted abandoned hospitals, the former Riverview State Psychiatric Hospital. My head snapped up, phone forgotten as footage of the familiar Gothic facade filled the screen. It looked exactly as I remembered it, perhaps even more dilapidated after the additional years of neglect. Originally built in the 1920s as a tuberculosis sanatorium, the narrator continued, this imposing structure later served as a state psychiatric facility until its closure in 1983, amid allegations of patient abuse and controversial treatment methods. The camera panned across the hospital grounds, then cut to interior shots taken with night vision equipment. I recognized the reception area where we had entered, the long corridor of patient rooms, even the treatment areas with their ominous equipment still in place. Our investigation begins in the basement, the host explained, an area former staff members claim was used for the most extreme treatments and where current paranormal activity is reportedly most intense. I watched, transfixed, as the team made their way through the basement corridors, capturing strange noises and unexplained temperature fluctuations on their equipment. It was theatrical and overdramatized, yet I couldn't look away, knowing what might await them. Then it happened. As one investigator stood alone in a basement corridor, his camera captured a figure moving across the hallway behind him. A solid-looking man in a white coat, moving with purpose from one room to another. "Oh my God," the investigator exclaimed when reviewing the footage with his team. "That's a full-bodied apparition." The show slowed down the footage, enhanced it, replayed it from different angles, and with each replay my blood ran colder. It was him, Dr. Mendel, the same stern expression, the same wire-rimmed glasses, the same purposeful stride, the same man who had locked eyes with me 4 years earlier. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely navigate to my contacts. Mark answered on the 4th ring, his voice wary. We hadn't spoken in over a year. "Turn on channel 11, I said without preamble. "Now." "What? Why?" "Just do it, please." I heard shuffling on his end, then the sound of a TV turning on. "The ghost hunting show? Since when are you into this fake—" "Just watch," I interrupted. "They're at the hospital, our hospital." Silence as he processed this, then, "I'll call you back in 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes stretched interminably as I continued watching the show, my entire body tense. When my phone finally rang, Mark's voice had lost all its earlier skepticism. "It's him," he said simply. "The doctor you saw. You believe me now?" I couldn't keep the accusation from my voice. Mark was quiet for a moment. "I never said I didn't believe you saw something. I didn't see him, so it was easier to think. That I was making it up, or crazy?" "No, not crazy. Just influenced by the setting, the stories, all of it." He sighed. "I'm sorry. Seeing him on video like that, it's hard to deny." We watched the remainder of the show together over the phone, commenting as the investigation team encountered more phenomena, disembodied voices captured on audio recorders, objects moving seemingly on their own, shadows moving against the flow of light. "Have you had any after effects?" Mark asked hesitantly when the show ended. "Like Sullivan warned about?" I considered lying, then decided against it. "Nightmares, mostly. They've gotten better over time. Sometimes I think I see him just for a second, but when I look again, there's nothing there." "Jason went to that woman Sullivan mentioned," Mark said. "Said it helped. He told me. Maybe you should—" "I'm fine," I insisted, the old defensiveness rising. "It's been 4 years. If something was going to happen, It would have by now. But even as I said the words, a familiar chill swept through my apartment, raising goosebumps along my arms. On the television, now muted, the credits rolled over still images from the investigation, including a freeze frame of Dr. Mendel's figure in the basement corridor. After hanging up with Mark, I found myself unable to settle. I paced my apartment, checking locks, adjusting lights, anything to keep moving. When exhaustion finally forced me to bed, I lay awake for hours, listening to the normal sounds of my building with heightened awareness. In the days that followed, I researched the hospital obsessively, reading everything I could find about its history and, specifically, about Dr. Isaiah Mendel. The internet yielded surprisingly little. A few mentions in digitized newspaper archives, references in academic papers about the evolution of psychiatric treatment, but nothing substantial about the man himself. I expanded my search to include the paranormal investigation show, discovering that the episode featuring the hospital had generated significant online discussion. In one forum thread, a commenter claiming to be a former orderly at the hospital shared stories that aligned disturbingly well with our experience. Lights operating without power, sounds of hospital activity long after the facility closed, and multiple sightings of Dr. Mendel, particularly near his former treatment rooms. The commenter wrote, "Mendel believed mental illness was a physical disease that could be excised like a tumor. His treatments were designed to cut out the sickness through electroshock ice baths, even experimental surgical procedures. He kept detailed records of everything, believing he was on the verge of breakthroughs that would revolutionize psychiatry. When he died unexpectedly of a heart attack in 1978, he was in the middle of a treatment session. The patient survived but was never the same afterward. The hospital tried to bury Mendel's more controversial work, burning records and dismantling equipment. But rumors persisted. Some say Mendel was so devoted to his work, so convinced of his methods, that death itself couldn't stop him from continuing his treatments." A chill ran through me as I read these words, remembering the burned patient files we had found, the equipment still in place as if waiting to be used again. Was it possible that what we had encountered was more than just a residual haunting, more than just energy impressed upon the environment? Could Mendel's consciousness somehow persist, continuing his work in some twisted afterlife? The question gnawed at me, making it difficult to concentrate on anything else. I found myself driving past the hospital whenever I was in the area, drawn to it despite the dread it inspired. I never went inside again. The memory of Officer Sullivan's warning and my community service experience was deterrent enough. But I would park across the street, watching the dark windows for any sign of movement. On one such evening, nearly 5 years after our original encounter, I noticed a small shop across from the hospital that I hadn't seen before, a converted Victorian house with a discreet sign reading, "Chambers Metaphysical." Eliza Chambers, the woman Sullivan had mentioned. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, debating whether to go in. What would I say? "Hello, a police officer told me 5 years ago that you might be able to help with my ghost problem." It sounded ridiculous, the kind of thing that would earn me a pitying look and perhaps a recommendation for psychiatric help. Yet as I watched the hospital in the gathering twilight, I could have sworn I saw a light moving behind one of the third-floor windows, a flashlight beam perhaps, or something else entirely. Making my decision, I got out of the car and crossed the street to Chambers Metaphysical. A bell tinkled softly as I entered. The interior was not what I had expected, no crystal balls or gaudy mystical symbols, just a tastefully arranged shop with books, candles, herbs, and various metaphysical supplies. A woman looked up from behind the counter, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a simple braid, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. "Are you Eliza Chambers?" When she nodded, I continued hesitantly. "Officer Sullivan from the police department. He mentioned you might be able to help with after effects." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "The hospital," she said simply. It wasn't a question. "Yes, 5 years ago on Devil's Night." Eliza glanced at the clock on the wall, then moved to the front door and turned the sign to "Closed." "Come to the back," she said. "We'll talk." I followed her through a beaded curtain into a small sitting area. Comfortable chairs, a low table, shelves lined with books and curious objects I couldn't identify. She gestured for me to sit, then took the chair opposite mine. "Tell me everything," she said, "from the beginning." And I did, the story pouring out of me with a detail and emotional immediacy that surprised even me. I told her about entering the hospital, Jason's injury, our exploration, the lights coming on, hiding from what we thought were police, seeing Dr. Mendel, the confrontation with Officer Sullivan, and the years of nightmares and glimpsed figures that followed. Eliza listened without interruption, her expression revealing nothing. When I finished, she sat in silence for a long moment, her eyes focused somewhere beyond me. "Your friend, Jason, he came to see me before he left town," she said finally. "I performed a cleansing for him, severed the attachment. It seems to have worked. He hasn't reported any further incidents." "Attachment?" I repeated, the word sending a shiver through me. "Dr. Mendel is what we call a collector," Eliza explained. "In life, he collected patients, subjects for his experiments. In death, he continues to collect. But now he's interested in minds that are receptive to the paranormal, individuals who can sense him, see him." "Like me," I whispered. Eliza nodded. "When you wrote your name on that chalkboard, you did more than leave graffiti. You announced yourself to the energies in that place. You made yourself known to him. And now he's... what? Following me, haunting me." "Studying you," she corrected. "As he studied his patients, the nightmares, the glimpses, these are his observations, his notes being taken. For what purpose I cannot say with certainty, but given what we know of the man's methods in life." She let the implication hang in the air between us, unspoken but understood. Dr. Mendel had been a man of extreme treatments, of pushing boundaries regardless of the cost to his subjects. If he was indeed studying me from beyond death, what would the culmination of that study look like? "Can you help me?" I asked, my voice small in the quiet room. "Like you helped Jason?" "I can try," Eliza replied. "But you must understand, this attachment has persisted for 5 years. It has had time to strengthen, to intertwine with your energy. Breaking it will not be easy, and it may not be complete." "I'll take whatever help you can offer," I said, desperation edging into my voice. Eliza nodded and rose, moving to the shelves to gather various items: candles, herbs, small bottles of liquids, a ceramic bowl. As she worked, she spoke softly, almost to herself. "Mendel was brilliant in his way, ahead of his time in some respects, though his methods were cruel by any standard. He believed the mind and body were inseparable, that mental illness manifested physically in the brain. Not a radical concept now, but then. It challenged prevailing theories. His error was in believing these manifestations could be treated like tumors, cut away, or shocked into submission." She returned to the table with her collected items, arranging them methodically. "The irony is that in death, he has proven his own theory wrong. His consciousness persists without a physical form, demonstrating that the mind is indeed separable from the body." I watched as she lit candles, mixed herbs in the bowl, and added drops from various bottles. The air filled with an aromatic smoke that made my head feel slightly fuzzy. "What happens now?" I asked. "I will attempt to create a barrier between you and Dr. Mendel's energy," Eliza explained. "It won't erase what has happened, nor will it completely prevent him from reaching you if his will is strong enough. But it should weaken the connection, reduce the frequency and intensity of the experiences." For the next hour, Eliza led me through a ritual that blended elements I recognized from various spiritual traditions with techniques that seemed entirely her own. She had me visualize protective barriers, speak affirmations of strength and autonomy, and participate in cleansing practices involving the smoke and specially prepared water. Throughout the process, I experienced a range of sensations: periods of intense cold, despite the warm room, pressure behind my eyes that built and then suddenly released, and at one point, a distinct feeling of anger that I somehow knew wasn't my own. When the ritual concluded, I felt lighter, as if something that had been clinging to me had been partially dislodged. Not completely removed, I could still sense a connection, thin but persistent, but weakened enough that I could believe in the possibility of eventually being free. "It's done," Eliza said, extinguishing the last candle. "How do you feel?" "Better," I admitted. "Not completely. Clear, but better." She nodded, unsurprised. "The connection remains, but it should continue to weaken over time, especially if you practice the visualization techniques I taught you. And there are additional steps we can take, if necessary." As I prepared to leave, reaching for my wallet, Eliza waved away my attempt to pay. "Officer Sullivan sends people to me for a reason," she said. "He understands what that place is, what it does to people. This is my way of balancing the scales in whatever small way I can." At the door, she placed a small fabric pouch in my hand, a charm of some kind, filled with herbs and other materials. "Keep this with you, especially when you sleep, and stay away from the hospital. Your presence there strengthens the connection." I promised I would heed her advice, thanked her, and stepped back into the night. Across the street, the hospital loomed against the darkened sky, its windows black and empty, or almost all of them. On the third floor, a faint light moved behind one window, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. But I knew I hadn't. Years have passed since that night at Eliza's shop. The charm she gave me sits on my nightstand, replaced periodically when she sends me a new one. A service she provides without my asking, as if she knows when the previous one has lost its efficacy. The nightmares have largely subsided, and the glimpses of Dr. Mendel have become rare enough that I can go months without incident. I've moved forward with my life, building a career, forming new relationships, creating a normalcy that sometimes makes that devil's night in 2011 feel like something that happened to someone else. Until 2019, when I was browsing television channels and came across that paranormal investigation show, a different episode this time, but featuring the same team at a different location. I watched with mild interest, the production values and dramatic reactions as overblown as I remembered. And then they showed it, footage from their visit to the hospital years earlier, including the clip of Dr. Mendel walking through the basement corridor. The host explained that this remained one of their most compelling pieces of evidence, a full-bodied apparition captured clearly on camera. As the clip played in slow motion, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a detail that sent ice through my veins, despite the charm sitting just feet away on my nightstand. In Dr. Mendel's hand, clearly visible as the enhanced footage played frame by frame, was a clipboard. And on that clipboard, just barely legible in the freeze frame, was a paper with what appeared to be a list of names. I paused the television and moved closer, my heart pounding as I struggled to make out the tiny text on the screen. Most of the names were too blurry to read, but at the bottom of the list, written clearly enough to be unmistakable, was my own name, the same name I had written on that chalkboard years ago. I still drive by the hospital occasionally, drawn by a morbid fascination I can't entirely explain. The building continues to decay, a planned demolition repeatedly delayed by budget constraints and preservationist concerns. Sometimes I see lights moving behind the windows, sometimes not. I've spoken with Mark a few times over the years, comparing notes on our experiences. He has had fewer lasting effects, perhaps because he never saw Dr. Mendel directly, never established that connection. Jason remains free of incidents, Eliza's intervention apparently successful in his case. He's built a new life in another state, married with children now, the hospital just a strange story from his youth. As for me, I exist in a liminal space, not fully haunted, but not entirely free either. Dr. Mendel's presence in my life has diminished to a background awareness, like a radio playing in another room, too faint to make out the words but persistent enough to remind me it's there. I still have questions that may never be answered. What does he want from those he collects? Why does he continue his work beyond death? Is he trapped in some form of purgatory, condemned to repeat his life's obsessions, or is he acting with purpose and intention? Perhaps some questions are better left unanswered. Perhaps some connections, once formed, can never be completely severed, only weakened, managed, lived with. On Devil's Night each year, I take extra precautions, burning the protective herbs Eliza has provided, reinforcing my visualized barriers, keeping lights on throughout the night. And each year, as midnight approaches, I feel him testing those barriers, searching for weaknesses, for a way back in. So far, the barriers have held. But sometimes in the moments between waking and sleeping, I think I hear the scratch of a pen on paper, taking notes on my condition, my progress, my resistance. And I wonder if, somewhere in that decaying hospital, in a file bearing my name, Dr. Mendel continues to document his longest-running case study, waiting for the day when his treatment plan can finally be implemented. This happened about 2 years ago. My maternal grandmother, Eleanor, passed away 2 days before Christmas Eve in 2021. I remember the call came just after dinner on a Tuesday night. The hospital's number flashed on my phone, and I knew before I answered. Some part of you always knows. "She's gone," my mother said, her voice small and broken. "She went peacefully." Those words, "went peacefully," they're supposed to bring comfort, I think. But all I could picture was Eleanor lying alone in a sterile hospital room, her last breath escaping while machines beeped indifferently around her. There was nothing peaceful about loss. The days that followed blurred together. My mother moved through the house like a ghost, making phone calls, arranging funeral details, accepting casseroles from neighbors who didn't know what else to offer. My father tried his best, but grief was something he'd always kept at arm's length. He'd lost his own father young, and had learned to compartmentalize pain in ways I never could. Eleanor wasn't just my grandmother. She was the cornerstone of our entire family. Her modest 2-story house on Maple Street had been our sanctuary. The kitchen, with its perpetual smell of cinnamon and coffee, the sunroom where she'd sit with her crossword puzzles, pencil tucked behind her ear, the backyard with the tire swing that had survived 3 generations of children. "Remember when she caught us smoking behind the garage?" my cousin Thomas asked as we sat in my parents' living room the night before the funeral. The 4 of us, Thomas, Sarah, Lily, and myself, had gathered with a bottle of Eleanor's favorite bourbon. "A toast," we said, a wake of our own. "God, she was so mad," Sarah laughed, wiping at her eyes. "I thought she was going to tell our parents for sure." "But she didn't," I said, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. "She never did." Instead, Eleanor had sat us down at her kitchen table and talked to us like adults. She explained what cigarettes had done to her sister, our great-aunt June, who had died of lung cancer years before we were born. She didn't lecture or threaten. She just shared her pain and her fear of losing us the same way. None of us ever smoked again. That was Eleanor. She knew that shame and punishment didn't teach lessons. Love did. Understanding did. "She made me promise not to tell anyone when I flunked algebra," Lily said quietly. "She hired that tutor and paid for it herself. Said it was our secret." "She did the same when I wrecked my first car," Thomas added. "Helped me get it fixed before Dad ever found out." We sat in silence then, each lost in our own memories of her quiet interventions, her unconditional support, her fierce protection. Eleanor had been our confidant, our champion, our safe harbor in every storm. Christmas Eve came with a perverse insistence on normalcy. My mother had decided we would still gather, still exchange gifts, still eat the traditional ham and scalloped potatoes. "It's what she would have wanted," she kept saying, though her eyes remained distant, unfocused. I helped arrange chairs in the dining room, set the table with the good china, and folded napkins into perfect triangles, all the things Eleanor would have done. The house filled with relatives, their voices hushed, their hugs lingering a beat too long. No one mentioned the empty chair at the head of the table, though everyone's eyes drifted to it throughout the evening. After dinner, my Uncle David cleared his throat. "I'd like to say something," he began, raising his glass. "To my mother, who taught us all what it means to love without conditions, who showed us that family isn't just blood, it's choice, it's commitment, it's showing up even when it's hard." His voice cracked on the last word. "To Eleanor," we all murmured, glasses tilting toward the center of the table. I couldn't drink. The lump in my throat had grown too large, threatening to choke me. I excused myself and fled to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. The person in the mirror was a stranger, hollow-eyed, pale, with a brittle smile that threatened to shatter at any moment. I gripped the sink and tried to breathe through the tightness in my chest. "Get it together," I whispered to my reflection. "Just get through today." But I knew it wasn't just about getting through the day. It was about facing all the days that would follow, birthdays, holidays, ordinary Tuesdays, without Eleanor at their center. The funeral was worse. The chapel smelled of lilies and furniture polish, and the organ music seemed to scrape against my raw nerves. I sat between my mother and Sarah, clutching both their hands as the minister spoke of Eleanor's life, her faith, her devotion to family. Then came the eulogy. My Aunt Catherine stood at the podium, unfolding a piece of paper with shaking hands. "My mother wasn't perfect," she began, "but she was perfectly herself. She loved fiercely and without reservation. She forgave easily, but never forgot a birthday." A ripple of sad laughter moved through the congregation. In her final days, when the pain was at its worst, she didn't talk about herself. She talked about all of you, her grandchildren especially. Catherine looked directly at us then, her eyes shining with tears. She told me, "Tell them they were the best thing that ever happened to me. Tell them they were my greatest joy. Tell them I cared for them more deeply than anything else in my life." The words hit me like a physical blow. A sound escaped me, something between a gasp and a sob, and suddenly I was crying without restraint, my body shaking with the force of it. Sarah's arm came around my shoulders, but it offered no comfort. Nothing could touch the yawning emptiness that had opened inside me. After the service, after the burial, after the reception where people ate finger sandwiches and spoke in reverent tones about what a wonderful woman Eleanor had been, I found myself standing in her empty house. My mother had asked me to pick up some photos for a memorial album she was creating, and I'd volunteered, needing some time alone with the ghost of her. The silence was absolute. No ticking grandfather clock. It had been moved to my parents' house. No humming refrigerator. It had been unplugged, cleaned, its contents distributed or discarded. No creaking floorboards under Eleanor's careful steps. Just emptiness. I moved through the rooms, touching surfaces, opening drawers, breathing in the fading scent of her. In her bedroom, I sat on the edge of her bed and ran my hand over the quilt she'd made decades ago. The stitches were uneven in places. Eleanor had never claimed to be an expert seamstress, but the love in every imperfect inch was palpable. On her nightstand sat a small leather-bound book. I knew I shouldn't pry, but grief makes trespassers of us all. I opened it to find her handwriting, cramped but legible, filling page after page. November 18th, Margaret called today. We talked about the grandchildren and how quickly they're growing up. She worries about hers the same way I worry about mine. Strange how similar our paths have been, despite everything. Margaret, my father's mother. My other grandmother, still very much alive but distant in ways Eleanor never was. They'd known each other for decades, of course, but I'd never thought of them as friends. The revelation that they spoke, shared concerns about us, was oddly unsettling. I closed the book and placed it back exactly as I'd found it. Some privacy should be respected, even in death. As I was leaving, a framed photo on the wall caught my eye. One I'd seen 1,000 times, but never really noticed. It showed Eleanor and Margaret, much younger, standing together at some long-ago family gathering. They weren't looking at the camera, but at each other, caught in mid-conversation, their expressions animated. There was an intimacy to it, a suggestion of shared secrets. I took the photo off the wall and added it to the box I was collecting. Something about it felt important, though I couldn't have said why. Driving home through the January darkness, snow beginning to fall in fat, lazy flakes, I felt a strange sense of foreboding. Not fear exactly, but awareness. As if the universe had shifted slightly and things that had been separate were now bleeding into one another. The grief was overwhelming and I hadn't even moved past the shock phase. It felt unreal, like Eleanor had just vanished, leaving behind an emptiness that no holiday lights or comforting words could fill. I kept expecting to hear her voice on the phone, to get one of her spontaneous, just checking in texts, to smell her perfume, white shoulders, old-fashioned and elegant like her. But there was nothing. Just absence. Just silence. Just the hollow space where someone I loved used to be. January crawled by, each day indistinguishable from the last. I returned to work at the publishing house where I'd been an editor for 5 years, but found myself staring blankly at manuscripts, unable to focus on the words before me. My colleagues were understanding at first. Bereavement was allowed, expected even. But as weeks passed, their patience began to wear thin. "You need to talk to someone," my friend Denise suggested over lunch one day. "A professional, I mean." I pushed my salad around the plate, appetite absent as it had been since the funeral. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You barely speak, you've lost weight, and yesterday I found you crying in the supply closet." I had no defense against the truth. I had been in the supply closet, clutching a package of Post-it notes to my chest, sobbing silently because they were the exact shade of yellow as Eleanor's kitchen curtains. "I'll think about it," I promised, though I had no intention of doing so. The idea of explaining my grief to a stranger seemed impossible. How could I articulate the specific ache of missing someone whose love had been the foundation of my entire life? The first strange occurrence happened on a Tuesday, exactly 1 month after Eleanor's death. I was at home, trying to focus on a manuscript that was already late for its deadline, when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Power surges weren't unusual in winter, so I thought nothing of it until I heard the music. Faint at first, barely perceptible. Piano notes, delicate and familiar, drifting from somewhere in my apartment. I lived alone in a 1-bedroom unit, with no roommates and certainly no piano. I set down my pen and listened, trying to place the melody. Debussy, Clair de Lune, Eleanor's favorite piece, the one she'd play on her old record player on Sunday afternoons while she baked. I rose from my desk and moved through the apartment, following the sound. It seemed to be coming from the kitchen, but when I entered, the room was empty and silent. The music had stopped. "Hello?" I called, feeling foolish but unsettled. No response, of course. I checked every room, opening closets and even looking under the bed, though what I expected to find I couldn't say. Nothing was out of place. No one was there. Just my imagination, I told myself. Grief playing tricks on my tired mind. But the next day, it happened again. This time, the smell of cinnamon and apples filled my apartment for several minutes before dissipating. Eleanor's signature pie, the one she made every fall and winter, the recipe she had promised to teach me, but never had the chance. I called my mother, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you noticed anything unusual since Grandma died?" I asked carefully. "What do you mean, unusual?" Her voice was guarded. "I don't know. Strange things. Things you can't explain." A long pause. "Like what?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her. It sounded too much like madness, like desperate wishful thinking. "Never mind. I'm just tired, I guess." "You should come for dinner this weekend," she said, changing the subject. "Your father misses you." I agreed, though the thought of their house, now filled with Eleanor's things, distributed among family members like relics, made my chest tight. That night I dreamed of Eleanor's house. In the dream I was walking through the familiar rooms, but they were empty of furniture, echoing with my footsteps. I called out for her, my voice bouncing off bare walls. When I reached the kitchen, I found not Eleanor but Margaret, my father's mother, sitting at the table. "She's trying to reach you," Margaret said, her eyes fixed on something over my shoulder. "She's worried." I turned to look, but there was only darkness behind me, a void that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "Who's worried?" I asked, turning back to Margaret. "Eleanor?" But Margaret was gone, and the table with her. I stood alone in the empty kitchen as the darkness began to seep in through the windows, thick as tar. I woke with a gasp, sheets twisted around my legs, my nightshirt damp with sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:20 a.m., the exact time I would later realize that Eleanor had died in her hospital bed. The rest of the week brought more inexplicable moments. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. A book that had been on the coffee table appearing on my bedside table. My keys hanging on their hook when I was certain I'd left them in my coat pocket. The television turned itself on twice, always to the Food Network, which Eleanor had watched religiously. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. The dinner at my parents' house that weekend was a strained affair. My father made awkward attempts at conversation, while my mother watched me with worried eyes, noting how little I ate, how often I checked my phone as if expecting a call. "How's Margaret?" I asked suddenly, the dream still vivid in my mind. My father looked surprised. "Mom, she's fine. Why do you ask?" "No reason. I just realized I haven't seen her since the funeral." "She asks about you," my mother said, her tone careful. "She worries." There it was again, that word, worries, just like in the dream. "Maybe I should visit her," I suggested, though Margaret and I had never been particularly close. She lived on the other side of the city, in a retirement community that always smelled faintly of disinfectant and overcooked vegetables. "I'm sure she'd like that," my father said, looking pleased. "She gets lonely, especially since—" He trailed off, but I knew what he meant. Since Eleanor died. The two women had been friends, after all. I remembered the photo I'd found, the one that suggested a deeper connection than I'd realized. After dinner, while my father watched television, my mother pulled me into the kitchen on the pretense of helping with dessert. "What's really going on with you?" she asked, her voice low. "And don't tell me nothing. I know you too well." I leaned against the counter, suddenly exhausted. "I don't know how to explain it without sounding crazy." "Try me." So I did. I told her about the music, the smells, the moving objects, the dream about Margaret, the constant, unshakable feeling that I was being watched, followed, reached for. My mother listened without interruption, her face unreadable. When I finished, she nodded once, decisively. "You're not crazy," she said. "Your Aunt Catherine has been experiencing similar things, so has Thomas." Relief washed over me, followed immediately by a new kind of fear. "What does it mean?" "I don't know." She took my hands in hers, her grip surprisingly strong. "But I do know my mother. If she's trying to reach someone from wherever she is now, she has a reason." We stood in silence for a moment, the implications of her words settling around us like dust. "Maybe you should talk to Margaret," my mother suggested finally. "She and Mom were closer than any of us realized. She might understand what's happening." I nodded, though the prospect filled me with a strange dread. "I'll call her tomorrow." But I didn't need to. When I returned to my apartment that night, there was a voicemail waiting on my phone. Margaret's voice, thin but clear. "Hello, dear. I've been thinking about you quite a bit lately. I wonder if you might come visit me this week. There's something I think we should discuss. Something about Eleanor." I played the message twice, goosebumps rising on my arms. How had she known? What could she possibly have to tell me about Eleanor that I didn't already know? I called her back immediately, despite the late hour. She answered on the first ring, as if she'd been waiting by the phone. "I'll come tomorrow," I said without preamble. "Is 3 o'clock all right?" "Perfect," Margaret replied, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "I'll make tea." That night, as I lay in bed trying to quiet my racing thoughts, the temperature in my bedroom dropped suddenly. My breath clouded in front of my face, and the radiator clanked futilely against the unnatural cold. Then came the whispers, so faint at first that I thought it was just the wind outside my window. But it grew clearer, more insistent. A woman's voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" The whisper stopped abruptly. The room remained cold, but the sense of presence, the weight of unseen eyes, intensified. Something brushed against my cheek, the lightest touch, like fingertips trailing gently over my skin. I froze, too terrified to move or speak. The touch came again, this time sweeping a strand of hair behind my ear, an achingly familiar gesture. Eleanor used to do the same thing when I was upset, a small, comforting ritual from childhood. "Grandma?" I whispered into the darkness. No answer came, but the cold began to recede. The room warmed gradually, the oppressive presence lifting like fog burning away in sunlight. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up in bed, lights on, waiting for something more, some clearer sign or message. But the apartment remained quiet, ordinary, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. By morning, I might have convinced myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion, except for one thing. On my nightstand, where nothing had been the night before, sat a small silver locket. Eleanor's locket, the one she'd been buried with. I picked it up with shaking hands, the metal warm to the touch. Inside was a tiny photograph of the family, my parents, my aunts and uncles, all the cousins, taken at Eleanor's 75th birthday party. Her most treasured possession, she'd called it. The entire family, together and happy, in one perfect moment. The locket that should have been 6 feet underground, in a casket with her. I closed my fist around it, the edges digging into my palm. Whatever was happening went beyond grief, beyond imagination. Something impossible was unfolding around me, something that defied rational explanation. And somehow I knew that Margaret held the key to understanding it. Margaret's retirement community, Oakwood Gardens, was a cluster of tidy brick buildings surrounded by carefully manicured lawns. Despite the cheerful name and bright flowers planted along the walkways, there was something inherently sad about the place, a sense of lives winding down, of people waiting for an ending. I signed in at the front desk, where a young woman with tired eyes handed me a visitor's badge without looking up from her computer. "Building C, apartment 307, she said mechanically. The hallways smelled of industrial cleaner and cafeteria food. I passed a common room where elderly residents sat in a circle, half-heartedly participating in what appeared to be a trivia game. One woman caught my eye as I walked by, her gaze sharp and knowing, as if she recognized me. I hurried past, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Margaret's door was decorated with a wreath of artificial autumn leaves, despite it being the dead of winter. I knocked, adjusting the strap of my bag where Eleanor's locket now resided. I couldn't bring myself to wear it, but neither could I leave it behind. The door opened almost immediately, as if she'd been standing just on the other side, waiting. "There you are," Margaret said, her smile warm but her eyes assessing. "Right on time." My paternal grandmother had always been a striking woman, tall and elegant, even in her advanced years. At 84, her hair was silver white but still thick, pulled back in a neat chignon. She wore a deep blue sweater that brought out the color of her eyes, the same eyes my father had, the same eyes I saw in the mirror every morning. Come in," she urged, stepping aside. "The tea is ready." Her apartment was small but immaculate, decorated in shades of blue and cream. Photos lined the walls and shelves. My father as a child, my parents' wedding, my high school graduation, and I noticed with surprise several of Eleanor. The two women together at various family functions, arms linked, laughing into the camera. "You're noticing the photos," Margaret said, following my gaze. "Eleanor and I were great friends, you know. More than friends, really." She gestured for me to sit on the sofa while she poured tea from a delicate porcelain pot. The cups matched, pale blue with gold rims, elegant and old-fashioned. "I didn't realize you were so close," I admitted, accepting the cup she offered. "I mean, I knew you knew each other, obviously, but you thought we were just connected through the family?" Margaret smiled slightly. "No, our relationship went much deeper than that. We met long before your parents did, in college, actually. We were roommates my freshman year, her sophomore year. This was entirely new information. I'd never heard either grandmother mention knowing each other before my parents' marriage. Eleanor never told me that. No, she wouldn't have." Margaret took a small sip of her tea, her eyes distant with memory. "It was complicated, our friendship. There were gaps, times when we didn't speak, but we always found our way back to each other. Always." She set down her cup and leaned forward, her gaze suddenly intense. "But that's not why I asked you here. You've been experiencing things, haven't you, since she passed?" The directness of the question caught me off guard. "How did you know?" "Because I have too." Her voice was matter-of-fact, devoid of the fear or uncertainty I felt. "She's reaching out, trying to communicate something. But why? And why to us specifically?" The questions that had been tormenting me spilled out. "And why does she seem so restless? I thought she died peacefully." Margaret's expression softened. "Death isn't always the end of a story, dear. Sometimes it's just a comma in a very long sentence. She rose and crossed to a small writing desk in the corner of the room. From a drawer, she withdrew a leather-bound journal similar to the one I'd found in Eleanor's bedroom. "Your grandmother and I had a pact," she explained, returning to her seat. "We promised that whoever went first would try to send a message back, if such a thing was possible. A confirmation, if you will, that consciousness continues." "A message?" I repeated, struggling to reconcile this metaphysical pact with the practical, no-nonsense women I'd known my grandmothers to be. Eleanor was always more open to these possibilities than me. She had experiences as a young woman that convinced her there was more to reality than what we can see and touch. Margaret tapped the journal. She documented some of them here. She handed me the book, which fell open to a page marked with a silk ribbon. The handwriting was Eleanor's, dated just 3 months before her death. I dreamt of the in-between place again last night. That space where the living and the dead can almost touch, separated by the thinnest of veils. I was trying to reach someone. I couldn't see who. But my hands kept passing through them as if they were smoke. Margaret says I've become obsessed with these dreams, but how can I not be when the end draws closer? If there's a way to bridge that gap, to reach back after I'm gone, I need to find it. For them, for all of them. I looked up from the page, my heart racing. What does this mean? What was she trying to do? "Eleanor believed that love was stronger than death," Margaret said simply. "That with enough will, enough intention, the barrier could be crossed. Not to return to life, she wasn't fool enough to believe that, but to communicate, to finish whatever remained unfinished." "And you think that's what's happening now? She's trying to communicate?" "I know it is. The question is why. What message is so important that she's expending such energy to deliver it?" I reached into my bag and withdrew the locket, holding it out on my palm. "This appeared on my nightstand last night. It was buried with her." Margaret went very still, her eyes fixed on the silver oval. "May I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, and she took it carefully, examining it as if it were a precious artifact, which, in a way, it was. A physical object that had somehow traversed the boundary between worlds. "This changes everything," she murmured. "This isn't just communication. This is a manipulation of physical matter. She's stronger than I imagined." A chill ran through me at her words. "Is that normal?" Margaret gave a short, humorless laugh. "None of this is normal, dear, but it is significant." She handed the locket back to me. "She chose you specifically to receive this. You must be central to whatever message she's trying to convey." The responsibility of that selection felt suddenly overwhelming. But why me? Why not my mother or one of her other children? That's what we need to discover. Margaret set her teacup down with a decisive clink. "I think it's time we tried to speak to her directly." My stomach lurched. "You mean like a seance?" "Nothing so theatrical. Just an opening of awareness, an invitation. Eleanor and I researched these methods extensively in our later years. We were preparing, you see." The casual way she spoke of communicating with the dead, as if it were as ordinary as making a phone call, left me speechless. These were my grandmothers, women who had baked cookies and knitted Christmas sweaters, women I'd thought I knew completely. Yet here was this whole other dimension to their relationship, their beliefs, their lives that had been entirely hidden from me. "When?" I asked finally. "Tonight would be best. The barrier is thinnest in the early morning hours, around 3:20 actually. The time on my clock when I'd awakened to the cold room, the whispers, the touch, the time of Eleanor's death." "How did you know that was when she died?" I asked, suspicion suddenly flaring. "The family was told it happened sometime during the night. The exact time wasn't shared." Margaret's smile was enigmatic. "Eleanor and I had no secrets from each other, at least not in the end." She rose again, this time moving to a cabinet where she withdrew a small wooden box. "Take this home with you. Inside is everything we'll need. I'll come to your apartment at midnight. That will give us time to prepare." I accepted the box, which was heavier than it looked, carved with intricate symbols I didn't recognize. "Margaret, I'm not sure about this. What if something goes wrong?" Her expression softened, and for a moment I saw the grandmother I was more familiar with, the one who had brought presents at Christmas and taught me to play gin rummy. "Eleanor would never harm you," she said gently. "Whatever is happening, whatever she needs to communicate, it comes from love. Remember that." As I left Oakwood Gardens, the strange woman from the common room was standing in the hallway. Up close, I could see that her eyes were two different colors, one brown, one a pale, almost translucent blue. "She's caught between," the woman said as I passed, her voice reedy but insistent. "Neither here nor there. The between place is dangerous. Be careful who you invite in." I hurried past without responding, clutching Margaret's wooden box to my chest, the weight of the locket in my bag suddenly seeming to increase with every step. The rest of the day passed in a haze of nervous anticipation. I called in sick to work, not entirely a lie, as my stomach churned with anxiety, and tried to distract myself with mundane tasks. I cleaned my apartment, paid bills, even attempted to work on the manuscript that was now dangerously overdue. Nothing held my attention. The wooden box sat on my coffee table, unopened. I couldn't bring myself to look inside, afraid of what I might find. Part of me wanted to call the whole thing off, to return the box to Margaret and pretend none of this was happening. But the memory of that gentle touch in the darkness, the strand of hair tucked behind my ear, so specifically Eleanor, kept me from reaching for the phone. If there was even the slightest chance of saying goodbye properly, of understanding what she needed to tell me, how could I turn away? As the day waned and darkness fell, the apartment grew increasingly quiet. Not just silent, but a deep, waiting stillness that seemed to press against my ears. The air felt thick, charged with potential energy. At precisely 11:45 p.m., a knock came at my door. Margaret stood in the hallway, now dressed in a simple black dress with a silver pendant at her throat. "You didn't open the box," she said as she entered. Not a question, but an observation. I wasn't sure what to expect. She nodded, understanding. "Fear is natural. But remember, this is Eleanor we're trying to reach. Your grandmother. She loved you more than life itself." Margaret moved to the coffee table and opened the box, revealing its contents. 3 white candles, a small silver bell, a pouch of what looked like dried herbs, and a framed photograph of Eleanor, one I'd never seen before, showing her as a young woman, perhaps in her 30s, her expression serious but her eyes bright with intelligence. "We'll need a table," Margaret instructed, her manner now businesslike. "Preferably round, but any will do." I cleared my small dining table, and together we arranged the items from the box. Margaret placed the candles in a triangle formation with the photograph of Eleanor at the center. She sprinkled some of the dried herbs, a mixture that smelled of lavender and something sharper, almost metallic, around the perimeter. "The locket," she said, holding out her hand. "It will serve as a connection, a tether." I hesitated before drawing it from my pocket. The metal seemed warmer than it should be, almost pulsing against my palm like a tiny beating heart. Margaret took it and placed it carefully beside the photograph. "Now we wait," she said, checking her watch. "It's nearly midnight. The veil begins to thin." We sat across from each other at the table, the candles casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Margaret's face in the flickering light looked different somehow, younger, sharper, her eyes reflecting the flames until they seemed to glow from within. "What exactly are we waiting for?" I whispered, not wanting to break the heavy silence that had descended. "A sign," she replied. "Eleanor will let us know when she's ready to communicate." The minutes ticked by, measured by the soft sound of my wall clock and our steady breathing. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling around the corners of the building. The candle flames wavered, but didn't extinguish. At 3:15 a.m., the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face, and shivers racked my body. Margaret, however, seemed unaffected by the cold. Her posture relaxed, her breathing even. "She's coming," she murmured, her gaze fixed on something over my shoulder. "Can you feel her?" I could. The same presence I'd sensed before, a weight, a watching, a silent anticipation. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my skin prickled with gooseflesh. "Eleanor," Margaret called softly, "we're here, we're listening." The candle flame stretched upward, elongating into thin blue-white spears of light. The locket on the table began to vibrate, then to spin slowly on its chain. "What's happening?" I gasped, fighting the urge to flee the room. "She's gathering energy," Margaret explained, her voice calm. "Drawing from the electrical field, from the heat, from us. It takes enormous effort to breach the veil." The spinning locket moved faster, becoming a silver blur. The photograph of Eleanor seemed to ripple, as if the paper itself was becoming fluid. And then I felt it. The same gentle touch on my cheek, the same sensation of fingers brushing hair from my face. But this time, it didn't stop there. The touch moved to my shoulder, a pressure like a hand resting there, solid and real. "Grandma?" I whispered, my voice breaking. The clock struck 3:20 a.m. with a soft, mechanical click. The candles extinguished simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness, save for the faint moonlight filtering through the blinds. And in that silver-blue illumination, she appeared. Right next to my chair, barely 20 centimeters from my face, floated the body and face of a woman. Not Eleanor, as I had half expected, but Margaret, my father's mother, her features exactly as they had been just moments before, across the table from me. But that was impossible, because Margaret was still sitting there, her outline visible in the dim light, her hands flat on the table's surface. I stared at the floating figure, my mouth open in shock. My body refused to move. My first thought was sleep paralysis. I had heard of people hallucinating strange figures during those episodes, but this felt too real. The details of her face, the way she seemed solid, it wasn't like a fleeting shadow in the dark. This was something else. Finally, I managed to sit up straighter, rubbing my eyes, trying to force the illusion away. I even slapped myself, hard enough to sting. But nothing changed. She was still there, floating, staring at me with a soft, knowing smile. And then, the realization hit me like a punch to the chest. Oh my God, that's my grandmother from my father's side. She is still alive. Panic surged through me. My breath came in short gasps, and before I could stop myself, I blurted out, "What the hell is happening?" The figure just kept smiling, calm and unshaken. She had Margaret's face, her hair, her warm eyes, the same ones that had looked at me countless times with love. But something was off. Her legs were missing, her body fading into nothing below the waist, like she had been cut off from reality itself. She didn't feel threatening, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. A ghostly version of my living grandmother was standing in my room, reaching across some unseen boundary to visit me. Why? Why now? Despite my fear, I felt an overwhelming curiosity, like a force I couldn't resist. Slowly, I reached out my hand toward the figure, and to my utter shock, she reached back, her fingers wrapped around mine, firm but cold, like touching something that wasn't meant to exist in this world. She smiled at me then, her eyes closing as if in peace. For what felt like minutes, we just stayed there, frozen in that impossible moment. Then, without a sound, she began to drift backward. Slowly, she glided toward my closed bedroom door, fading as she moved, and just like that, she was gone. I turned to the table where the real Margaret still sat, her expression unreadable in the darkness. "What just happened?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What did I just see?" Margaret sighed, a long, weary sound. "Not what we expected," she admitted. "Not Eleanor at all." "It was you," I said. "But you're right here. How is that possible?" She reached out and relit one of the candles with a match from her pocket. In the renewed glow, I could see that her face had changed, aged somehow, in the space of minutes. New lines etched around her eyes and mouth, and her hair seemed duller, less vibrant. "The body you saw wasn't me," she said softly. "It was a projection, a construct created by Eleanor." "But why would she appear as you? Why not as herself?" Margaret's eyes filled with tears, the first time I had ever seen her cry. "Because she's trying to warn you, about me." "Warn me about you?" I repeated, struggling to make sense of her words. "I don't understand." Margaret reached for the locket, which had stopped spinning and now lay still on the table. She opened it, revealing the family photograph inside. "Look closely," she instructed. "What do you see?" I leaned forward, examining the tiny image. It showed the family gathered around Eleanor at her birthday party, my parents, my aunts and uncles, all the cousins. And standing beside Eleanor, her arm linked through my grandmother's, was Margaret. "I see everyone," I said, "the whole family, you and Eleanor." "Look at my eyes," Margaret insisted. I peered closer, straining to make out details in the small photograph. And then I saw it. In the picture, Margaret's eyes were different colors. One brown, one a pale, almost translucent blue, like the woman at Oakwood Gardens, the one who had warned me about the between place. I jerked back, the realization hitting me with physical force. "Who are you?" I demanded. "If you're not Margaret—" "I am Margaret," she interrupted, her voice gentle but firm. "Just not the Margaret you think you know." She took a deep breath as if gathering courage. "Eleanor and I met in college, as I told you. We became very close, more than friends. We fell in love." The admission hung in the air between us, recontextualizing everything I thought I knew about my grandmothers. I remained silent, waiting for her to continue. It was 1958. Such relationships weren't accepted, weren't even spoken of. We kept our love secret for years, but eventually, the pressure became too much. I broke things off, married your grandfather, had your father. Eleanor married too, had her children. We lived the lives that were expected of us. She touched the photograph in the locket with trembling fingers. But we never stopped loving each other. After both our husbands passed, we reconnected. These past 15 years we've been together, not openly. We still kept that private, but together in all the ways that mattered. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" I asked, though I thought I already knew the answer. The generation they came from, the small town they lived in, the conservative families they belonged to. "We were going to," Margaret said, a sad smile playing at her lips. "After all these years, we'd finally decided it was time. Eleanor wanted to tell the family at Christmas, that last Christmas she didn't live to see." My mind raced, putting pieces together. "So the warning, the apparition—" "Eleanor knew she was dying," Margaret explained. "Long before she went into the hospital that final time, she made me promise that if she didn't get the chance to tell everyone the truth, I would do it for her." She looked down at her hands, which I now noticed were trembling. But I was a coward. At the funeral, at the Christmas gathering, I couldn't bring myself to speak up, to reveal what we'd hidden for so long. I told myself it didn't matter anymore, that the truth could die with her. "But she doesn't want it to," I said slowly, understanding dawning. "She wants you to fulfill your promise." Margaret nodded, tears now flowing freely down her lined face. "She's caught between, not fully at peace because of this unfinished business. The woman you saw at Oakwood wasn't a resident. No one else could see her. She was another message, another warning." The realization left me breathless. All this time, the strange occurrences, the sense of presence, the impossible apparition. It wasn't just Eleanor reaching out from beyond. It was Eleanor trying to ensure that their love story wasn't buried with her. "The projection you saw tonight," Margaret continued, "was Eleanor showing you what's to come. What will happen to me if I don't fulfill my promise?" "What do you mean?" "I'm dying," she said simply. "Cancer. I've known for months, but I haven't told anyone, not even your father. The doctors give me weeks, perhaps a month." Eleanor knew. She was the only one I told. "She's afraid I'll take our secret to my grave as well, that we'll both be caught in that in-between place, unable to move on." The shock of this new revelation left me momentarily speechless. Another grandmother slipping away, another loss looming on the horizon. "So what will you do?" I asked finally. Margaret straightened her shoulders, a new resolve visible in her posture. "I'll tell them, all of them, the truth about Eleanor and me, about what we meant to each other, but I'll need your help." "My help?" "You were closest to Eleanor. Of all the grandchildren, you were the one she confided in most. If you stand with me, accept our truth, the others will follow your lead." I thought about Eleanor, the grandmother who had been my safe harbor, my confidant, my champion, the woman who had taught me that love was the most important force in the universe. How could I do anything but honor her final wish? "Of course I'll help you," I said, reaching across the table to take her hand. It felt fragile in mine, the bones prominent beneath paper-thin skin. "We'll tell them together." Margaret's relief was palpable, her entire body seeming to lighten. "Thank you," she whispered. "Eleanor knew you would understand. She always said you had the biggest heart of anyone she'd ever known." The candle between us flickered, and for just a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of another figure standing behind Margaret, tall, elegant, with Eleanor's unmistakable profile. But when I blinked, the shape was gone. The next few days passed in a whirlwind of phone calls and arrangements. Margaret moved in with my parents temporarily, a development that surprised my father, but that he accepted with characteristic pragmatism. We scheduled a family gathering for the following weekend, ostensibly to share Margaret's medical diagnosis, but with the deeper purpose understood between just the two of us. The night before the gathering, I dreamed of Eleanor again. This time, she wasn't in her empty house, but in a garden I didn't recognize, filled with lilacs and roses, her favorite flowers. She sat on a stone bench, her back straight, her face younger than I'd ever known it in life. "You did well," she said as I approached in the dream. "You understood." "I miss you," I told her, sitting beside her on the bench. "Every day." "I know, sweetheart, I miss you too. But I'm not entirely gone, you know. Not as long as you remember me." "Will I see you again? After tomorrow, I mean." Eleanor smiled, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. "Not like before. Once Margaret shares our truth, I'll be able to move on. But I'll always be with you, in ways you might not expect. Are you happy, wherever you are?" "Getting there," she said with a small laugh. "It's a process, like everything worthwhile." She stood then, smoothing down her dress, the blue one she'd worn to my college graduation. "It's time for me to go, and for you to wake up. Remember what I told you at the hospital?" "That we were your greatest joy," I recalled, my throat tightening with emotion. "That you cared for us more than anything." "Yes, and that will never change no matter where I am." She leaned down and kissed my forehead, her lips cool against my skin. "Goodbye for now, my darling. Take care of Margaret for me. She'll need you in the days ahead." I woke with tears on my cheeks, but a strange peace in my heart. The air in my bedroom was warm, fragrant with the unmistakable scent of lilacs and roses, though there were no flowers in my apartment. The family gathering the next day was tense at first, weighted with the knowledge of Margaret's diagnosis. We gathered in my parents' living room, the same room where we'd toasted Eleanor with bourbon a few months earlier, and listened as Margaret explained about her cancer, about her decision to forego treatment at her age, about her wish to spend her remaining time with family. And then, with a steadying glance at me, she took a deeper breath and continued. "There's something else I need to tell you," she said, her voice stronger than it had been in days. "Something about Eleanor and me, something we should have told you years ago." The story unfolded gradually. Their meeting in college, their secret relationship, their separate marriages and lives, their reconnection in later years. Margaret spoke without shame or apology, her dignity intact, even as tears slipped down her cheeks. "We loved each other," she concluded simply. "For over 60 years, through everything we loved each other. And before she died, I promised I would tell you the truth, that I wouldn't let our story end in silence." The room was quiet when she finished. My mother was the first to move, crossing to where Margaret sat and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. "I think I always knew," she murmured. "The way you looked at each other. I just never put it into words." Others followed. My father, awkward but sincere in his acceptance. My aunts and uncles, some surprised. Others nodding as if pieces of a long unsolved puzzle had finally clicked into place. My cousins, the youngest generation, for whom such relationships were far less shocking than they had been in Eleanor and Margaret's youth. Thomas was the last to speak, his voice thick with emotion. "Grandma Eleanor would be proud of you," he told Margaret, "for keeping your promise, for being brave." As the family surrounded Margaret with love and support, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a lightening, a release of tension I hadn't even realized was present. The heavy silence that had filled every corner of my life since Eleanor's death seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet acceptance. That night, as I lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, I felt a final gentle touch on my cheek, The lightest brush of fingertips. A familiar gesture of comfort and love. I didn't open my eyes, didn't need to see to know who it was. "Goodbye, Grandma," I whispered into the darkness. "Be at peace." The touch withdrew, and with it went the last traces of the cold, the whispers, the sense of watching eyes. Eleanor had finished what she needed to do. Her story was complete. Margaret lived for exactly 1 month after that day, passing peacefully in her sleep with my father at her bedside. We buried her next to Eleanor, as she had requested, with a shared headstone that bore no dates, no relationships, just their names and a simple inscription: "Love endures all things." The locket remained with me, a tangible reminder of a love that had transcended conventional boundaries, that had reached across the veil between life and death to ensure its truth was known. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still find myself reaching for it, running my fingers over its smooth surface, remembering, not with fear or unease, but with gratitude for the lesson Eleanor and Margaret taught us all, that love, in its purest form, cannot be confined by society's expectations, by time, or even by death itself. It endures, it persists, it finds a way to make itself known, and in the end, that's all that remains.